Narrating briefly before embarking on the story, in the 10th year of the Zhengguan Dynasty in Jingyang County down a narrow alley, someone's hand rested on the door. Subsequently, a seductive young woman emerged. It's late at night. Sir need not rush. Please come in. Nuia will brew tea and prepare the bed for you. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression darkened. Then, the young woman stepped out to lead him into the room. Later, she lay sprawled on the bed, her entire body drenched in sweat. Sir, Nuia feels very hot. Could you help Nuia check her body? Upon hearing this, the young man advanced with an emotionless, grim expression. He then slowly used his hand to touch the young woman's neck, causing her to moan with pleasure. Please have mercy, sir. As he finished speaking, the young man immediately tightened his grip on the young woman. She suddenly widened her eyes, within the pupils clearly visible a nihili circle. From this angle, one could see the young man using Dao Shu to suppress the young woman, causing her demonic energy to continuously emanate from her body. In the young man's hand was tightly clasped a golden light amulet, his eyes emitting a dazzling light. Monster, reveal your true form or suffer the consequences. Starting the story, the seemingly clueless person is named Shen Chang Sheng, a young man who grew up under the banner of the party and was educated in the theory of dialectical materialism from a young age. Once transported to this feudal society in the 10th year of Da Tang Zhengguan, he not only did not transmigrate into a prince or noble, nor did he have any kind of assistance system. Poor fellow, he managed to scrape by doing odd jobs, saving up money to rent a dilapidated shack to live in, yet still couldn't escape his destitute fate. Chang Sheng stormed into the house, angrily tearing up the paper in his hand. Damn, unscrupulous brokers are rampant, even in the Tang Dynasty. How come this scholar's residence is the cheapest? This dilapidated house would become the starting point for his domination of the Tang Dynasty. Approaching the door covered with talisman papers, Chang Sheng sighed deeply. Forget it. Money's spent. What else can I do? A gust of wind blew, causing the talisman papers to fall from the door. This filthy and tiny place didn't even have cleaning services. Inside the courtyard, there was also a rusty sword thrust into a bagua yin-yang gen. Looking up at the ceiling, cobwebs formed a large net surrounded by talisman papers. Chang Sheng approached the rusty sword, silently pondering. Reality has proven that even though I come from the modern civilized society of the 21st century, facing thousands of schemers in this ancient era might not be easy. With this thought, Chang Sheng took out a cigarette, lit it up. Let's have one to calm down a bit. He took a long drag, then exhaled, his gaze drifting aimlessly to the side, the smoke from Chang Sheng's cigarette rising thickly, inadvertently causing a nearby old tree to wither after inhaling the smoke, then sprout fresh shoots. As Chang Sheng was surveying the surroundings of the house, he noticed a glimmer of light. What's all this scattered scrap metal? Curiously, he stepped closer and picked up the sword handle to examine it, but as soon as he touched it, it broke off. He stared at the broken sword handle, shouting loudly, "Oh no, it's broken, and I still wanted to keep it for cutting grass and tilling the soil." Suddenly, a voice from inside the room startled Chang Sheng, causing him to turn his head. "Sir, please save me, sir. Nuia is here." Hearing that, Chang Sheng quickly dropped the cigarette from his hand, murmuring, "What's going on? Did the agency say this house has been abandoned for a long time? How come there's someone?" The enraged young man blew smoke out of his nostrils, striding fiercely towards the room, shouting loudly, "What's this? Who's in there?" As he approached, he accidentally stepped on the bagua yin-yang gen, leaving his footprints on it, emitting a dazzling light. Chang Sheng stepped forward, flinging the door open, angrily shouting, "This place is mine now. Get out." Now, what met his eyes were a pair of gigantic breasts of someone. Immediately after, a girl with a sexy figure, wearing a seductive expression, lazily called out, "Master." Seeing this, Chang Sheng's eyes sparkled, his face flushed, murmuring, "Oh my god, I'm in love." When the girl rushed over, the young man quickly sidestepped, causing the girl to fall flat on her face. However, Chang Sheng did not help her up, but turned his face away, speaking in a mocking tone. "Miss, don't think you can touch anything on me." The girl, undeterred, grabbed Chang Sheng's belt, and he raised his voice, saying, "I've said it before, why don't you Tang Dynasty girls learn properly? The working people should rely on their diligent hands to make a living." Pressing her chest against Chang Sheng's back, the girl spoke in a flirtatious tone. "Master, Nuia always relies on her two melons to make a living." As soon as she finished speaking, Chang Sheng began to feel the pressure of the two melons against his back. Unable to bear the force of the silicone bags, he exclaimed in panic, Oh, lady pervert." Without hesitation, Chang Sheng immediately stepped back, holding on to himself. He stared at the breasts intently, muttering, You as a lady? Don't talk nonsense. I think you have intentions, but I have no evidence. So Chang Sheng turned his face away, just as the girl's whole body suddenly began to emit streams of demonic energy. However, Chang Sheng remained oblivious and spoke arrogantly. Young lady, it's too late now. If you have nothing to do, hurry home. Don't casually enter such dilapidated houses in the future. If you get trapped, no one will save you. Then he reached out to remove the talismans from the painting, saying, moreover, they say this place is likely haunted. Aren't you afraid, little miss? He kept talking without noticing the female ghost emanating a scent of demonic energy behind him. So, you're afraid of ghosts, sir? Ha 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 ha. I am the child of fortune, chosen by the heavens, a revered time traveler, possessing a body of chaotic Shengai that cannot be violated. Suddenly, the painting showed signs of movement, its eyes glaring and sweating profusely. The female ghost had now completely transformed, her demonic figure with sharp claws aimed straight at Chang Sheng. However, he remained calm and spoke as if nothing was amiss. You can't understand these things. In reality, I'm just threatening you. All these ghosts and demons are just the speculation of ancient people. From the outside, Chang Sheng's entire house was filled with the eerie and sinister nine lie of the female ghost. Somewhere, a man was descending solemnly, and then a great official stood before him, saying, Dao Zhang, don't worry. I am the city god of Jingyang County with the title of Wu Fan. I will help you eliminate the female ghost. Cheng Gui Lao is about to merge, and at that time, their power will be unpredictable. Therefore, I can only seal them for now. I apologize for the inconvenience, sir. As he finished speaking, the man stared intently at the energy within his palm and exclaimed, not good. My sealing spell has been broken. Returning to Chang Sheng, despite the imminent threat from the demoness, he remained indifferent, focusing intently on the gold coins under the table. As Chang Sheng caught sight of the gold, his eyes sparkled. The demoness seemed to draw closer, ready to strike, when suddenly Chang Sheng lifted the table. The demoness inadvertently took the full force of the table to her face, yet Chang Sheng paid no attention to his surroundings, simply picking up the coins and putting them into his pouch. Money falling from the sky truly is lucky. Tomorrow morning, I can enjoy 2 more meat buns. Suddenly, the gold coins inside the pouch emitted a dazzling light. Seeing this, Chang Sheng gasped in astonishment, exclaiming loudly, holy cow, have I encountered a demon? Where's my money? Before he could recover from his shock, the coins flew out of the pouch, revealing a space with a system. Chang Sheng, elated and excited, thought to himself, so the system, the divine artifact for those who transmigrate, has finally appeared. With that, Chang Sheng produced a rose from somewhere, placing it in his mouth, adopting a handsome expression, and asked, let me see, dear system, what functions do you possess? Finishing his words, the system board immediately appeared in his hand, displaying a message. Current existence time is 71:59:59. Please recharge energy promptly. First time charging rewards range from 6 hours to 1,500 hours. Rewards will be from 6 gold to 648 gold. Failure to recharge to maintain life. The system will kill the host. Chang Sheng, upon reading this, became furious, smashing the system board. You're kidding, right? What kind of foolish system is this trying to deceive me? Seeing this, the demoness spoke up, it's getting late, let Nuia take care of you. As soon as she finished speaking, the demoness received a thunderous punch straight to her face. Although the punch was quite painful, this thick-skinned demoness put on a seductive expression, moaning and groaning. Ah, ah, ah. Looking down, Chang Sheng saw the demoness tightly gripping his arm. He glanced over and widened his eyes as he saw the girl blushing and trembling, clinging to him. Why are you still here? He asked. Immediately, the demoness threw herself onto Chang Sheng, leaning her head against his body with a euphoric expression, murmuring to herself, strange, just by touching someone, their body. Feeling embarrassed and flushed, Chang Sheng stammered, Sao GG, forget about today, let's meet another day. Just as they were struggling, the Daoshi youth and Dagguan burst in, shouting loudly, demon. Chang Sheng, shocked and agape, was taken aback. On the contrary, the demoness remained calm, still enjoying the touch of the man's body while moaning incessantly. The Daoshi and Dagguan stared in astonishment, dumbfounded for a few seconds, frozen in place. After a while, they pointed forward together. Is this the super powerful Gulao you're talking about? Who is that ordinary person? Wu Fan Dai Ren, don't be fooled by appearances. This is a ploy to drain the vital essence of that person. Demon, let him go. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng's face broke out in sweat like a rainstorm. She's the one taking the initiative, nothing to do with me. Wait, why does this scene seem familiar? Chang Sheng immediately conjured an image of Dao Shi and Wu Fan as the villains, the demoness as the prey, and himself as the victim. Thinking this, he abruptly pushed the demoness away. Enough, why blame her? Then, Chang Sheng, trying to handle the situation gracefully, took a deep breath. I thought you were just a lost little girl or maybe someone confused. But it turns out you're a fairy trying to rob me. Though he spoke boldly, inwardly he lamented, I don't even have money to scam anymore. The system swallowed it all. Seeing Chang Sheng's actions, Dao Shi and Wu Fan furrowed their brows, thinking to themselves, even the Sanyang Dai Ren doesn't know how to deal with Glu Lao. Yeah, he effortlessly disperses half of the demonic energy with a push. He's just an ordinary person, meeting us without a bow. How impolite. Wu Fan, furious, marched forward and shouted at Chang Sheng, you little ordinary person, do you know who you're standing in front of? Chang Sheng immediately kicked the two lunatics out of the door. I don't need to know where your divine being's from. All dressed in luxury or peculiar attire gives away your true intentions. You didn't even bother to look around my house for a place to deceive. And now, spouting nonsense, I'm even you, Hong Daddy. These days, scammers like you aren't even professional. Not finished yet, Chang Sheng promptly threw the demoness out to the two lunatics. Quick, disappear. I still have a headache here. After the cursing was done, he let them go. Then Chang Sheng stepped forward and slammed the door shut, glaring at the two lunatics and the demoness. When Wu Fan looked down, he saw the demoness's entire body emanating a dense demonic energy. Dao Zhang, how should we deal with this Gua Lao? Upon hearing this, Dao Shi fled like the wind. Gua Lao is ferocious. I'll go find our master for help first. Hey, don't leave me alone here. Wu Fan stared down, his face dripping with sweat. Let's negotiate a bit. Below, the demoness had transformed into an old hag so hideous that anyone would mock her. Immediately after, Wu Fan's hoarse scream echoed throughout the area. As night fell, outside Chang Sheng's room, a group of dark souls lurked and whispered, it smells so good. I want it so bad. Just a whiff of this scent is enough to make demonic energy surge through my entire body. He's ours. Down at the small clinic, a pair of pristine white feet emerged from the smoke, followed by a silky tail. Before them stood an incredibly beautiful girl with a voluptuous figure. How intriguing. This tiny, ordinary person exudes such captivating nigh line. No wonder the demoness is boiling with desire from miles away. The girl smirked, her eyes filled with mischief as she gazed ahead. A regular demoness being able to feast on him means he could ascend. If I could draw his vital essence, I'd transcend into a celestial being in no time. No doubt about it. After finishing speaking, the little sister stepped forward to open the door, causing a creaking sound that made Chang Sheng cringe and clutch his head. The noise echoed incessantly in his ears, fueling his anger. His teeth clenched, his face contorted. Then, with all his strength, Chang Sheng stepped out of the door and exclaimed, Ard, what's all this racket about? Have you no decency? I've had enough of this outside. Can't people rest at night? A stream of Nuia golden light radiated from his body, dispersing the fox girl and the lurking dark souls. After the dazzling light, a pair of ears appeared, revealing the fox girl, who looked bewildered by what had just happened. Back at Chang Sheng's courtyard, the fox girl lay unconscious on the ground outside the small clinic. After a while, she woke up, blinking her eyes rapidly. She hastily got up and looked around. It's almost dawn already? I didn't expect to be unconscious for so long. Still groggy, she noticed dark spirits gathering behind her, all eyes fixed on the little fox. Sensing something, the fox immediately turned and saw the spirits coalescing into a female demon. Her eyes emitted two streams of demonic energy, surrounded by thick dark aura. In the palm of her hand, she held a ball of demonic energy. She stared blankly ahead. Terrified, the little fox raised her fur, glaring and screamed, Ghost! Help me! Overwhelmed by fear, the little fox collapsed to the ground. My destiny is over. She lifted her head, closing and opening her eyes, sighing deeply. Last night's destiny was unbearable. Looking up, the little fox saw the female demon approaching, accompanied by eerie faces formed by dark energy. Has her life come to an end? In the face of imminent death, with the little fox behind him, Chang Sheng unexpectedly swung open the door and stepped out. What a beautiful day to begin, he exclaimed. Then, glancing at the still dark sky, he immediately yawned. Oh my, is it too early? It's not even dawn yet. The little fox, seeing this, rushed to seek help, but Chang Sheng inadvertently shut the door firmly. This accidental action turned the little fox's entire body into stone. At that moment, the demonic energy of the demoness appeared right behind the little fox. The demoness leaned in close to the little fox's ear, sneering, Little fox, are you lost? The little fox, sweating profusely, was too terrified to respond. The demoness then opened her mouth wide and let out a loud shout, Fox meat tastes so good. The little fox, upon hearing this, screamed in fear, almost fainting. Just as the little fox was about to meet its ancestors, Chang Sheng opened the door again, and the golden light emanating from his body dissipated the dense aura of darkness before them. Carrying a basket on the shoulder, Chang Sheng glanced in a direction and remarked, I'm heading out a bit early today. This system is truly frightening, demanding both money and lives. What bad luck. While walking, Chang Sheng accidentally stepped on the tail of the little fox. Oh, where did this dog come from? He remarked. The fox, wincing in pain, retorted, ouch, ouch, ouch. You're the dog here. Your whole family is a bunch of dogs. Release me now. Sitting down, scratching his head, Chang Sheng looked intently at the fox, clutching its swollen tail, and said, "Ha ha, my apologies. You're someone's house dog, huh? How come you're running to my doorstep?" He then put on a creepy expression, reaching his awkward hand forward. "Come here, let me touch you a bit." Seeing this, the little fox protested, "Back off, you foolish human. Don't you dare touch me." But being in its animal form, the little fox had no way to stop Chang Sheng from touching its head. As Chang Sheng's hand made contact with the little fox's head, a surge of spirit continuously flowed into the fox's body. Sensing the newfound power within, the little fox widened its eyes. What's happening? This guy's hand contains such potent spirit. And so, the little fox willingly sprawled out, allowing Chang Sheng to run his fingers through its soft fur while expressing satisfaction. "Oh, this feels so good." After feeling around for a while, he suddenly looked at his palm in astonishment, a wild dog. Then Chang Sheng looked down, only to find that he was no longer touching anything. The little fox was still waving around on its own. "Ha ha, my right hand truly lives up to its legendary reputation." With that, he turned and walked towards the well, waving goodbye to the little foxed dog. "I'm poor now and can't afford to spend money. There's a system urging me to deposit money, so I can't keep you. You should find a wealthy owner." Upon hearing this, the fox fainted briefly, then got up and ran towards Chang Sheng. "What's going on with this guy? Last night, he killed the Baigu in a fit of rage, immediately restored me to my original Xanhu form, and depleted all of my fei lai. Just now, 9 malicious demons merged, and they didn't even dare to show their faces. Moreover, just a moment ago, when he rubbed my head a bit, I felt my cultivation, which had been stagnant for 100 years, break through." While Chang Sheng was polishing his teeth, he accidentally sprayed some water on the fox, waking it up from its reverie. But seconds later, something made the little fox feel like it had entered a fairy tale world. Chang Sheng, still polishing his teeth, glanced over and saw the little fox smiling at him with its tail wagging. "Do you like me like this?" Just as he finished speaking, a demon suddenly appeared next to Chang Sheng, opening its mouth wide to devour him on the spot. The fox, seeing this, was petrified, eyes wide with fear. At that moment, the system display showed the remaining time to live as 62 hours, 36 minutes, and 44 seconds, with the countdown continuously decreasing. After the spin, the remaining time to live was 48 hours, 36 minutes, and 44 seconds. Immediately, gold coins flew out from the system, instantly knocking away the demon. The gold coins then continued to glide past the demon, causing it to vanish completely in a haze of smoke. Astonished by the lightning-fast strike of the gold coins, the little fox widened its eyes in disbelief. Chang Sheng was overwhelmed by some force, causing him to collapse to the ground. He then lifted his face to the sky, wearing a grimace as he thought to himself, "What's happening? I feel like my body is being hollowed out." With only 48 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds remaining, his body was now devoid of any vitality. The remaining time to live continued to dwindle, now reduced to 14 hours, 36 minutes, and 44 seconds. Seeing the dire situation, the little fox immediately bit onto Chang Sheng's clothing and pulled him out of the well. The 9 malicious demons merged into one, and during the alternation of yin and yang, its aura was at its strongest. Unexpectedly hit by the sneak attack of the Xian Zhang, they had to quickly leave. As Chang Sheng was being dragged away, his spirit was unsettled, and a horn even grew on his head, causing him to panic and shout, "Little fox, don't misunderstand." Hearing this, the fox immediately let go of Chang Sheng, who hastily got up to explain, "I haven't eaten breakfast earlier, so my blood sugar dropped, causing dizziness. It's not some strange reaction of the body." Upon hearing this, the little fox chin rested, whispering to herself, "He truly is a hidden master." Attacked by that fused malicious demon, yet emerged unscathed. Just now, he feigned unconsciousness to see if I would flee alone. Luckily, I'm clever. The system panel appeared before Chang Sheng, showing the remaining time as 14 hours, 30 minutes, and 11 seconds. He grabbed the system report, glaring and exclaimed in shock, "I only slept for a maximum of 8 hours. How did 72 hours shrink to 14 hours? What kind of system allows such little time to live?" Seeing Chang Sheng struggling with the system panel, the fox smirked inwardly. "Though I don't understand what Xian Zhang said, it surely contains some secret technique. My cultivation is shallow and insufficient, but I must follow Xian Zhang. Aha." At this point, Dao Shi laid out the situation clearly to his master. "Please, master, enlighten us on how to handle this." An elder with a sword at his side stepped forward, muttering that esteemed figure weakened the strength of the 9 malicious demons in Zaichao, Haochai last night, by swiftly subduing them while they were vulnerable. He is Yuan Tian Quan, the unpredictable force of Tang. Transmitting the message, Dao Shi pledged, I shall invite Wu Fan, the city god, to join us in pursuing the demons and restoring peace in Jing Yang Xian. Yuan Tian Quan looked at the 3 gua in his hand, surrounded by an aura. He sighed deeply, silently contemplating, the esteemed one disrupts the Yang Zhen. I wonder if he still resides in Jing Yang Xian. If luck permits an encounter, I must engage in discourse with him. Curious about Chang Sheng's identity, he raised his hand to divine, but after a while, he was astounded to find himself unable to discern Chang Sheng's background. Could his cultivation surpass mine? He wondered. Later on, Yuan Tian Quan, while creating a seal on his hand as he rushed into the city, inadvertently bumped into Chang Sheng, who was reading fortunes for a man. Brother, your fate is turning dark. A great calamity is imminent. Chang Sheng warned the man. Hearing this, the man's face turned pale with sweat. Didn't you read my palm? Why do you say my fate is turning dark? There are thousands of divination methods, all derived from the same source. Don't get caught up in superficial appearances. Annoyed by these words, Yuan Tian Quan retorted, You dare to deceive openly in front of this old man. Suddenly, Chang Sheng stood up, producing a painting emitting a brilliant light, which he then rolled up and handed to the man. Don't worry, brother. Just hang this Xian Mubao painting in your house and your health will be boundless. No need for 999 or 888 taels of silver. Just 10 taels will suffice. The young man's eyes widened, sweat pouring down like rain. Just as he was still hesitating, an old lady appeared behind him. Ah, it's Shen Dao Zhang. The lady I work for was afflicted by evil spirits, and it was him who saved her. Chang Sheng, upon hearing this, smiled faintly and raised his hand for a thumbs up. Stepping forward as the grandmaster, he unexpectedly found out that the old lady was actually the one hired to act. Your performance was excellent. I'll give you extra money for it. Immediately, the old lady called out to the crowd. See how I can deceive everyone on the street like this? Thank goodness for Shen Dao Zhang. Without him, the lady might not have survived. The crowd, hearing this, stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, hanging on to every word. The young man who was having his fortune read immediately handed Chang Sheng a handful of money, saying, Great Shen Dao Zhang, I want that talisman. Chang Sheng reached out to take the money, and the man grinned confidently. Yuan Tian Quan, upon seeing this, immediately spoke up, Hold on, this little celestial being, which martial arts sect do you belong to? You have proof of identity issued by the government and which training grounds you practice physical training at? Chang Sheng, hearing this, lowered his head, furrowing his brows as he stared intently at Yuan Tian Quan, whispering to himself, He's probing me. Before he could respond, Yuan Tian Quan pointed at Chang Sheng's face and shouted, You're still young and refuse to study well, yet you learn to deceive others. Today, I won't let you take advantage easily. Chang Sheng, feeling indignant, slammed his foot down on the table in retaliation. Damn it, who are you? Thus began a heated argument between a youth and an elder, either willing to back down. They engaged in verbal combat like madmen. Old man, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Clearly, you're just an ordinary person. You don't even understand palm reading, yet you dare to claim that your characters can ward off evil. The argument escalated, their faces getting closer. Whoever makes a claim should provide evidence. You say my characters can't ward off evil, then show me the evidence. Don't just talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll sue you for false accusations, you foul-mouthed brat. Your family's upbringing has clearly taught you to be sharp-tongued, daring to demand evidence. Chang Sheng, seeing Yuan Tian Quang's angry face, smirked disdainfully. Hanging up talismans to ward off evil spirits is supposed to comfort the mind. What can you do to me? The old man erupted in anger, pointing a finger at the old woman behind him, furrowing his brow and shouting, Yuan Tian Quang's words are evidence. Furthermore, I dare to assert that she is your accomplice. Chang Sheng, hearing this, raised his middle finger in response. Oh, is that so? Yuan Tian Quang, who do you think you are? I am Lai Shi Min. If you are truly Yuan Tian Quang, then go back to Gongting and have fun. What are you doing here trying to pick a fight with me? The old man, upon hearing this, became infuriated, his blood boiling in his veins. He clasped his hands together, creating a seal, and immediately a golden nylai emerged. You shameless brat, daring to call the name of a saint directly. Don't be so arrogant. Things were about to get ugly. Chang Sheng's face turned pale. What does this old man want? Yuan Tian Quan unleashed a powerful skill towards Chang Sheng, shouting loudly, Anyone from the demonic sect, come forward and see the righteousness of Duamen. Still seeing no effect, Chang Sheng glanced around and saw the old man standing right in front of him. he teased, drawing on Yuan Tian Kuang's palm, while the old man seemed puzzled as to why his Falai disappeared. Chang Sheng seized the opportunity and pointed at the old man's face, shouting loudly, "All right, so it turns out you're the one trying to deceive people, probably afraid of losing your meal ticket, deliberately prying. Yes, 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 Shen Zhang. Quickly deal with him for the sake of the people." The old man couldn't believe what he saw, so he focused intently on his own palm, whispering to himself, "It can't be. I, a physical training practitioner for decades, have never encountered such a situation." Chang Sheng, unaffected, rose defiantly. "Stay vigilant, everyone, and don't fall into the trap of this swindler. We sought to bring peace to our homes, but instead found unrest. Ward off evil and accept the talisman from Shen Zhang." Enraged, the old man stormed back, flipping over Chang Sheng's desk. "Day or night, even if I can't use my Falai, I won't allow you to continue your deception here. Hey, Baldy, heed my advice and be cautious." About to strike the young man's head, suddenly a stream of spirit golden light shot out, illuminating his face. Then, from the pen on the table, a rich spirit stream shot straight into the air, leaving Yuan Tian Quan wide-eyed. He stared at the golden light on the paper, silently marveling. "This script, it holds an unimaginable Taoist authority that instills fear in me." Seeing the old man's expression, Chang Sheng's face darkened with anger as he gritted his teeth. "If my young master can't make money, he'll die anyway. But before that, he'll definitely take you down with him." Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Tian Kuang suddenly knelt down and bowed his head before Chang Sheng, startling him. "This script unexpectedly contains the Great Way. I truly lack understanding. Mocking a senior like that, please forgive me, senior." "Really? Is it a neurological disorder? Who just accused me of being a fraud?" The elderly actress, witnessing the scene, pointed upwards and exclaimed, "Initially, old Dao Shi didn't believe, but now he's convinced by the divine persuasion of Shen Zhang. Mr. Shen, making money is crucial, and this is a good opportunity for promotion." Chang Sheng tapped his head with a fan to clear his mind. Right. Making money is still important." So he pretended to be magnanimous and spoke with a righteous tone. It's okay. Chang Sheng, no, immortal ancestor, I won't hold it against you. Good or bad, you're still in ascend. Don't you understand the law of karma?" Yuan Tian Kuang, sweating profusely, muttered to himself, "No wonder I saw him as an ordinary person. This is a return to the original state after becoming an immortal. A person's destiny is determined by heaven. If I arbitrarily help them resolve it, it's defying fate. But offering a few ounces of silver as a symbolic gesture means having compassion. Helping them overcome disasters will yield good results." The crowd below, bathed in the golden light, marveled in astonishment. The so-called law of heaven, the cycle of law of karma. We didn't know this principle despite physical training for years. Truly, it's a waste. Chang Sheng, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "Stop beating around the bush. You have to pay up." Without hesitation, Yuan Tian Kuang produced a shiny black stone. "It would be an insult to you if such a priceless treasure were brought to market. With sincerity, please bestow upon me the treasure trove of scriptures. I will surely revere it in the hall and gain insights every day. This is the only thing my generation carries with them, befitting the status of a senior." Chang Sheng immediately snatched the black stone from Yuan Tian Kuang's hand and examined it closely. "What's the significance of this stone? The Heavenman stone is already the most precious thing on my senior's person." After a brief glance, Chang Sheng slammed his hand on the table, causing Yuan Tian Kuang to startle and break into a sweat. "I don't need this stone. Is there anything more practical?" Hearing this, Yuan Tian Kuang glared at the sky and conceived some idea. Moments later, he held the golden light scripture in his hand. With no cloth covering his body, he exclaimed loudly, "Thank you, senior, for passing on the teachings. I will surely gain insights into the deep principles within it every day." After Yuan Tian Kuang departed, the youth with an ignorant face sneered and spoke up. "Shen Zhang, you sold characters to him. What about me then?" "Don't worry, I've already calculated that the person will appear soon, so I'm prepared enough." After speaking, Chang Sheng immediately unfolded another scroll of scripture. The golden light illuminated the face of the man. "This one dispels evil spirits and is more suitable for you." All right, I'll buy it." The man holding the scripture happily danced as if attending a festival, and the basket containing Chang Sheng's scrolls of paper now held something very valuable. The scene shifted to Zaichao Haozhai, where Wu Fan and Dao Shi appeared at Chang Sheng's small courtyard. Wu Fan held a broom in his hand and gritted his teeth. How can this demon stop demonic energy from condensing so quickly, even stronger than before? Dao Shi stared intently at the bagua table in his hand, grinding his teeth. "Wu Fan, don't worry. Our master has arrived at Jingyang Xian. I will send word for him to come." Just as he finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept in, causing Dao Shi to widen his eyes in surprise. Before he could react, a stream of demonic energy attacked him directly from outside the door, shattering the bagua table in his hands into pieces. In a critical moment, someone punched the demonic energy, threatening Dao Shi with all their strength, revealed to be Wu Fan. He exerted all his force to grasp the demonic energy and exclaimed loudly, "Dao Shi, it's now." Hearing this, Dao Shi immediately raised 2 fingers to chant a spell, emitting Lai Dian Ji Guang Huang Wang Jin. Then, a sword from the bagua formation behind him flew straight towards the purple demonic energy stream. The sword and the demonic energy clashed fiercely, resulting in a loud explosion. From outside the door, a hoarse shout echoed, "This is unacceptable. Who dares to vandalize my house?" Both Wu Fan and Dao Shi, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in shock. Suddenly, something caused the energy stream to gradually dissipate. From outside the door, Chang Sheng stepped in, gritting his teeth, glaring and shouting loudly, "What are you all doing?" As soon as they saw him, the sword immediately plunged into the ground along with the energy stream. Chang Sheng looked around his devastated house, tears welling up in his eyes. "Darn it, just stepped out for a bit, and these idiots wrecked my house. Oh my goodness." Glancing towards the door, his shock intensified. "Oh my, the new tenant I just hired." Chang Sheng, furious like a madman, pointed at Wu Fan and Dao Shi's faces, shouting, "You too. You couldn't cheat money last night, and now you take the chance when I'm not at home to cause chaos, right?" Continuously cursing without paying attention, behind that stream of demonic energy had escaped from the golden light sword. The 2 young men, upon seeing it, simultaneously extended their hands forward, shouting loudly, "Be careful there." The demonic energy behind them gradually took shape into a horrifying demon, emitting demonic energy incessantly from its whole body. The 2 young men shivered with fear. Their eyes widened, sweat pouring down, and beneath their feet was a demon, calmly rising menacingly. Hearing this, Chang Sheng lowered his head, staring blankly at the ground. What demon? Looking down from above at the demon rising beneath Chang Sheng's feet, its gaping mouth seemed poised to swallow him whole. Chang Sheng glanced down at the ground, lifted his foot to see if there was indeed a demon as rumored. Then he glared up at the sky, inadvertently delivering a kick that exploded into a cloud of smoke, flattening the demon. However, he was unaware of what he had done, his mind in turmoil, sweat pouring like a stream. The demonic energy of the demon erupted in rage, intending to rampage throughout the area. Hey, what was that noise just now? The 2 young men, witnessing the scene before them, were shocked, shouting loudly, 9 malicious demons attached to Jingyang Xian for over 10 years have been dispersed by his kick. Hey, don't mock the High Master. So the Taoist stepped into Chang Sheng's place, looking at him with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Young Taoist is Lai Chun Feng, the successor of Yuan Tian Quang. I wonder what the honored name of Sir is. Lai Chun Feng, does Yuan Tian Quang, the Lai Taoist, work for Qin Tianjian? The cultivation of the young Taoist is not yet sufficient to enter Qin Tianjian. After speaking, Chang Sheng glanced at Wu Fan. So the gentleman with this beard looks familiar. Must be some Cheng Huang, right? When I visited the temple before, the deity statue looked like this. Hearing that, he also stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. I am Cheng Huangsai Wu Fan. Last time I offended, this time I am grateful to the fellow Taoist for not considering past grievances and lending a helping hand. Chang Sheng listened and lit a cigarette, taking a calm puff. With the cigarette in his mouth, his eyes unconsciously looked in a certain direction. Dao Tang truly has a refined culture. At this point, Chang Sheng shed tears. Encountering 3 scammers in a single day, how could Shen Chang Sheng be so unlucky? It's heartbreaking. Chang Sheng spread his hands, pointing in all directions. I am a Marxist-Leninist. I believe only in wealth through labor, not in supernatural powers. So let's be practical, our 2 esteemed guests. How should we classify this situation as public or private? The 2 men were dumbfounded upon hearing this, with thousands of questions popping into their heads. What do you mean by public or private? Can you speak in ancient language? Chang Sheng stared ahead with a dejected look. What are you 2 elders hinting at? I'm a straightforward man. Finishing his words, Chang Sheng rushed forward and pointed directly at the faces of the 2, saying bluntly, private means you have to compensate a large sum of money. Then he raised his hands to the sky. As for public, I will hand you over to the authorities, and you still have to pay a large sum. The 2 listened dumbfoundedly, muttering to themselves, we are Cheng Huang. We only receive offerings where we get money. The cultivation of the High Master is profound. Why would he lack such material things? There must be another intention. Waiting for a response from the 2, Chang Sheng became furious. Tossing his cigarette aside, silence means agreement, my friends. If you won't speak, then go meet the authorities. Hearing this, Chang Huang threw a bag of money to Chang Sheng, but it seemed strange. As for Mu Fan, his hands were empty. Chang Sheng exclaimed helplessly, "No demons in sight, but there are 3 poor souls here." Chang Huang lowered his voice. "Sir, if you criticize others for having so little, how about I stay here to help you repair the house?" Reluctantly, Chang Sheng replied, eyeing the gold coins and scraps of silver in his hand. "Well, that will do." Chang Sheng led the 2 to the front door of the house. "You can figure out how to repair it yourselves with the red bricks and mud provided. Don't linger here. Get to work." An hour later, the house had been completely renovated. Chang Sheng stood inside, pondering over his day's earnings. The stone from the pawn shop owner couldn't be accepted, so it became a paperweight. The old man's clothes fetched 2 taels after deducting the actor's shares. Today's total earnings amounted to 20 taels. While counting his money, suddenly a beam of light shone on his face. Seconds later, the system board appeared and sucked up all the money he had earned. Hey, my money, leave me some." Chang Sheng stared intently at the system board, seeing the time change from 9:56 to 35:56, then realized, seems like I've met the conditions for the first recharge reward and claimed 2 rewards. The first recharge reward is being redeemed. The system board displayed thousands of items. Wow, dazzling, the system finally hacked for me. Ha. SSR, give me SSR. After a while of loading, the system granted Chang Sheng 2 secret scrolls, causing him to be somewhat surprised. He widened his eyes, the veins on his temples shrank and became smaller. He angrily shed tears, throwing the 2 scrolls on the table, shouting loudly, "Holy fuck, soil fertilizer manufacturing method, distillation method for making liquor, system, are you kidding me? About to starve to death, why would you give me these useless things?" Chang Sheng's black eyes narrowed like a panda, its whole body trembling. Indeed, ordinary people like us can't just recharge in the game. After a while, Chang Sheng walked towards the door, placing his hand on Chang Huang's shoulder. "Why are you still here? Don't tell me you're waiting to eat at my place." Then he cleverly chased away Lai Chunfeng. "It's not early anymore. Today help me patch that hole first, then go home early." At this moment, a little fox carried something in its mouth and ran in from the door. Cheng Huang, upon seeing it, widened his eyes in astonishment. "Cyan Hu Dai Ren, how come?" Chang Sheng sat down and took the food bag. "You're here again. Bringing things to flatter me is useless. Right now, I can't even support myself. How can I take care of you?" Chang Huang, hearing this, whispered, "Master, it's not a dog, it's a fox." Chang Sheng, hearing the murmurs, turned to look at Cheng Huang. "Are you talking to me?" At the same time, the little fox stood up, gnashing its teeth and growling, "Dare to talk nonsense, you'll surely die." Chang Sheng gently touched the little fox's ear. "This little creature indeed has a spiritual nature. If you tried so hard, then I reluctantly let you stay. From now on, your name will be Xiao Bai. Okay." The little fox happily barked twice to please Chang Sheng. On a cool moonlit night, a Shui Long appeared, twisting and turning amidst the layers of clouds. That Shui Long was chasing after a Bai Long and loudly said, "GG, wait for me. Our father's condition is not good. We need to find someone to hear him." While flying, the Bai Long suddenly noticed a stream of golden light ahead. "Xiao King, look over there. What is that?" After speaking, the 2 dragons transformed into 2 petite girls. "I sense a powerful magical force attracting the souls of humans within that dazzling golden light. Surely it's a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, or perhaps there's a rare treasure appearing. Let's go and see." At this moment, Chang Sheng sat in the room looking at the system board with only 32 hours, 45 minutes, and 21 seconds left to live. His expression turned sour, his lips pursed, and his whole body trembled, looking truly miserable. To make matters worse, life played a cruel joke on him. With little time left, his stomach kept rumbling incessantly. Chang Sheng helplessly banged his head against the bed 30 times, silently crying, hoo, so hungry. All my money was taken by the system, can't even make it through a day." To console himself, Chang Sheng bit tightly on the blanket, his eyes teary. "Oh, system, dear system, if you do this before I wait for you to kill me, I'd die of starvation." Outside Chang Sheng's room, a rich stream of spirit golden light enveloped the area, but above it appeared the eerie presence of a demonic ghost, Nai Lai. The little fox sensed it and glanced upward, pondering, "What's that sound? Why does it contain so many incomprehensible things?" After thinking, the little fox took a leap and jumped onto the roof. The little fox raised its head, looking towards the moonlight, envisioning intimate scenes with Chang Sheng. The Falai within its body surged, an urge too strong to suppress. truly want to be with him under the moonlight. Demonic energy continuously absorbed into the little fox's body. Below, the 9 malicious demons had fused back together and were lurking outside Chang Sheng's room. After absorbing the demonic energy for a while, a little fox returned to its original form. The younger sister stood on the ceiling, glaring down at the demons. These eerie demonic ghosts had been dispersed by the Celestial Master, yet they dared to appear and disturb the Celestial Master's rest, truly ignorant of life and death. The amalgamated demons created an extremely terrifying surge of demonic energy, their eyes glaring, mouths salivating greedily, as if they wanted to devour something whole. Chang Huang stood beside, his face also turning pale. On the roof, the little fox unleashed its power, with the imposing presence of a fierce fox behind it. The demons below also didn't stay idle, amalgamating into a ferocious beast charging straight towards the little fox. Chang Huang stood behind, sweating profusely, trembling all over. Amidst the chaotic battle between the little fox's divine creatures and the 9 malicious demons, Chang Sheng remained peacefully asleep inside the house in a state of soulless slumber, dreaming a beautiful dream. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan sisters watched from afar, utterly astonished by the scene. GG, this demonic energy is too strong. How can this little Jing Yang see and summon such powerful demonesses at the same time? Bai Long looked down and saw the explosive battle below, remarking, no wonder the spirit surrounding the person inside the room treats these demonic beings like the sun in the night, impossible to ignore. Returning to the battle between the 2 demonesses, the imposing images of power clashed fiercely, appearing formidable and authoritative. In reality, the 2 demons were scratching and clawing at each other like jealous rivals. At that moment, a pair of white dragons descended from the sky with a loud roar. Which vile creature dares to wreak havoc in the mortal realm? Hearing this, the 2 demonesses turned their heads in astonishment, though their hands still grasped each other's hair. Bai Long stepped forward with a serious expression. Vile creatures indeed, few can remain calm in the presence of Bai Long. Yet you dare to stand here. Seems like you have some courage. Upon hearing this, the little fox glared fiercely, its mouth wide open as it exclaimed, "What's this about, you 2 worms? I see most of you are here for the man inside the room, aren't you? What's with the pretense of solemnity?" In contrast, the wicked demon turned with a sinister smile and suggested, "Or perhaps you'd like to collaborate with me. Let's eradicate this insolent fox together, and we'll each take half of the man." The little fox's expression darkened, its eyes sharp and cold like a demon's. It used its claws to press down the crazy woman's head and retorted, "You dare to insult me as the infidelity fox." With that, the little fox swung its fist at the crazy woman's face at a speed of 10,000 kilometers /egg, declaring, "I am the mystical fox of King Gao." Not finished yet, the little fox continued to offer a few more punches to the wicked demon, as if about to send her flying off the face of the earth. Then, with a lethal blow, the little fox shouted, "You dare to feast on my Xian Jam? I'll kill you right now." When the twin dragons saw it, tears and snot flowed continuously. GG, has this fox ever practiced cultivation? It's really scary. After the lethal blow, the little fox emerged within a shroud of dark aura, its eyes filled with a sinister aura. As for the wicked demon, only a remnant of a foul-smelling, blackened soul remained. The little fox glared ahead, clenching its jaws tightly, and shouted, "So, want to fight? I am the mystical fox of King Go." Upon hearing this, Bai Long clasped his hands together, forming a seal, and exclaimed ultimate thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, a mighty and fierce thunderbolt descended from the sky towards the little temple. At that moment, a barrier of golden light suddenly appeared, enveloping the little temple and halting the attack of the thunderbolt. At that moment, a Jingwang barrier suddenly appeared, enveloping the small courtyard, halting Shandian's attack. In the sky, the little monster Lation was struck by the Jingwang's power, causing its eyes to bulge and blood to trickle from its mouth. Below, Bai Long was entangled, gazing upward as if anticipating something. Why has the entire ultimate thunder vanished? Where is my ultimate thunder? Upon seeing this, the little mystical fox immediately rushed forward, eyes ablaze. Where, daring to wield magic in Xianfu, truly ignorant of one's own strength. With a forceful push, the fox sent Bai Long staggering back hundreds of meters. Bai Long fell to the ground, inadvertently glancing over to see a sword emitting a dazzling light. Could it be that the Gao Ren from the outer world, the one I seek, has been rescued by my father? But mystical fox showed no mercy to Bai Long, charging into combat alongside her dragon sister in a fierce duel. Lai Chunfeng hid in the bushes, tears streaming down, now gaping in astonishment. Are these fairies fighting? While the 2 sisters battled on, mystical fox unleashed the 3 Samadhi true fire technique. Bai Long, undeterred, employed the Biad Guaquan Shu technique to dispel the evil spirits and counterattack. Subsequently, the two girls crossed paths in midair, with Bai Long leaping onto the rooftop to continue her Daixia Tian Lam, Bodhisattva of ancient might technique. Bai Long sat on the rooftop, leaning against a pillar, exhausted from the battle with Mystical Fox. Sensing Bai Long's anger, Mystical Fox grew furious and aimed a kick at Bai Long. However, Bai Long's sister swiftly leaped up and accidentally kicked a nearby tree, causing Mystical Fox to chase after her. Meanwhile, Chang Sheng sat in the room in a state of frenzy, yelling, "This is unacceptable. Let's see who's being so rude, making noise every night." Chang Sheng, visibly enraged, stepped outside with a menacing expression, startling Bai Long. Seeing Bai Long restraining the little Mystical Fox like a sweet pet, Chang Sheng entered the house and shut the door. Bai Long, bewildered by the situation, and Chang Sheng appeared confused, saying, "Oh my god, seems like the noise has been too much, causing hallucinations at night." So he decided to open that door once more, squinting to get clear view. What met his eyes was the impressive reversal maneuver by the little Mystical Fox. Witnessing this scene, Chang Sheng broke out in a sweat. He gasped loudly, "What is this situation?" Bai Long was overwhelmed, her eyes turning green. Mystical Fox, pleased with her accomplishment, showed no interest in the current situation. Shen Chang Sheng then raised his voice, yelling, "Xiao Bai, you darn dog. So many people enter the house without a bark from you. What use are you?" Shouting like this, yet receiving no response from his Xiao Bai, Chang Sheng stepped out of the door, scanning the surroundings sternly. "Oh, where's my dog?" he exclaimed. Anger flaring in his mind, he dashed towards the two girls fiercely grappling with each other, shouting loudly, "Stop it! Why are you fighting in my courtyard in the middle of the night? And where's my dog?" Bai Long, upon hearing this, glared at the fox, gritting her teeth and retorted, "Ordinary person, stop making a fuss. I'm saving your life." Chang Sheng stepped forward, grabbing Bai Long's hand. "What's bothering you?" "Who knows? Maybe you've stolen my dog. Come with me and beat the authorities." As Shen Chang Sheng's hands made contact with the two girls, their facial expressions showed clear delight, as if some force was exerting pressure on their bodies, causing them to tremble. After absorbing the power, Bai Long's chest suddenly swelled, and she angrily exclaimed to him, "You fool from your houseful, I am the princess of Longzhou Donghai. Did you almost lose your life to this fox? If I hadn't intervened in time, you would have been dead." Chang Sheng pushed the little fox aside and turned to Bai Long, replying, "Oh my god! You dare accuse me of stealing my own dog? What kind of dog theft? I don't have any." Chang Sheng firmly grasped Bai Long's hand and shouted, "Enough, Princess Longzhou, right? A fox, right? Let's see if you can distinguish right from wrong in front of me." Then Chang Sheng used one arm to lift Bai Long up high, saying, "I won't pretend anymore. I am a believer in socialism, a citizen who abides by the laws of a civilized society, a pioneer in street cleanliness, and the runner-up in the National Children's Latin Dance Competition." Bai Long blushed shyly, secretly thinking he's truly not an ordinary person. Just a light touch in my cultivation, my fa lai, which couldn't break through in my body, is rapidly increasing. This feeling is so pleasant. That rascal quickly released my older sister. Hearing this, Bai Long murmured, "Xiao King, it's not necessary." Chang Sheng quickly extended his enormous hand to block Xiao King's path, saying, "Dare to resist." Chun Feng and the little fox sitting nearby watched as Chang Sheng spun Bai Long around like a top, then exclaimed loudly, "Wow! Gao Ran is playing with dragons now, ha ha! The master is truly majestic." Chun Feng, witnessing the scene, widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Like Chun Feng has cultivated for so many years, today is like a feast for my eyes. The great immortal in legends is only this much." After being spun around by Chang Sheng for a while, the two girls sat in a corner, feeling timid and fearful, entering people's homes without permission, disturbing others' sleep, and even stealing my dog. Don't think just because you're women, I'll let it slide. Still young and don't know what's good, speak up. Where have you hidden my dog? As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Chun Feng hugged the little fox and rushed straight towards Chang Sheng like a gust of wind. "Xian Zhang, your dog is here. Holy fuck, what a shock. Where did you come from?" Chang Sheng pointed forward. "Do you know you almost scared someone to death? Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to fix the door and leave?" Lai Chun Feng, hearing this with her eyes as black as a panda's, shouted, "Xian Zhang's cultivation is profound. I want. Afterward, he gathered all his determination and knelt down to present the little fox to Chang Sheng, saying loudly, "I would ask Xian Zhang to accept me as a disciple." Finishing, Chun Feng continued to put on a pitiful look, tears flowing incessantly. "Please teach me the cultivation method." In the morning, as the sunlight streamed in, a bird with dark plumage soared through the sky, heading towards the brilliant light ahead. This was Hai Ying Wang, one of the Saida Yao Wang. After flying for a while, Hai Ying Wang landed on a lighthouse, its face gazing intently ahead. It turned out to be looking towards the radiant light. What's happening at Jinghua? Why does it make me feel horrified looking at that brilliant light? Hai Ying Wang's eyes narrowed as it recalled. Hai Shan Do Wang instructed me to scout the area. This is the territory of Jiuchu and Yin Guai, yet there's a shining Jingguang. Could there be a Bao Wu emerging? At this point, Hai Ying Wang's greed surged. Surrounded by demonic energy, haha. If I bring back this Bao Wu, Hai Shan Do Wang will surely appoint me as the leader of Saida Yao Wan. This time, I must make those three accept me sincerely. Half an hour later, in Chang Sheng's small room, he sat solemnly before the two dragon sisters and the Dao Shi kneeling in front of him. Seeing Zhang, the situation is like this, the Dao Shi explained. The little mystical fox pounced, licking Chang Sheng's face, causing him to blink bewilderedly. Lai Chunfeng, stop causing trouble. I'm just an ordinary person. I have no cultivation method to teach you. There are no evil spirits in my small courtyard. Why don't you leave? After speaking, Chang Sheng continued to gaze at the two dragon sisters. You both just told me that your father is seriously ill, passing by here to ask for medicine and then fighting with Mystical Fox, making up many stories, and the dog theft incident was my misunderstanding. If you want me to cure your father, it's not possible. I suggest you invite a doctor home to examine your father, which is the right thing to do. With that, Chang Sheng slung a basket over his shoulder, furrowing his brows. All right, it's already morning, and I don't have breakfast to treat you all. I have to go make a living. You can go on your own. After Chang Sheng left, Xiao King suddenly burst into tears. GG, we upset Xian Jian. That's why he didn't agree to help us. Unexpectedly, Mystical Fox is the pet that Xian Jiang nurtures. It seems we have to show 12 times our willingness. 2. I am Lai Chunfeng, pleased to meet you. The three turned to look at Chang Sheng's departing figure. Then the little fox, sitting inside the basket, poked its head out, teasing Lu, look who's in a pickle. A while later, Chang Sheng along with the little fox made their way to the marketplace to start selling Sin Fa. He slammed his hand down on the table, striking a super cool pose. Open up shop, open up shop. Upon hearing the call, a crowd of curious and bustling townsfolk formed a line. Shen Dashi, show us first. I have money, last time Shen Dashi. Scared that old man into kneeling, must truly have some skills. Before me could sell a single copy of Fa, suddenly a high-ranking official appeared with a group of guards. Clear the way, everyone move aside for me. He was Fang Xian from Jingyang Xian. Fang Xian approached and pointed at Chang Sheng's face. There's a report someone is deceiving people on the street. Is it you? Hearing this, Chang Sheng stomped his foot on the table. Whoever reported that trying to catch me. As he finished speaking, the two guards pointed their sticks at Chang Sheng's neck. Just then, Wu Fan stepped forward, calling out loudly, Gao Ren, Gao Ren. He approached Chang Sheng and pointed in one direction. It's not good. Zhu Chao, how she has trouble. Indeed, when Fang Xiaoxian looked ahead, he saw a thick concentration of demonic energy surrounding Chang Sheng's small courtyard. That direction is Yang La Fang of Zhu Chao, how she, isn't it? Look quickly. The demonic energy is truly terrifying. Why are demons causing chaos in broad daylight? You don't know, the demons in this Zhu Chao Hao Shi are extremely dangerous. However, contrary to this, Chang Sheng didn't see any trace of evil energy or demonic energy and exclaimed, Are you serious? The sky is clearly very blue. Fang Jixian was astonished at hearing this. Then Chang Sheng glanced at Wu Fan with a darkened expression. Da Hu Zi, what's the meaning of this? Are you so idle that you have to play jokes on me? Back at Chang Sheng's courtyard, Hai Ying Wang was rummaging around for Bao Wu, where are you? Come out and follow me home. Where did you hide? You're not here, not there either. After a while of searching with items scattered everywhere, Hai Ying Wang scratched his head murmuring, Strange, I clearly saw this courtyard emitting a golden light earlier, which was the manifestation of Bao Wu's presence. Why can't I find it now? At the same time, in the bustling marketplace, the people were gathered like at a festival. Come here quickly. Shen Dashi is about to perform demon catching on the scene. These demons from the old Zhu Chao Hao Shi have harmed our Jing Yang Xian for many years. In the roadside bushes, the pair of Shuang Long and Dao Shi Chun Feng were lurking and listening to the excited chatter of the people around. Here it comes, it's indeed this Zhu Chao Hao Shi. Let's see how Shen Dashi handles it. Upon hearing this, the three of them widened their eyes and exclaimed in unison, Excellent, Master is back. At this moment, Chang Sheng led the way with a cool and stylish demeanor, holding a fan like a nobleman, with Wu Fan behind him holding the banner of Wu Liang Tianzun and Feng Jiaxian beside him holding the banner of Dao Gilai Yixian. Behind them, the little mystical fox glided through the bushes, conveniently giving a swift smack to Shuan Long and the Dao Shi on the head. After the smack, the little fox transformed into human form, turning to face the people behind with a look of anger. You can't even protect the house, yet you want to stay by Gao Ren's side and seek cultivation method. The one inside the house is Ha Ying Wang, one of the side Da Yao Wang under the command of Hai Shan Da Wang. We are truly no match for him. The little fox squinted and sneered, Then you stay here and watch closely. Even if Hai Shan Da Wang comes himself, the master will turn him to dust. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, Hai Ying Wang heard a faint voice. Hai Shan, Gao Ren eliminates demons. Upon hearing this, Hai Ying Wang's body stiffened, his eyes glaring fiercely as he exclaimed, not good. Before descending the mountain, Hai Shan Da Wang had warned about a place called Cantian Jian, where Gao Ren resides. Could it be that we are targeted by them? After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the courtyard. Wu Fan turned around and said cheerfully, Gao Ren, this place is dangerous, full of unpredictable factors outside. I'll stay out here to protect them. As for the demonic creatures inside, I'll leave them to you. It's not because I'm afraid, brother. If you can eliminate Guilai in the Jiu Chao Hao Shi, I'll believe you're not a fraud. Finishing his words, Feng Jiaxian turned his face elsewhere, smirked slyly, and said with a cunning smile, If this kid can't do it, I'll fight him in front of everyone, a warning to the criminals in Jing Yang Xian. It's very beneficial for maintaining order in this district. Truly, I understand human nature and have many strategies. Inside, Hai Ying Wang now looked at life with half an eye. Just now, I did hear them mention someone named Gao Ren coming. It seems we can't stay here for long. Next time, I'll come to find this Bao Wu. With that said, he immediately used his wall-penetrating technique to fly straight into the wall. However, some force blocked Hai Ying Wang's steps, causing him to bump straight into the wall. Dizzying. How eerie. Just then, hearing the noise, Chang Sheng opened the door and walked in. What's all this? Gunshots. That couldn't have been a mouse earlier. Hai Ying Wang lay on the ceiling, looking down to see Chang Sheng twirling the mirror around like a clueless fool, muttering to himself, What a mouse. Is he talking about me? Could he be Gao Ren? Just stepping into the room, he detected my presence. But it's too much. Whether good or bad, I'm still Ying Wang. What right does he have to catch me? Outside the door, Wu Fan and Feng Jiaxian's men stared at the door intently, but there was not a sound to be heard. Wu Fan tightened his grip on the table, its face gleeful. Truly Gao Ren, just stepping into the room, the demonic creature inside was immediately suppressed. Chang Sheng lowered his head, staring at the items on the table. The old man with the beard insisted that the house was haunted, and now, look at this, the whole county is surrounding it. Chang Sheng's expression darkened as he thought about being chained up, taking a deep breath. If today's performance doesn't go well, my livelihood might be at stake. I may even end up captured by Feng Jiaxian and thrown into prison. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by the annoying system notification. Remaining survival time, 29:23:33. Countdown to the end of the time will directly kill the host. Seeing this, Chang Sheng focused on the items on the table, including 2 secret manuals, a Zippo lighter, and an iPhone 15 Pro Max. If I'm thrown into prison counting down the time until it's over, then I'm as good as dead. With no other option, he had to use his brain to think. Wait a minute, there's a smartphone. It seems like I have a solution now. Not only can I escape danger, but I might even seize the opportunity to make some big money. After this train of thought, he grabbed the iPhone 15 Pro Max and swiped continuously. Luckily, I brought some movies with me on the phone to watch to pass the time. Just as he opened up a movie, strange sounds suddenly came from outside. Aiku, yabi kudasai. Startled, Wu Fan and Feng Jiaxian froze in shock. Hearing those sounds, Feng and Jiaxian looked bewildered. What's that sound? It must be the demons causing chaos, but this demon's cries sound odd. Inside the room, Chang Sheng, with a determined look, quickly swiped the phone screen. Oops, wrong choice. Luckily, there's no one here, or it would be embarrassing. Hai Ying Wang, lying on the ceiling, widened his eyes. What kind of magic is that can emit magic power on its own? But I've never heard of any magic like Yambi Kudasai, Dame, IQ, or whatever. Below, Chang Sheng raised his iPhone 15 Pro Max to capture a stunning photo, inadvertently including Hai Ying Wang in the frame. Unfortunately, in the era of Tang, there was no network, so besides being able to take a picture, it was just like a brick. As he pressed the capture button, the flash suddenly lit up, shining into Hai Ying Wang's eyes, causing him to scream in fear. Ah! What is this light? My eyes, oh my god, my body is injured. Now lying on the ceiling, foaming at the mouth, Hai Ying Wang trembled all over. This ordinary person clearly discovered me, pretending not to see, waiting for me to relax my guard, then using advanced magic to attack me. Below, Chang Sheng continued to pose for a selfie, seemingly unaware of anything. Hai Ying Wang, seeing this, could only helplessly think the thoughts of this ordinary person are truly cruel. Outside, Feng Xian and the crowd waited anxiously, his face darkening as he spoke. Shen Dashi, delaying time won't work. If you don't come out, I'll come in and get you. Standing beside him, Wu Fan heard this and narrowed his eyes, replying, You are sure? Such narrow-mindedness daring to doubt Gao Ren. As he finished speaking, Shen Chang Sheng walked out the door, saying, Come here, Feng Xian. What's the rush? Didn't you all say that the Jiu Chao Hao Shi has been occupied by Glili for years and no one can break through? Today, Shen Chang Sheng will take action, and the demons in Jiu Chao Hao Shi will be captured alive by me. After speaking, Shen Chang Sheng raised his phone screen forward. In the screen, a female demon emerged with a grotesque face, sharp fangs. The evidence is here, see for yourselves. The crowd, upon seeing this, gasped in fear, and around them, strands of purple demonic energy began to rise. The demoness emerged from the well, using her sharp, red-painted claws to scratch the ground. Witnessing the scene before them, Wu Fan and the people behind him turned pale, sweat pouring like rain. The demonic aura is too strong, even stronger than the original Jiuchuan Yin God. Seeing the frightened crowd, Chang Sheng pointed at the screen. Everyone, don't be afraid. This demon has been sealed by me here. Won't harm the mortal realm anymore. Upon hearing this, the demoness responded mockingly, Really? What's the meaning of this? Then Chang Sheng turned the screen back and started rewinding the video. Look at this. If I want her to move forward, she moves forward. And if I want her to retreat, she retreats. As he rewound the video for a while, it came to a peculiar scene where a Japanese actress writhed with a seductive demeanor, moaning sensually. Ignoring this, Chang Sheng immediately brought up the image of the girl, shaking his phone screen vigorously. Well, do you see my prowess or not? Wu Fan, upon seeing this, immediately raised both hands towards the sky, then slammed them forcefully on his thigh to awaken himself. The surrounding crowd began to cheer. The female demon's resentment permeates the heavens, yet she is played with by Shen Dashi in the palm of his hand like this. Exemplary prowess, vanquishing evil spirits, protecting the innocent, boundless virtue. Feng Xian, trembling, stepped forward and pointed at the phone screen. Why did this fa case suddenly darken? Damn, it ran out of battery at this time. Seeing this, Chang Sheng hurriedly tucked his smartphone into his clothing, then raised his hand to his mouth, clearing his throat. Opening the celestial eye isn't as easy as that. The scene just now was already extravagant for ordinary people like you all. However, today you may witness something tainted by its negative energy. I fear that in the future, Jiu Chao Hao Shi will face difficulties. Nevertheless, I've studied a bit of exorcism recently and even wrote some characters that can suppress Jiu Chao Hao Shi. Upon hearing this, the crowd, including Feng Xian, immediately offered money to Chang Sheng. Master, please, you must give us the key. We've been queuing since early this morning, so it's our turn now. Even officials shouldn't cut in line. In the midst of the bustling crowd, 3 young men hastily squeezed through. Where are you going? There's a Gao Ren in Jiu Chao Hao Shi. Nowadays, everywhere in Jingyang Xian, people queue up like ants. It's truly miraculous. I saw Shen Dashi subdue Guilai with my own eyes. Could it possibly be fake? Since Jingyang Xian has been saved, I'll also go ask for a favor. Down below, 2 young men holding scrolls of Sinfa appeared, one with hair, one bald, one crying, one laughing. Shen Dashi is truly kind. Even with swollen hands, he still grants us ki. So touching. How could that be fake? That's called entrepreneurial spirit. It's written like that in the dialogue script. After a while, most of the crowd dispersed, but unfortunately, Chang Sheng's hand now resembled a monster's. It's been tough for everyone today. Stay for a meal. I've cleaned up the studio beforehand, been writing all day. My hand is almost turning into a printer. Chang Sheng, with his monstrous hands, struggled to open the door. To make matters worse, he ran into 4 die-hard fans staring at him with sparkling eyes. Seeing this, he immediately slammed the door shut, tossed gold coins into the air in his room with an extremely elated expression. Ha 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 ha. Now that I have money, I finally don't have to bow down to the system anymore. I'm now a player in a wealthy system. The crowd of Wu Fan and Shuang Long, upon hearing Chang Sheng's words, rejoiced as if it were a bumper harvest. Shan Bi, Xian Jiang telling us to stay for dinner, Does that mean he's acknowledged us? That's great. That's great. Why does the little fox feel like she's about to fall out of favor? Suddenly, the temple brightened with Jingwang's radiance, accompanied by the words, "Rise again, it's our time." The die-hard fans, witnessing the scene before them, were dumbfounded. The demonic energy is gone. Could it be that Gao Ren intervened? Meanwhile, Hai Yingwang, sitting on the ceiling and affected by the spell, choked on his own saliva. Earlier it was Fei Lai, now it's Jingguang. What sin have I committed? Looking down below, Chang Sheng stared intently at a few gold coins and sighed. Oh well, the money isn't even hot yet and it's already gone. Now his remaining lifespan had increased to 275 1810. Chang Sheng clasped his hands together, praying for the system to display 6 hours over 6 weights. Immediately, the system displayed the manual soap-making method. 1. Grind shells into powder. 2. Add water to the shell powder for vegetation. 3. Pour the liquid mixture on top. 4. Shape and cut into pieces. 5. Allow 10 to 35 days for saponification reaction. After reading it, Shen Chang Sheng's eyes turned into coins, smiling brightly. Wow. The manual soap-making method, this is great stuff. Nowadays, ordinary people all use beans for bathing. Isn't soap more convenient? Money will flow in abundance. Chang Sheng looked dismayed, staring at the empty chest, his face as green as leaves. But I only have 10 days, and making soap also takes at least 10 days. I should still think of other ways to make money. In his sadness, Ha Ying Wang fell from the ceiling with a thud, feathers, and fur scattered everywhere. Startling him, that's the surprise. What is that? Curiously, Chang Sheng stepped forward and grabbed Hai Yingwang, realizing that the disturbance earlier wasn't a mouse, but a wild chicken that flew into the small courtyard. Well, indeed, wild chickens could be this big without any hesitation. Chang Sheng hoisted Hai Yingwang onto his shoulder. Poor kid, must have been trapped in the room for so long, probably starving. Chang Sheng tucked Hai Yingwang under his arm and walked out the door. Luckily you ran into me. I'm a kind-hearted person. Even grass wouldn't dare to trample under my feet. Hearing this, Lai Chunfeng and Shuang Long's people stood hesitantly behind the door. Could it be that Gao Ren intends to use the transformation technique to revive Ying Wang? It can't be. If that happens, the consequences would be unpredictable. Gao Ren, with his generous and loving heart, always treats Yao Yue equally truly worthy of being a Xianzhang. In Xianzhang's eyes, all beings are equal. If Xianzhang can revive Ying Wang, then curing his father's illness is just a minor matter. A moment later, the fanatic fans, upon seeing Chang Sheng's accomplishment, bulged their eyes and exclaimed loudly, "Who would have thought?" So it turns out it's grilling. Not done yet, Shen Chang Sheng proceeded to sprinkle more sweet seasoning onto his roast of Hai Ying Wang. However, the scent that wafted up was not fragrant, but rather a pungent odor of demonic energy. The fanatic fans, upon witnessing this, murmured to themselves, the meat of Da Yao is extremely toxic, and yet Gao Ren wants to eat it. Chang Sheng skewered the succulent and aromatic pieces of chicken onto his fork, saying, "You all have waited long enough. Enjoy my craftsmanship. It smells delightful, doesn't it?" The 4 fanatic siblings, their faces drained of color and not a drop of blood left, said, "Gao Ren, we remember we still have matters to attend to. Who won't bother you anymore? We'll return home. Our mother won't allow us to be late. Elder sister, younger sister doesn't want to die. Hu. Sao King, don't be afraid. If Master Zhang rewards us, how could we dare refuse? After elder sister passes away, younger sister must plead with Master Zhang to save the prince." After speaking, Bai Long reached out for a piece of chicken and said, "Master Zhang, allow me to go first." Suddenly, a beam of light swiftly passed through the missing piece of chicken, disappearing instantly. Looking over, I saw the culprit was none other than the little fox, tightly gripping the gigantic chicken drumstick in its mouth. Chang Sheng angrily exclaimed, "Bai Long hasn't even eaten yet. Spit out that femoral for me." However, the little fox paid no heed to its master and enjoyed the delicious drumstick, absorbing all the demonic energy emanating from it. Upon seeing this, Shuang Long widened their eyes in utter surprise. Mystical Fox Chuanbi is willing to risk poisoning for our sake. Even within a celestial fox, there exists benevolence. Quickly, the piece of meat was reduced to a bare bone. Then suddenly, the little mystical fox stood up, its head spinning, causing Chang Sheng and the others to gasp in astonishment. "Xiao Bai, what's wrong with you?" After staggering for a moment, the little mystical fox collapsed unconscious to the ground. Has mystical fox Tianbai been poisoned to death? Chang Sheng approached, lifting the fox's tail in bewilderment, still alive and enjoying it. "Why do you seem rather content?" The mystical fox, with an amused expression, whispered, "Ah, so comfortable. My whole body feels filled with vital essence." It's no wonder the meat roasted by Master Ying Wang is so exquisite. Bai Long, witnessing this scene, was horrified. No, not dead, but that's Ying Wang's meat. Even fairies can be poisoned to death. Chang Sheng stepped forward, cutting a few pieces of meat for Chun Feng and Wu Fan. Come, everyone has helped me all day. I can't let you go home with empty stomachs. While it's still warm, give it a try. Chun Feng picked up the plate of chicken and glanced over at Wu Fan. Shall we give it a try? The mystical fox was already deeply immersed in enjoyment. When the master takes action, it surpasses your imagination. Ying Wang, roasted by the master, is even better than the feast I'm gaunting. At this moment, Shuang Long reluctantly stuffed a piece of meat into their mouth and chewed silently. Chun Feng and Wu Fan also bit into the meat with tears in their eyes. After finishing eating, Shuang Long burst into power, twisting and secretly stimulating each other. This vital essence is so pure. I can't contain this excitement. Please don't break through anymore. My body can't handle it anymore. GG. My amass cultivation seems to be breaking through too. As soon as they finished speaking, 2 streams of golden and green vital essence shot straight into the sky from Chang Sheng's small courtyard. Xiao King GG also had a breakthrough. This roasted chicken of Master Xian is indeed exquisite. After the breakthrough, the 2 sisters sat embracing each other. Seeing this, Chang Sheng stepped forward, pretending to be stern. Not a bad reaction. With my current cooking skills, these ancient people really can't resist. If I open a barbecue restaurant, even Yu Hong won't be able to resist. On the other side, Chun Feng and Wu Fan also burst into power, embracing each other and dancing the tango. There's so much vital essence in this roasted chicken. I feel like I'm about to sprout wings and fly away. Yes, that's right. My body is restless, as if that power is about to overflow like a stream. Chang Sheng witnessed the scene before him, his eyes widening in shock. What? These 2 did that? It's a bit too much to bear. Suddenly, Bai Long remembered his father transmitting his seawater essence at Long Gong, tears welling up. While I was enjoying my blessings granted by the master, the life of my father at Long Gong was in danger. I'm truly an unfilial child. With that thought, Bai Long burst into uncontrollable tears, causing Chang Sheng to turn his head in surprise. Oh, why the tears? I didn't do anything to upset you, not even a dash of Tabasco sauce. Shuang Long knelt before Chang Sheng. Xian Zhang, Xiao Bag pleads with you for medicine to save our father. Both my me and I are willing to sacrifice our lives to stay by your side. I've said it, I don't know medicine, and he doesn't remember. Finishing his plea, he fixed his gaze on the sky, an idea forming. So be it. At this moment, when we lack manpower, you and my Mai stay by my side to help. When the time comes to earn money, I'll share it with you. With money, we can cure your father. What do you think? Please heed the master's arrangement. Jing Yang Xian ventured into the night, delving deep into the forest 10 kilometers from the outskirts of the village. In the darkness, a pair of gleaming eyes emerged, fixed on the bloodied corpses. Then, from the shadows, a tiger with fierce visage and sharp fangs stepped forth. It was known as Hu Wang Manshan, one of the Side Yao Wan. Manshan prowled, sniffing the currents of air around the forest. This vulture, it mused. Let it scout ahead and assess the situation while I wait for my hunger to grow. At dawn's first light, as the sun began to rise, birds chirped and sang. Somewhere, a melody rose. Sunshine bright, flowers bloom, birdsong early, early, early. Below, Shuang Long sat in a dignified manner, listening to the faint melody. Elder sister, listen, he said. What is Xian Zhang singing, and why does it sound? Before he could finish, Bai Long and Wu Fan burst into tears. Gratitude to Xian Zhang for the grace, quickly seized this time to learn, cannot waste the goodwill of Gao Ren. The fox, observing, furrowed its brow and muttered, indeed, they have yet to experience life's trials. Inside the room, Chang Sheng lay stretching his legs, humming and gazing intently at the system interface. Ha 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 ha! Ever since activating the system, every day feels like living with a sword hanging over my head. This is the first time I've slept soundly without worrying about survival time. Then he glanced at the interface displaying a collection of fine wines and murmured, seems like the quickest profit comes from brewing wine. Luckily, I have modern culinary skills. I'll open an outdoor grill and sell some roasted chicken, duck, and such. And I can have Xiao Bai and Xiao King, 2 beauties, serve. I doubt the people of ancient times can resist. After pondering for a moment, he opened the door, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming with mischief, and a crooked smile forming. As soon as Chang Sheng stepped out, Shuang Long spoke up loudly, startling him. Xian Zhang, please assign us a task for today. Shout whatever you need to shout. You made us jump out of our skin. These 2 girls seem determined to be our attendants. So Chang Sheng took out a large sum of money from somewhere and handed it to Bai Long. In that case, I'll give you a task. Take this money and buy some wine, but make sure to avoid Jiulu and look for cheaper taverns. Yes, Xian Tang. After speaking, Xiao Bai and Xiao King immediately left. Shen Chang Sheng stood behind and shouted vigorously, "Leave early, come back early, and while you're at it, gather some intact bamboo shoots. That won't cost money. Take as many as you need. Xian Zhang can rest assured. We'll fulfill the task." After that, Wu Fan and Chun Feng stepped forward, clasping their hands in a gesture of respect. If the repairs at the cemetery and the Daozang are completed, we must return to Miao Chenghua. If anything happens here that requires Wu Fan's assistance, just call for me. You can go on your own, they said. As Cheng Huang departed, his expression darkened. Acting so deeply. That's the top specialty of yours if being an actor is considered, he remarked. Dealing with one troublesome individual, Chang Sheng noticed Chun Feng flashing a confident smile. Are you leaving too? Xiao Dao's fidelity might be a bit low, but I'm devoted to Xian Zhang. Please allow me to stay by your side to learn, Chun Feng requested. Chang Sheng agreed immediately upon hearing this, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. In that case, you shall accompany me. Many thanks, Kai Bei, he replied. At that moment, Chang Sheng thought to himself, with free manpower available, one would be foolish not to accept. So Chang Sheng and Chun Feng, along with the little fox, walked through a bustling marketplace, the sounds of vendors shouting their wares filling the air. Sharpening knives here, fresh buns just out of the oven, come and see, all high-quality goods here, any mistakes. Above the wine stalls, prices were displayed. Nep rice wine, 1 silver coin, 7 silver coins for barley wine, Cian Ren spirit, 10 silver coins. Chang Sheng looked at the price board and sighed deeply. I've miscalculated. Modern people can afford cheap white wine due to the dual development of industrial technology and food production volume. Distilling wine is good too, but my current capital isn't enough to produce wholesale. With this in mind, Chang Sheng rubbed his temples, furrowing his brows. Forget it. Let's focus on selling roast duck first to accumulate some startup capital. Lost in thought, Chun Feng suddenly nudged him on the shoulder and spoke up. Qianbi, why are you paying attention to material possessions like money? Are they really just material possessions to someone who truly sees them as such? Shen Chang Sheng, angered, pointed towards the plump girl in front of them. Then let me examine you. What do you see there? Chun Feng widened his eyes and replied, a noble figure. At this, the two young men leaned into each other and whispered, to ordinary eyes, she appears to be clad in silk. To cultivators, her demeanor exudes wealth. But what people fail to see is that the material possessions on her represent the essence of the world. He imagined himself holding a fishing rod standing on a pile of gold, material possessions, and the essence of the world. What are they? Let's talk about gold. Gold is the residual sunlight absorbed during the collision of ancient stars when the universe began to form, preceding even the heavens and earth. It was brought to our world from the eternal void, coexisting with the sources of power of Jiu. For millions of years, we have only been mining it, using it as decoration. You only see its outward appearance, not realizing its age, nor its connection to both heaven and earth. So, is it still just material possession? Chun Feng, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and opened his mouth in astonishment. So that's how it is. Moments later, Chun Feng immediately knelt down and bowed his head before Chang Sheng. As Tiao Dao nears enlightenment, seeing things as they are, unable to escape worldly matters, I am grateful for Xian Zhang's guidance. Observing this, he thought to himself, such a trivial matter. It seems I've deceived you to the point where you can't distinguish between east and west. You'll just have to obediently serve as a guard for my roast chicken shop. Ha 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 ha. After bowing, Chun Feng raised his head. I dare not conceal it. Xiao Dao's cultivation has been stagnant for many years, shrouded by mundane concerns. Just now, thanks to Xian Zhang's guidance, I'm on the brink of breakthrough. I hope for your success. If you are truly sincere, I will guide you further. So Chang Sheng leaned in and whispered in his ear. Advancing in cultivation methods is certainly useless. Try using my mantra. Xiao Dao listened intently. The value of life has dual aspects, truly manifested in dedication. Realizing the value of bright conditions, the collective enjoys harmony and prosperity. The ideal enlightenment beyond the heavens, enduring hardships with a steadfast heart. That is the historical materialist value perspective. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng put on a serious expression. The value of life has dual aspects, enduring hardships. Chang Sheng, sitting amidst the dust, chuckled with delight. Exactly. Just like that. Now, Chun Feng felt as if he had wandered into the realm of fairies. Gao Ren's dozen or so characters had expanded the horizons of his mind, finally dispelling the lingering darkness. With this in mind, Chun Feng turned to Chang Sheng with tears streaming down his face. Thanks to Gao Ren's enlightenment, I will remember these 30 characters by heart and recite them at all times. It's true that children are easy to teach. I have progressive thoughts, but it will take you 10 years to understand, he said. Chang Sheng glanced at Chun Feng, who was shedding tears, and chuckled with amusement. Tee! It seems this fellow is about to be ensnared by me. Let's see how my little trick benefits me, he thought. After contemplating for a moment, Chang Sheng turned to another person and asked in a stern tone, Li Dao Zhang, you've been cultivating for many years. Let me ask you, there are countless gods in this world who can attain longevity through enlightenment. Why do so many people want to become kings without seeking enlightenment to achieve longevity? Chun Feng immediately widened his eyes. Your Majesty naturally also seeks longevity, but achieving longevity is too difficult. Our cultivators aim to prolong life by only a decade or so. Very few can live to be 100. The two characters for longevity are not as easy as they seem, he explained. As soon as he finished his sentence, Chang Sheng's body emitted a brilliant beam of light. Longevity is nothing difficult. Since today, I've already lived for over 1,000 years. Now is the era of the great Tang Dynasty, from the 8th century to the 21st century, before I crossed over. That's not 1,200 years? Chun Feng was astonished to hear this, his face darkening. Xian Zhang is indeed an extraordinary immortal, not just a fairy, who could live for over 1,000 years. After pondering, Chun Feng approached his expression knave. May I ask, Xian Zhang, if Xiao Dao continues on the path of cultivation, could he attain immortality, achieving longevity? Chang Sheng, hearing this, stifled a delighted smile with his fan. You taking the bait? Yeah. Then Chang Sheng turned to another direction, striking a cool pose. I will speak for others, but if someone follows me in cultivation for 2 to 3 years, it shouldn't be a problem. Chun Feng, upon hearing this, was overjoyed as if he had just found gold, his eyes widening with a wide grin. So, does that mean you're willing to accept me as your disciple? Chang Sheng turned, his whole body enveloped in a pure white aura. Normally, I don't accept disciples casually. Previously, I didn't accept you just to test your commitment to the path. Now, seeing you have some talent and potential, I reluctantly accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng immediately knelt down at Chang Sheng's feet in front of the surrounding crowd. Shifu, please accept Lai Chun Feng's respect, he said. Seeing this, Chang Sheng turned to another direction, a sly smile breaking out, sweat glistening on his forehead. All right, many people are watching. He once claimed to be Huan Tian Kuang, so I suppose I don't need to teach you any magic. But there are other things Venerable Master can impart. If you address me as Shifu, of course, I won't treat you poorly. Get up and help me set up first. Then the two disciples went shopping to buy ducks before returning to their temple. Shifu, should we roast these ducks? Chun Feng asked. Chang Sheng chuckled as he opened the door and stepped inside the house. That's Venerable Master's football for wealth, you'll see in a moment. Entering the room, they saw a chubby man wiping sweat from his forehead. Shen Xian Zhang, this is the duck roasting oven I made according to your request. What do you think? He asked. Chang Sheng looked approvingly at his duck roasting oven and praised. Your craftsmanship is not bad. It only took half a day to make. Lai Chun Feng, you can reward him on behalf of Venerable Master. Hearing this, Chun Feng handed the chubby man a bag of money, tears streaming down his face. Xian Zhang, there's no need for this. Who dares to accept money from you? Your writing hangs in our house, and now everyone is healthy and well-fed. This is all your blessings, he said. After the chubby man left, Chang Sheng also waved goodbye. Shen Xian Zhang, no need for a farewell. Whatever you need, just let me know anytime. Thank you. And next time you buy characters, I'll give you a 20% discount. Chang Sheng looked at the money in his hand with a sly smile. Ah, people from Deptang Zhengguan are indeed straightforward. It won't be easy to spend this money. As the scene shifted to Shuang Long's sisters, Xiao King and Xiao Bai had completed their task, buying wine and bringing back a bundle of bamboo. GG. What does Jian Zhang need these bamboos for? Xian Zhang has his reasons. Let's hurry back and not keep him waiting. On their way, Bai Long accidentally passed by a small temple, emitting a strong demonic aura. Bai Long noticed and turned to look. Demonic energy. The smell of blood is so strong. A thick wave of demonic energy emanated from the temple, prompting them to speak. Xiao King, there must be Yao Gui causing trouble inside the temple. Let's go in and take a look. Inside the temple, innocent people's corpses lay in pools of blood, with sharp fangs gnawing on the bodies, revealing it to be a tiger Manson. It prowled around the house, attacking innocent men, trampling their bodies with its giant feet, then using its sharp teeth to gnaw on each body part, its eyes shining as it looked ahead intently. Outside the door, a loud roar echoed. Yao Gui, daring to wreak havoc in the mortal realm. Hu Wang Man Shan was enjoying his meal when he turned to glare outside the door. Shuang Long burst in, smashing the door fiercely. Hey, you there, Hu Wang. Cultivation is no easy feat. Why do you harm others without reason? Upon hearing this, Hu Wang Man Shan slammed his foot down, his claws scraping the ground angrily. With his body covered in blood, now transformed into a half-human, half-beast form, he stood up, glaring fiercely ahead at Shuang Long, growling, "Where did you two come from? Daring to lecture me on behavior?" Upon hearing this, Bai Long narrowed his eyes, clenched his teeth in anger, and brandished his weapon. "You don't know life or death. It seems you want to test the fierceness of this young lady." Xiao King screamed, "Sister, be careful." Man Shan raised his sharp claws, sneering sinisterly. Oh, quite audacious, disturbing my meal. Have you thought about how to compensate for this?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Wang Man Shan roared loudly, lunging forward. Bai Long, showing no fear, immediately unleashed a powerful burst of energy towards the tiger. Xiao King, frightened, screamed, "Sister, be careful." At the same time, the 2 bottles of wine in her hands fell to the ground and shattered. The scene shifts to 2 disciples, Chang Sheng. At this moment, the 2 disciples are experimenting with roasting 2 ducks. Seeing the plump and fragrant ducks, the 2 disciples can't help but salivate. Hold on, they say, almost done. Who would have thought that Shifu not only has deep cultivation, but also cooks so deliciously? A few minutes later, the 2 ducks are perfectly cooked, and the aroma fills the air. Chang Sheng immediately takes out a honey sauce to glaze the ducks to increase their shine. Then he sprinkles some herbs and opens a few cans of beer to enjoy. Soon, the afternoon comes to an end, and the sun sets behind the mountains. Chang Sheng shields his eyes with his hand and looks out the door. Why haven't Xiao Bai and Xiao King returned yet? It's getting dark. It shouldn't take this long to buy wine. As he finishes speaking, suddenly Feng Jiaxian along with 2 bards rush in frantically shouting, "Shen Deshi, Lai Chun Feng, please help us. There's a big problem at Shi Lai Tang." Chang Sheng notices Feng Jiaxian's urgency and quickly assists him. "Feng Jiaxian, calm down and tell us what happened. Is there a Yao Gui at Shi Lai Tang?" 3 members of the Hongxi Laohu family have died tragically. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng's face turns pale. "What? A Yao Gui? You're serious about this?" A while later, at the house of Hongxi Laohu, the sound of wailing echoed everywhere. The entire Hongxi family of 3 is dead. It's truly a curse. Do you know that this Hongxi family has been haunted for a long time? People in the house kept dying inexplicably. The neighbors around also encountered unlucky incidents. Is it true? Did a whole family of 3 really meet with misfortune because of haunting? We shouldn't stay here anymore, fearing to be affected by bad luck. Seeing the scene before him, Chang Sheng straightened up, his eyes narrowed in silence. Chang Sheng and Chun Feng approached, looking at the blood-soaked bodies, while the crowd continued to gossip. It must be the work of Guishan. They say our Shai Lai Tang is originally a large tomb, and this Hongxi family disturbed it, always surrounded by such filth, so such incidents happened. Feng Jiaxian wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, his face filled with fear. "Shen Dashi, I won't hide anything from you. Over the years, many people have indeed died in the Hongxi family, and we couldn't find the cause or do anything about it. I never expected this to happen. It must be related to Yao Gui. Normally, we should inform Shen Tian-Tu to send a senior to handle it. But everyone is in a panic right now, and we all know Shen Tian-Tu's ability to capture demons is as clear as day. Please, Xian Jiang, lend a hand to help Jing Yang Xian." Chun Feng, upon hearing this, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "Feng Jiaxian, don't worry. Xiao Dao works for Can Tian Jian and bears responsibility in this matter. Moreover, with our master here, we have nothing to fear from any Yao Gui." Chang Sheng's expression darkened as he contemplated. "Holy shit, I didn't agree to this. Who made you so talkative? This is a murder case. We should find Guanfu, not someone who's good with words like me." After some thought, Chang Sheng turned and pretended to smile brightly. "Feng Jiaxian, Yao Gui are devouring humans. This is indeed very serious. Let me tell you, I have some confidence in my disciple's ability to exorcise and eliminate evil. I'll assign this task to him, which will also test his mettle." Upon hearing this, Chun Feng immediately took out his batwa table, glaring intently ahead. "Yes, master, your apprentice will definitely not let you down." Chun Feng immediately activated. Suanshin Baojian, reveal the Yao Gui. From the bagua table in his hands, bright golden spirit lines illuminated. Suddenly, a dark stream of demonic energy appeared on the bagua table, leaving Chun Feng astonished. "Is this a curse? Is it Hai Shanda Wang?" Feng Jiaxian, his face full of concern, turned to inquire softly, "Li Daozhang, what's going on?" Chun Feng stared intently at the bagua table in his hands. This curse originates from Hai Shan Dao Wang's cultivation method. He ranks among the top 20 most wanted Dai Yao Wang pursued by Can Tian Jian. Chang Sheng stepped forward, raising his hands to the sky. All right. The more you talk, the more absurd it becomes. These curses and Hai Shan Dao Wang are just scare tactics. Look at those injured bodies. It's clearly the work of a powerful beast. Don't mention Yao Gui or Gishan scaring us anymore. Upon hearing this, Chun Feng turned to glance at the trembling crowd, silently musing, so that's it. I messed up. Now everyone is in panic. I should mention Yao Gui or Gishan in front of them. Master is truly careful. I completely overlooked such details. This is what it means to truly care for the people. So the three of them sat down together to observe the bodies. Feng Xiaxian, is there any other clue? Is there anyone injured or any other witnesses? Looking at the wound on the mouth, this residue of demonic energy, it's indeed the work of a demonic beast. Master is indeed able to grasp the key points with just a glance. After observing, Feng Xiaxian turned to speak. That's right. I forgot to mention earlier. Someone said they saw 2 young ladies from your household being taken away by Yao Gui. Chang Sheng still couldn't hear clearly, immediately raising his hand to stop the words. I've said it, there's no Yao Gui. It's a demonic beast, a demonic beast. Seconds later, Chang Sheng finally grasped Feng Xiaxian's words, his eyes widening and mouth gaping. What? Who got taken away? Right after, a shrill scream echoed, causing the guards and the crowd to startle. Quickly summon all the hunters in the county. Transitioning to somewhere else, Shu Long were sitting atop a pile of corpses soaked in blood. GG. Mei doesn't want to die, Xiao King. Don't be afraid, Xian Jiang will definitely come to rescue us. Upon hearing this, Man Shan smirked mockingly. Xian Jiang? Ridiculous. Hu Wan was dead. I advise you to release us. I'm the prince of the Dragon Clan, the daughter of Long Zhu Dong Hai. Man Shan not only showed no fear, but also laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Prince of the Dragon Clan? Who are you threatening? I am the leader among the Sai De Yao Wang, the subordinate of Hai Shan Dexian, also known as Hu Wang Man Shan. If the Dragon Clan is weak, you could become the secondary wife for Hai Shan Dexian and us. Upon hearing this, Xiao King became extremely frightened, crying hysterically. Mei doesn't want to be a secondary wife. Mei doesn't want to be a secondary wife. Outside the forest, Chang Sheng's group had begun to take action. Feng Xiaxian, we found many fresh tiger footprints. The tiger must not have gone far. If we follow these tracks, we'll surely find its whereabouts quickly. Chun Feng, walking beside Chang Sheng, felt uneasy and spoke up. Xian Jiang, this beast is unusually fierce and cannibalistic. We should refrain from sending the hunters on such a risky venture. The hunters turned around and shouted, Don't worry, Dao Zhang, we are experienced hunters. We've encountered many packs of wolves, tigers, and leopards like this before. Yes, just last year we even fought a tiger together. Chang Sheng raised his hand in resignation. Indeed, these tiger hunters are experienced in tracking wild animals. Let them continue. As for Xiao Bai and Xiao King, whether they are alive or dead, if something happens, I don't know how to explain to their family. After walking for a while, the group noticed a cave ahead. Here, we found the tiger's den. Everyone hurry and explore to see if there's any other way out before entering. Before entering the cave, a hunter spoke up. Feng Xiaxi and Shen Dao Zhang, we've just checked around this cave and there's no other exit. It's excellent. Everyone, listen to me. First, let's do this. While Chang Sheng was discussing tasks with the hunters, Chun Feng took the bagua table and approached the entrance. Holy shit, the smell of blood is too strong. Seconds later, Chun Feng held the bagua table forward to activate the Swanshan Baoji and to check the demonic energy around. The Jingwang light from the bagua table shone brightly, revealing a piece of information about Manson. Hu Wang Man Shan, ranked 13th on Can Tian Jian's wanted list, Yao Wang level, 4-star danger rating. Truly a formidable Dai Yao Wang. With my current cultivation, I'm no match for this Hu Wang. After speaking, Chun Feng retrieved something glowing from his attire. I don't know where Master is, but we can't let Hu Wangmu continue to harm people. Immediately, Chun Feng used a pen to write on the bagua table. Jingguang, Tian Yuan Dai Fang, Lu Ling Ju Chang, Wu Jin Axa Bai, Wan Mo Fu Can. While in the midst of deploying a formation spell, suddenly a hand was placed on Chun Feng's shoulder from behind, startling him. He widened his eyes and turned around to see Chang Sheng, simultaneously witnessing his own spell formation dissipate abruptly. What are you doing, Lai Chun Feng? Everyone is busy, lend a hand, Chang Sheng said. Before I could say anything, I was dragged away by Chang Sheng. Master, the apprentice is setting up the formation. That Hu Wangbu is a Yao Wan. All right, wait until we catch that tiger. You do it your way. When the time comes, Master will teach you some spells from the fairy realm. Spells from the fairy realm. Did Master really say that? Of course, it couldn't be more real, Chang Sheng replied. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Man Shan was lying in a deep slumber on a pile of bones with a drunken expression. Beside him, Shuang Long was also asleep, but his face displayed a clear sense of unease. Then a stream of white energy entered Xiao Bai's nostrils, causing her to wake up abruptly. She sat up, her face pale with concern. There's commotion outside. It's humans, many humans. Could it be Xian Zhang coming to rescue us? That would be great. Standing at the cave entrance, Chang Sheng held a drum, while Chun Feng was adorned with a sexy tiger head mask. Master, does this really work? Tee! Whether it works or not, we'll find out soon, Chun Feng replied mischievously. Man Shan jolted awake, his eyes wide with alarm at the loud noise, and asked, "What's that sound? Dare someone disturb the band Wang?" Chang Sheng was happily drumming away when suddenly he was startled and dropped the drumstick, exclaiming, "Oh!" At that moment, Chun Feng crouched inside the tiger head, trembling with fear, his limbs stiff and his eyes wide open with a pungent sweat emanating from him. Here it comes, it's Hu Wangmu. Man Shan's cold gaze emitted a strange light, which hit the onlookers directly, causing them to stare wide-eyed, mouths agape, sweating profusely. Ah, so big, what is that? Chang Sheng immediately pounded on the drum in his hand and shouted loudly, "Wake up, little tiger!" Man Shan emerged from the cave with a fierce expression, baring his sharp fangs, growling like a madman. Seeing this, Chang Sheng immediately began performing a tango dance, saying, "Lai Chun Feng, don't be afraid, sway along with the way I taught you." Chun Feng, still sweating profusely, asked, "Master, does your spell work?" Without waiting for an answer, Chun Feng stomped his prosthetic leg on the ground and then performed a fantastic hip-shaking dance, swaying up and down rhythmically. After a while, Chun Feng turned the tiger head back with a seductive gaze under the moonlight. Man Shan, seeing this now, only saw the image of a cute little tigress. After that, Man Shan saw Chun Feng continue to control the tiger's head, swaying gracefully and continuously sinking into the charm of the lovely female tiger. Man Shan couldn't resist this allure and exclaimed, "Oh wow, this female tiger is really interesting." Man Shan then embraced the female tiger with blushing cheeks and heart-shaped eyes, saying, "Let me love you." He then hugged the female tiger's head and said, "Let me give you the most exquisite kiss." Inside the tiger's head, Chun Feng wondered, is this magic? When did Shifu display this magic? How did it make Yao Wang so enchanted? Then, a heavy collision sound made Chun Feng pale and speechless. Who would have thought that Man Shan was standing behind and was already in position, ready for action? The real deal is here. On the other hand, Chun Feng cried out, "SOS, Shifu, save me, or I will be executed." Seeing this, Chang Sheng immediately commanded everyone behind him, "Everyone, seize it now." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge net was launched from the bushes aimed straight at Man Shan, and then all the archers aimed and shot their arrows, hitting the target accurately. Now thousands of sharp arrows flew, piercing into Man Shan's flesh, causing it to cling tightly to a tree. Damn, ordinary person is stubborn. The arrow stuck into the ground in front of Chun Feng, making him panic. Shifu, I'm still here. Meanwhile, two hunters were still struggling to pull the bowstring with an uncomfortable expression. Thick skin. The bow and arrows are not easy to penetrate. If I wear this skin into the city, it will be 10 times more expensive than normal tiger skin. Chang Sheng stood beside, listening to the sound of the growling and yearning tongue, his eyes clearly showing 2 coins. Really? Is tiger leather so valuable? Then I won't let this skin be damaged. At this moment, Man Shan stirred up a wave of demonic energy and aggressively moved forward a few steps. A bunch of stupid ordinary people. In the midst of the fight, he accidentally knocked off the fake tiger head, revealing Chun Feng. Man Shan looked down in surprise as Chun Feng looked up with sweat pouring out incessantly, but still managed to smile warmly. "Hey, brother." Man Shan heard this and became enraged, gathering his strength to throw a powerful punch straight at Chun Feng's head. "I will kill you, master. Master, save me." Chang Sheng, seeing this, glared and shouted loudly, "Let go of that man." Without hesitation, Chang Sheng rushed forward, using his sharp sword to stab into the anus of Man Shan. Blood spurted out, causing him to jerk in pain. "You're kidding, right?" He roared loudly, his mouth wide open, perhaps as wide and long as a normal living person. After that roar, Man Shan fell to the ground, and the sword was stuck in his anus. Shen Daishi is indeed extraordinary, not only skilled in strategy, but also in martial arts, to be able to end Hu Wang with just one blow, truly for the people's good. Oh my, It's so extraordinary, all thanks to Feng Xiaoxian's command. Chun Feng stood in front of the two of them as if invisible. The skin of Hu Wangu was unbreakable. It can be said to be invulnerable, so it turns out Shifu had already known. Those actions were all to take advantage of the opportunity to find the weakness of that tiger, right? Chun Feng then stepped forward and drew his sword. His face turned pale. The rectum is the only weakness of this Hu Wangu. It's no wonder Shifu's sword can break through the defense. After talking for a while, Chang Sheng also remembered the Shuang long being locked in. That's right, Xiao Bai and Xiao King are inside, right? Feng Jixian, upon hearing that, happily replied, Shen Dashi, don't worry. A while ago, I sent someone in there to search. As soon as she finished speaking, Shuang Long appeared behind the guards and called loudly, Qi and Zhang. The two girls were so emotional that they rushed to him and held onto Chang Sheng. Thank you, Xian Zhang, for saving us. It's all right, it's good that you're not hurt. Chang Sheng then gently patted Xiao Bai's head, giving a truly handsome smile. It's okay, let's go home. After hearing this, Xiao Bai glanced at him lovingly and said softly, let's go home. A while later, back in Jingyang Xian, a red flag with the words, Tiger Fighting Hero, drums beating and loud fireworks exploding like a festival. In the middle of the village, a procession returned, with guards carrying the tiger on their shoulders. Last night, Shen Dashi had gone up the mountain to capture Hu Wang and got a sword strike on him, helping Jingyang Xian eliminate in great danger. Chang Sheng, wearing a red flower on his body, smiled brightly. Hello, baby, I just became the world's male god. After that, Chang Sheng turned to look at Feng Xiaoxian with a sinister look in his eyes. Feng Xiaoxian, have you seen how I risked my life for Jingyang Xian's reputation? Shouldn't Guanfu express something about it? What does Shen Dashi mean by expressing? Hearing this, Chang Sheng made a very ugly face and whispered in Feng Xiaoxian's ear. The Hongse mansion is currently empty, and it's just the right time for me to rent a larger place for business. I wonder. Feng Xiaoxian immediately interrupted. Shen Dashi protects Jingyang Xian and Guanfu, who owns this mansion, gifted it to the Dao Zhang. After hearing this, Chang Sheng put his arm around Feng Xiaoxian's shoulder and smiled brightly. Feng Xiaoxian, you are truly generous. I will write a free exorcism letter for you soon. Don't refuse it. At this moment, Chun Feng stood behind and watched their backs, thinking to herself, the Hongse mansion. I've seen it before. It's a bit strange. If it's true that Hu Wangu killed the 3 members of the Hongse family, what about the rumors of the recent deaths? Did Shifu observe that the mansion has some issues, which is why he asked Feng Xiaoxian about it? If so, normal people entering it will encounter trouble. No, I have to go investigate again. A while later at Chang Sheng's small courtyard, Chang Sheng stood in front of Feng Xiaoxian and clasped his hands in salute. Thank you, Feng Xiaoxian. I will come to greet you another day and invite you to have a drink. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled after hearing this. Young man, you are very polite. If you need any help, just come find me. After that, Chang Sheng turned to his younger sister, Bai Long, and asked, Xiao Bai, where is Chun Feng? She was still in the team a while ago, or did she run off to? Xian Zhang, Lai Dao Zhang, said he wants to go visit the Hongse mansion again. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng felt relieved and smiled confidently. That's fine, let him be. But when you all come early to help me with an experiment at the same time at the mansion, Chun Feng was standing in the courtyard and saw thick evil energy surrounding the mansion. It seems that it has completely engulfed the entire mansion. Truly a problem, as when we visited the people nearby, they all said that the Hongse mansion was built next to an ancient tomb underground. The Hongse family has been guarding the tomb for generations, and there used to be a master here who probably used Xian Qi to suppress the yin energy in this place, so we could notice it before. But now the yin energy is about to condense into a tangible form. No wonder the people of Hongse have been dying mysteriously in recent years. If ordinary people stay here, they will be continuously eroded by this yin energy, and their lifespan will be cut short. While pondering, the bagua on his chest suddenly emitted a powerful light which frightened him. Suan Ti and Bao Gai wondered about this and realized that a stream of golden energy had flown from the bagua to Chun Feng. At the same time, a giant red eye appeared in the sky, gathering native energy, making Chun Feng worry because it was related to Hai Shan Da Wang's Jia Yin Zhen and Hongse mansion, which were at the center of the battle. Chun Feng then realized that he was heading towards New House Hai, where Sai Fu had killed Yao Wang under the guidance of Hai Shan Da Wang. He returned to Chang Sheng's house, where he saw Man Shan preparing roast duck and Xiao King sitting by the fire with Chang Sheng happily. They discussed making good wine and preparing food. Meanwhile, a black kite observed them from a tree branch before flying away. leaving a feather behind. After a while, it returned to a very dark and gloomy place. A hand reached out to welcome the person welcoming the black eagle, an evil old man. The surrounding was full of negative energy. Xian Ren, you killed my subordinate Yao Wang. I want to see what courage this so-called Xian Ren has. Droplets flowed from the bamboo tube, flowing into a cup, surrounded by jingguang energy streams. Some kind of power made Xiao Bai exude a seductive and daring appearance. This is the elixir of life. Xiao King was no different. The stream of power made her constantly twist and turn. Just by smelling this wine, there is already a strong spirit cover. Chang Sheng brought out a sparkling wine cup in front of the two sisters. This wine is average, still not meeting my expectations. What elixir of life? Too much praise. What is the degree of the wine? Can Xian Jiang still brew better wine? At this moment, outside, Hai Shan Da Wang is stuck in something. His appearance is no different from an ordinary person, and he does not feel the feline on him. Man Shan, how can this ordinary person be killed? There must be something mysterious going on. Behind the old man, there are two young men chatting with each other. Shen Dashi is a Xian Zhang, a knowledgeable person. Lao Zhao bought calligraphy from Shen Dashi so he can have 10 fights every night. His wife also doesn't dare to scold him anymore. Shen Dashi's calligraphy not only has the function of protection, but also does this. There must be another calligraphy for my wife to broaden her horizons. After chatting for a while, the two young men looked up in astonishment to see the old man. They walked up and teased, "Hey, old man, are you also here to ask Shen Dashi for his calligraphy? We didn't expect someone of your age to have such a need. Impressive. You don't need to be shy, just go in directly. Shen Dashi is very friendly. No need to climb the wall to spy." Hai Shanda Wang, after hearing this, turned his dark face and was at a loss for words. At this time, Chang Sheng was pouring wine into a cup when the two young men suddenly rushed in from somewhere and said, "Shin Xian Zhang, you're back." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng turned and asked, "What do you need from me? We want to buy your calligraphy." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng's eyes lit up. "Ha, you want my calligraphy? All right. I guarantee a reasonable price. Do you have any specific requests for the calligraphy you want me to write?" So a young man whispered in his ear, "It was the characters I wrote for Lao Zhao last time. Xian Zhang's characters are very effective. Lao Zhao worked 10 moves in one night, and he always boasts in front of us." Chang Sheng heard it and thought to himself, 10 times when did my characters have this effect? Lao Zhao is exaggerating if they buy my characters and it doesn't work. They will come back to cause trouble. Chang Sheng immediately imagined the two young men as terrorists. "I can write characters as you request, but the effect is not guaranteed. In addition to needing my characters, you also need to train your body every day, and if conditions allow, you can use parts of a tiger or a buffalo for a miraculous effect 10 times greater. Please consider carefully." The young man pointed to the door. Xian Zhang does not need to be so modest. Maybe you don't know, in Jing Yang Xian, from an 80-year-old man to a 3-year-old child, everyone says that your characters have no effect. If you don't believe it, just look. Earlier we met an old man at the door trying to climb over the wall to seek your characters, but he hesitated. Just as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw that there was no one at the wall. Oh, the old man has disappeared. As he finished his words, a lightning struck and someone's voice rang out, "Are you looking for Lao Fu?" Shuang Long immediately recognized him. It's Hai Shanda Wang. On the other hand, Chang Sheng was extremely angry and shouted, "Oh my god, he destroyed my roof." Hai Shanda Wang stood on Chang Sheng's roof with a thunder behind him and a black eagle with red eyes on his shoulder. The people below looked terrified and pale, not saying a word. Hai Shanda Wang sneered with his black eyes. "You, this time, I've come to reclaim something." Xiao Bai hastily turned to Xiao King and said, "It's Hai Shanda Wang, Xiao King. Later, even if we have to risk our lives, we must protect Xian Zhang. If there's a fight, don't hesitate to take Xian Zhang to Donghai Bridge for support. I'll stay here and stop him." "No, GG, I'll stop him. You take Xian Zhang and go." Amid Shuang Long's concern, Chang Sheng became even more angry and said, "Old man, just because you're old doesn't mean you can climb onto someone else's roof. I'm telling you, if you break any tiles, you have to pay for them." Hai Shan Da Wang listened and thought to himself, after looking at him, he seems like an ordinary person, with no feline in his body. He's not even as strong as Shuang Long, but he doesn't seem to just be afraid, he even wants to fight me a little. What's going on? I shouldn't act rashly. I should investigate him first. After thinking, Hai Shan Da Wang shouted loudly, "You killed Yao Wang under my leadership for no reason. How do you want to die?" Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng looked at the tiger in amazement and said, "What Yao Wang? What are you talking about?" Chang Sheng couldn't believe his ears. He looked closely at the tiger and then turned. to Hai Shan Wang and said, "Old man, maybe you've heard too much and started to imagine things. It's true that I killed this tiger, but its skin was given to me as a reward by Feng Jiaxian. If you want it, you have to pay for it. Also, you better come down quickly. If I fall, don't expect any sympathy. There are many people watching here." Before he could finish his scolding, Xiao Bai stepped forward and whispered, "That's Hai Shan Wang, the Tan Yao level." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng not only was not afraid, but continued to curse, "Hai Shan Wang, Tian Yao. Someone like you doesn't deserve to show your face, right? I'd put up with you for half a day, and now you dare to destroy my house today. Even if Tian Wang Lozi comes, you won't be able to leave." As he was cursing, Chun Feng suddenly ran in and said urgently, "Shifu, be careful. It's not good. Hai Shan Wang is angry. A Tian Yao level can destroy the entire Jingyang Xian, wiping out an entire city." At that moment, Hai Shan Wang flew in the air, unleashing his power. Behind him appeared a demon with 2 sharp horns on its head and 8 eerie arms. Hai Shan Wang grinned maliciously. "A tiny ant like you dares to disrespect me. I will strip you of your skin and seal your soul, torturing you every day." With that, he swiftly jumped down from the roof, still wearing that sinister smile. "You will have a peaceful life or a peaceful death. Mwahaha." Before the powerful and rapid attack of Hai Shan Wang, the crowd turned pale and looked shocked, with their eyes wide and tears streaming down their faces, shouting, "It's over. This is the peak. Xian Jiang, be careful." As soon as the yelling stopped, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly billowed up from the ground. The frightened crowd raised their hands to shield themselves, and then Hai Shan Wang emerged from the mist in a state of dislocated joints, with a grimace and clenched teeth. Chang Sheng stepped forward and said loudly, "Sir, there's no need for such a grand ceremony. It's enough to admit your mistake." After hearing this, the old man fell back and blood began to flow from both his knees. "What is this all about?" he exclaimed. At that moment, as he lay down, a beam of light shone on his face, and he cried out, "Where is my falai? My falai is gone." From a different viewpoint above, there was a loud buzz of discussion. Xiao King, Xiao Bai, and Chun Feng looked at the scene in front of them in amazement, saying, "Truly the peak. Hai Shan Wang has kneeled down." Chang Sheng approached Hai Shan Wang with a piece of sinfa in his hand, saying, "Didn't I just remind you earlier? I told you to be careful and not to fall. Now look what's happened. Who told you to be reckless and climb onto the roof?" Hai Shan Wang, after hearing this, was immediately filled with anger and tears. He quickly stood up, wiped his hands on his Guaishen robe, and angrily exclaimed, "I will kill you." However, Chang Sheng gently took his hand without fear. He knelt down and offered the Sinfa scroll to Hai Shan Wang, saying, "This is for you. Consider it a gift from a younger generation, without payment or need for repayment." Upon hearing these unexpected words, Hai Shan Wang stopped crying and opened the Sinfa scroll to see what it was. Inside the scroll, there was a large character that emitted a bright ray of light, blinding Hai Shan Wang and causing him to exclaim, "Ah!" In the next moment, a burst of light from the Sinfa scroll pierced through Hai Shan Wang, delivering a fatal blow that caused him to cough up blood and collapse to the ground. Chang Sheng, panicked, exclaimed, "I didn't even touch him with the scroll. Everyone can testify that I didn't touch him." At that moment, Chang Sheng thought to himself, "If this old man dies here, his family will surely not forgive me." Outside, the villagers rushed into Chang Sheng's house in chaos, exclaiming this old man was clearly here to seek help. But why did he end up in such a state? He was already old, and yet he still tried to flatter the immortal in this way. Isn't it shameless? Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng walked out to calm the spirits of the crowd. His eyes sparkled at the sight of gold everywhere. "Everyone, take it easy. There is enough for everyone. The elderly should learn to respect the young, as our tradition in Jingyang Xian has always been to honor and love the young." At the same time, the little fox ran to Hai Shan Wang, not knowing his own strength or where he was. Jaifu of the Xian Jiang still wants to use Fa Lai, even if his strength as a Tian Yao is not enough. Hai Shan Wang, upon hearing this, lifted his head, sweat dripping down his face. Is he really a Xian Jiang from the mortal world? It's impossible. He clearly doesn't have any spiritual laws. The little fox, upon hearing him, looked admiringly. The courage of the Xian Jiang can be seen by a mortal creature like him, even though his weak appearance and current condition are not even comparable to a 3-year-old ordinary person. Isn't this evidence enough? As soon as he finished speaking, a 3-year-old child ran up and urinated in Hai Shan Wang's face. The little troublemaker then ran away. The younger brother pulled his pants and also ran, enraging Hai Shan Wang to the point where his eyes turned red. "Despicable! You dare to pee on my face. I am the great Hai Shan Da Wang, ruler of this realm. The Shi Da Yao Wang Vuom bestowed me with the title of king. The angry old man struggled to stand up, vowing to cleanse all of Jing Yang Xian and turn it into a hell on earth. At this moment, a black vulture with red eyes was staring intently at something. When Xiao Bai looked at the vulture, its face appeared in her pupils, and circles like hypnosis appeared in Xiao Bai's eyes. Now, Xiao Bai's eyes turned red, and her body seemed soulless. Seeing this, Chun Feng's expression changed. Not good, Fa Lai, soul stealing. Quickly, Xiao Bai lost consciousness and was captured by Hai Shan Da Wang. No matter how powerful you are, Daxan, even though I don't know how to seal my Fa Lang, I still have other ways. Your ordinary person today, if we fight to the death, it will surely make Jing Yang Xian bleed. Now I give you two choices. You kill Yao Wang under our protection, and I will take this woman to compensate, or I will kill her, and we will live or die in battle. Chang Sheng, angry, exclaimed, Old man, are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? If you want that tiger skin, just take it. Don't harm others. Hai Shan Da Wang, after hearing this, looked at Xiao Bai's face and smirked sinisterly, thinking to himself, this guy cares so much for Prince Long Zhu. Could it be that there's a romantic relationship? Even Prince Long Zhu wants her. I see you're not such a fair and upright fairy. Looking at Hai Shan Da Wang's smug smile, Chang Sheng angrily adjusted his combat clothes, but before he could do anything, a large black figure appeared behind Hai Shan Da Wang along with a voice saying, You pervert, dare to bully Miss Xiao Bai. As soon as the words ended, a big guy with red eyes rushed from behind and grabbed Hai Shan Da Wang's head, saying, I've been holding back for quite a while. Finishing the sentence, he punched Hai Shan Da Wang, sending him straight into the wall, saying, Get lost, old man. Chang Sheng and the people behind him looked in awe and surprise, saying, Well done, indeed, our son. After dealing with Hai Shan Da Wang, the young man gently walked up to Xiao Bai and lifted her up, saying, Miss Xiao Bai, you don't need to be afraid. That pervert has been dealt with by me. As he held the beautiful girl in his arms, Xiao King jumped in and hugged Xiao Bai from the young man's arms, shouting, Gigi, are you okay? He threatened to kill me just now. What happened? How are you? Chun Feng and Chang Sheng stepped in front of Hai Shan Da Wang and opened their eyes wide. This guy is dead, isn't he, Shifu? It's really terrifying, Chang Sheng asked bewilderedly. Chun Feng turned to give Chang Sheng a thumbs up and replied, Shifu is really skillful, helping the leader of Da Tang to solve the Great Yao, Yue Hai Shan Da Wang. This is a great achievement. After hearing this, Chang Sheng looked around at everyone and quickly grabbed Chun Feng and whispered, Keep it down. Do you want to get me killed? This old man wasn't killed by me. Don't talk nonsense. Wait until Guanfu's people arrive and they will seal your mouth for me. After speaking, Chang Sheng took a branch and poked Hai Shan Da Wang's face, saying, I think we should try and find Deifu to see if he can save him. At this point, Chang Sheng suddenly changed his appearance. His face turned pale. His nostrils flared like a pig's. I'm done. This time it's over. Just when everything was fine, someone had to die. A moment later, the sun also set behind the mountain. Feng Jiaxian, along with two guards, approached and performed a ceremony. Shen Tian too has once again made a great contribution for Jing Yang Xian. Hai Shan Da Wang is one of the top 20 Yao Gui on Cantian Jian's wanted list. Now he has been eliminated by Shen Tian too. It's truly a joyful occasion. Shen Tian too doesn't need to worry. I understand the etiquette of cultivators like you. Such matters cannot be left for normal people to handle. So Chang Sheng continued to wear the red flower headband on his chest, but this time his expression was very different. Seeing Chang Sheng's puzzled face, Feng Jiaxian smiled brightly and continued, Guanfu has issued a notice that the bandit, not gangster, Hai Shan Da Wang that Guanfu was pursuing has been eliminated by Shen Da Shi, and he is being highly praised for it. After speaking, Feng Jiaxian returned to his statement and said, Shen Da Shi, please stop, we will return now. After Feng Jiaxian left, Chang Sheng took off the red flower and pondered, I never thought there would be a day when I wear the big red flower twice. Inside Chang Sheng's residence, a muscular young man opened the representative festival and told the people, Let me tell you all, that old man is really Hai Shan Da Wang, the second son of Samai Fu from Erju Jia. I have a brother who works at Guanfu, and all these gangster things are just to deceive ordinary people like you. How could ordinary people like you know about such matters? After speaking, the muscular young man stood up and asked the trembling young man in front of him, Z, is what you said true? You were there at that time and heard him say that Shen Tian too killed Yao Wei under his protection and wanted to take Miss Xiao Bai as compensation. Yes, Many people heard it at that time. The crowd of people, upon hearing this, were surprised and exclaimed, "Oh wow, is that really true?" So the young man continued with a hesitant tone. "At that moment, I didn't know the identity of that old man. I thought he was disrespectful to say, 'Oh, bad girl.' So I went to him and gave him a punch, but I didn't expect to kill him. Now, when I think back, my legs are still shaking." A bystander spoke up, "Hey, hey, hey, how could a fool like you have killed Hai Shan Da Wang?" Before that, a Dao Shen Guang from Shen Tian 2 made that monster kneel on the ground and then made him cough up blood. If it wasn't for Xian Zhang using Shen Lai or some Xian Fa, no one could have made a move on Hai Shan Da Wang. If not for Xian Zhang, you would be dead now and don't know how you died. No wonder I felt the wind blowing in a strange way at that moment, like at the scene of the battle between the two Dad Gao show. That's right. I also felt that Shen Tian 2's expressions were different. That moment, I seemed to see the soul of Shen Tian 2 fighting with Hai Shan Da Wang in the sky. While catching his breath, a group of children appeared around Chang Sheng, playing and asking questions. "Xian Zhang, do you know how to eat candy holo?" "No, Xian Zhang, you fairies go to the bathroom." "Can you guess? Xian Zhang, have you been married? What does that have to do with you? You children, Xian Zhang, are you not married because no fairies? Gigi likes you, right?" "Shut up, you little young buffaloes." Inside the courtyard of the courtyard, the two sisters, Xiao Bai and Xiao King, were cooking wine together. Xiao King, pay attention to controlling the fire. The wine is coming out. Quickly find a jar here. Just then, the voice of Chang Sheng's frustrated voice sounded. "I really am not a fairy." In the evening at Ju Chao Hao Shi, in the middle of the courtyard, Chang Sheng and Chun Feng stood facing each other with serious faces. Chang Sheng looked at Chun Feng with a half-closed eye and asked, "Must we go?" Chun Feng boldly replied, "We must go." Chang Sheng angrily frowned. "Have you not thought it over?" Chun Feng closed his eyes and replied, "No need to think it over." Hearing this, Chang Sheng angrily spat on the ground. "This is unacceptable, this trap boy." Chun Feng was speechless. At the same time, the little fox saw Chang Sheng's deep and fragrant water patch and happily jumped towards it, eagerly licking his lips. Before he could enjoy it, Chang Sheng threw a large coconut shell at the little fox's head, saying that he couldn't lick it, and if he dared to, he would be thrown into the courtyard and not dare to cry. A while later, Chun Feng walked up, bowing in a sad manner, and told Shifu that he would return soon and take Hai Shan Da Wang's body back to the Shimen military camp. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng took out a jar of wine and some hot snacks. He said that if Chun Feng had to travel far, he should take these things to Eve on the way and bid him farewell. Then Chang Sheng left without saying goodbye. Chun Feng curiously opened the food bag and saw the plump buns emitting a rich spirit. He was extremely surprised, so Chun Feng couldn't wait any longer, immediately took a plump bun and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it, which also caused the spirit to burst out in his body. He looked up at the sky, his eyes emitting two brilliant spirit jingguang, and his whole body continuously absorbing abundant spirit. Seconds later, the golden spirit stream gathered into a pillar and shot straight into the sky, accompanied by Chun Feng's scream, "A breakthrough. I've broken through." Chun Feng knelt down heavily on the ground. Then he wiped his tears with both hands flowing. "Apprentice thanks Shen Wu and Shifu for their gifts. I will engrave this grace this time back to the military. Along the way, we'll definitely spread the legend of Shifu's fairies. Then please give rewards to Shifu from Shimen." As soon as he finished speaking, a book sprouted wings and flew straight into Chun Feng's face with a loud noise. Chang Sheng flew out of the room as fast as a gust of wind and scolded Chun Feng straight in the face. "Seeking revenge for kindness, right? Xiao Zi, if you dare to mention me outside, you will surely die. If you mention it, our relationship ends here." After speaking, Chang Sheng went straight and slammed the door hard, still not forgetting to curse. "And also this, get out quickly, don't stay here yelling, disturbing my rest." Chun Feng sat stunned on the ground with a bleeding head. He glanced over at the book on the ground, so he curiously picked it up to see that it was the book of the oral legal tradition. After Chun Feng finished reading, tears kept falling, but she smiled. In her heart, she thought, this secret book must be Xian Fa. Shifu is truly a person with a tough exterior and a soft heart. Shifu, I will definitely use my heart to cultivate every day, living up to your expectations. Sometime later in a village, Chang Sheng drove a horse accompanied by a lot of luggage. "Xian Chang, do we really have to move to Homse Jefu?" Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng smiled and replied, "Of course, Feng Zhai Xian has given us that Jefu. Our original house is too small. We can barely live there, let alone run a business selling roast ducks and distill liquor to become rich. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai widened her eyes in surprise and said, Xian Zhang, although the curse at Hong Se Jiefu has been lifted after the death of Hai Shanda Wang, most people are still unaware of it and still consider it an ominous place, not daring to go near it. After a while, they finally reached the entrance of Hong Se Jiefu. Chang Sheng and Xiao Bei gazed at it. Although Xiao Bai had never run a business, she knew that prosperous location was ideal for starting a business. Is it really reasonable for us to choose a place like this? Well, what you say makes sense. It seems we can only give it a try. Finishing the sentence, Chang Sheng inadvertently met her gaze, causing them both to blush and share the same thought. Too close. Xiao Bai shyly stepped back and said to herself, Xian Zhang's scent is too nice. At the same time, Xiao King woke up and asked, GG, how we arrived? Chang Sheng got off the horse with a shy expression of a newly grown-up person. Our current task is to prepare for a grand opening with discounts, and then we will set up a stage at the entrance, invite some theater troupes to promote the new store opening, invite some famous Dao Shi to mainly show that there are no more hidden traps in Shai Lai Tang, which is now the cleanest place in the entire Tang. Upon hearing this, Xiao King opened her eyes wide and asked in surprise, So Xian Zhang wants to perform magic, but Chang Sheng is powerless. Well, what he says is final, so it must be done. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes and furrowed his brow, with a displeased expression like an old man saying, Say whatever you want, but remember not to declare to outsiders that it's magic. Otherwise, no one will dare to come near. After speaking, Chang Sheng handed over a folded flyer and said, Take this, and later on, go out and post it in various places, especially near the market entrance where there are the most people. When you see someone of importance, run away. Don't get caught. Then Chang Sheng handed the paper to his two younger sisters and walked away with an excited smile, saying, I'll go ahead to tidy up. Remember to come back before dark. I'll have duck for you all. After a while, the two sisters, Xiao Bai and Xiao King, together carried out the task of pasting flyers all over the alleys in the village. GG, Xian Zhang suddenly asked us to paste some of these. Is it just to promote that new store? Xiao Bai, after hearing this, took out a sheet to see, and a strong spirit emanated from the paper. It's not right. It can't be. If it's just normal promotion, why would Xian Zhang give us papers with such a strong hidden spirit? The spirit from the flyer began to absorb into Xiao Bai's body, causing her to close her eyes and exclaim, Ji just realized it a while ago and only just realized these two sheets. These papers are all Shen Wu. Xian Zhang is not wasteful. Xian Zhang must have other intentions. It's just that our Daoxing is too shallow to see through. Soon the sky had darkened, the sun had gone down the mountainside, and the sunset had shone its light all over Jingyang Xian. Xiao Bai and Xiao King stood behind a crowd of people looking at the flyers. The two sisters breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Finally finished pasting, we can go back and report the results to Xian Zhang now. At this moment, the crowd gathered to look at the flyer and exclaimed, Shen Tian too wants to perform magic. What kind of magic? It doesn't say grand opening or discounted prices, just magic. If Xian Zhang is stabilizing a troubled region of Shi Lai Tang, then we can move around freely. After that, the man in black added, performing magic is good, but in the dangerous place of Shi Lai Tang, there is a Xian Zhang seat where we can move around freely. While speaking, suddenly a strong spirit force suppressed the pamphlet on the right. Then the spirit force continued to suppress another pamphlet on the right. Xiao Bai and Xiao King were astonished to see the powerful spirit columns and said, Wait, is that Janfa? In the sky above, the strong spirit columns gathered to create a large Bagua Yin-Yang array covering the entire Jingyang Xian. Seeing this scene, a loud voice shouted, Juling Dazhen, this Jingyang Xian has now become a place for training. At Shilai Tang, Gubu underground, outside the coffin, dense evil energy surrounded it. The energy transformed into a Xi Hun with two glowing eyes. The Xi Hun flew around the coffin and then entered it. After a while, the lid of the coffin opened. Inside the coffin, Chilagnu, a demonic spirit, continuously emerged. Additionally, inside there was a girl's figure absorbing evil energy. From the evil energy, a girl with one blind eye spoke up. Ha 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 ha, I am resurrected again. I did not expect that Hai Shanda Wang would use the Yin-Shi energy. He probably wants to rely on this continuous Yin-Shi energy to break through cultivation realm, but he did not expect to benefit me. In a low voice, the woman in the red dress jumped out of the coffin, her entire body surrounded by thick, evil energy. The energy nurtured by Yin-Shi this year is not bad at all. Waiting for me to consume a man, I can definitely break through. Once again escape from Sanji, not staying in Wuxing. By then, even Yu Huang Dadi won't be able to do anything to me. That night at Shi Lai Tang Shen Mansion, outside the mansion, thick, evil energy enveloped the area. Inside the mansion, Chang Sheng was sleeping soundly and snoring, using a small jade bottle as an eye mask for a comfortable sleep. Next to him, the two sisters, Xiao Bai and Xiao King, were lying on the bed with a delighted look, saying, "Mai is not drunk yet. Mai can still drink. Xian Chang's wine is so good. Xian Zhang, go easy on us." Then the evil demon walked forward with a sinister look in her eyes. She licked her nails and a sinister smile. "You trap boy. Last time you only left me with a shattered soul. Now I have this yin-shi energy. Even if you are fairies, you won't have enough power to threaten me anymore." Scene changed to Changhuang Temple in Jingyang Xian. Inside the temple, Sai Wufan stood with an official in green robes. In the middle sat a man, and that man was Shen Changhuang. It is unknown what background Shen Daojiang has, but at a young age, he has deep legal knowledge. If he can stay in Jingyang Xian for a long time, then in the future, if demons appear again, we do not need to worry anymore. After hearing this, Shen Changhuang smiled and said, "Indeed, I really want to meet this noble person. Not only can he destroy Mo Wang and Zaichou Haoshai, but he also does not think much of Hai Shan Da Wang. Eliminating them will be easy." After that, Shen Changhuang instructed the two officials, "Tomorrow, if you are free, follow me to pay a visit to avoid leaving a bad impression on the noble person." As soon as he finished speaking, something made Shen Changhuang frown. "Who is this Clyde Nu?" Shen Changhuang immediately turned and spoke loudly. "Sai Wufan, did that noble person go to Shi Lai Tang today?" "Yes, today. Shen Daojiang fell into the new home of Hong Se Jiefu of Shi Lai Tang." Shen Changhuang sensed a great energy coming from Shi Lai Tang. The direction of Shi Lai Tang has changed. The energy of Kai Nu Yin compared to Mo Wang and Zai Chao Haoshai is like the distance between an adult and a child. We must hurry there. The scent of this Kai Nu is definitely coming from that coffin. Shen Xian Zhang may not be its match. Upon hearing this, the official opened his eyes wide and said, "Even Shen Xian Zhang may not be a match. We must go." This official is Shen Pan Guanwu. Shen Changhuang, upon hearing this, appeared serious and said, "Protecting the people is our duty. Even if we die, it will be a dignified death." Upon hearing this, Shen Pan Guanwu bowed his head and said, "I have spoken wrongly." Shen Changhuang raised his hand to calculate and ponder. With the immortal status of Shen Xian Zhang, if something unexpected happens here, I am afraid his family will come to seek explanation and the burden will fall on us. We must go there and see if Shen Xian Zhang cannot fight back. We must rescue him. As for destroying this demon, we can only report it to Chao Ting's Can Tian Jian to resolve. After thinking, Shen Changhuang, Sai Wufan, and Shen Pan Guanwu used Fadalai to teleport to Chang Sheng's location. Very quickly, the three of them teleported to the front door of Chang Sheng's house. At that time, the main door of the mansion had been opened and thick demon energy gushed out. Shen Changhuang and the other two officials saw this and quickly rushed forward, loudly exclaiming, "Not good! Shen Daojiang is in danger." Shen Changhuang entered the house with a worried expression and shouted, "Yao Gui, leave quickly." As he was speaking, something suddenly hit Shen Changhuang in the eyes, causing him to stumble and then fall backwards, hitting Sai Wufan in the face, who in turn hit Shen Pan Guanwu. Hearing the call, Chang Sheng opened his eyes and looked towards the door, asking, "What's going on?" It seemed that Chang Sheng was completely unaware that Gui Li was sprawled on top of him in a relaxed posture. Shen Changhuang and the other officials saw the scene in front of them and didn't know what to do, looking at each other with no idea of what to say. Immediately, the three young men closed the door and with a loud shout said, "Shen Xian Zhang, apologies for disturbing your peaceful night. Next time, we will come and apologize to you personally." Chang Sheng sat up and yawned deeply with a sluggish look on his face. "Strange, what are these guys doing at midnight acting like they've seen a ghost? What kind of spring night is this?" he muttered. Then he remembered what he said and his face turned pale. "Seen a ghost? Wait a minute." Chang Sheng immediately sat up and looked around his bed, but didn't see anything unusual. He was silent for a while. Then he lay back down, hugging his little ball tightly and let out a bright smile. "What's going on? Faking a god or a ghost can fool me. If these guys do something unethical next time, I'll show them what Thanos' boxing glove is." At this moment, Gui Li was crawling under the bed with a thoughtful green face. How can this be? Just being near him feels like my spirit is being drained from my body. My power now far surpasses what it used to be. I could even fight the grandmaster. This is not okay. I need to leave this man before saying anything. After thinking, he got out of bed with his whole body trembling. Shen Chang Huang, Sai Wu Fan, and Shen Pan Guan Wu stood on the roof, looking down with wide eyes. Xian Chang is really amazing. Gui Li can even sleep with him. Truly worthy of admiration. Gui Li stumbled out of the door, gasping and weak, then glanced over and saw something. It turned out to be Shen Chang Huang's brute and two officials. The three of them were startled and immediately used Fai Lai to teleport in an instant. We didn't observe any more. If there's nothing else from us, we asked for permission to leave. Gui Li gritted his teeth, his face dark with anger, and didn't say a word. After a while of teleporting, the three of them returned to the temple out of breath. At this time, a group of people appeared in front of them and asked, "Darren, how was it?" Sai Wu Fan was surprised and exclaimed, "I've never heard of Xian Zhang's cultivation method before. It's really amazing. Xian Zhang is truly skillful. It turns out that exterminating Yao Gui can be done like that." After hearing this, the young man's face turned pale and his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Oh, what exactly happened? Quickly tell me, what cultivation method did the noble use to kill Gui Lai?" This young man was General Gan Lu. Shen Chang Huang began to narrate the story. Initially, we intended to go and support Shen Dao Zhang. Before he could finish, Hai Wu Fan interrupted. The result was that Shen Dao Chang's house was wide open and there was a demon inside. At the same time, Shen Pan Guan Wu also spoke up. Gui Lei was on top of Shen Dao Zhang with a twisted mouth, trembling body, abnormal eyes, and constantly twisting. As Shen Pan Guan Wu and his two subordinates spoke, their faces flushed with excitement and they exclaimed, "That scene, that situation, it's blinding. What happened next? What happened next? Go on." Shen Pan Guan Wu continued to tell the story with a cheerful smile, leaving Shen Chang Huang sitting on the seat feeling abandoned. What happened next was that we were chased out by Shen Dao Zhang, but we didn't leave because Shen Dao Zhang couldn't control Gui Lai, so we stayed on the wall, ready to jump in to help at any time. But before we could even finish a cup of tea, guess what happened? Sai Wu Fan pushed Shen Pan Guan Wu up before he could even say a word and said, "Gui Lai is as weak as a cow from the inside out." But even so, she still gently opens and closes the door, just afraid of disturbing Shen Dao Zhang, and moreover, the Qi Nu on her body has also decreased by 99%. His subordinates immediately brightened their eyes and exclaimed, so exciting, Shen Dao Zhang never fails to impress. Just as they were having fun, a subordinate stepped forward, raising his dirty hands to express his doubt. "I have a suspicion. Could it be that Shen Dao Zhang can only last for a cup of tea?" The moment he finished speaking, his companions grabbed his arms tightly, their eyes glaring at him with intense hostility. In a matter of seconds, an evil foot kicked straight into the face of the young man. What does it mean that Shen Dao Zhang can only last for a cup of tea? That means Shen Dao Zhang is merciful to spare her life. How could Gu Li's body withstand the punishment of Shen Dao Zhang? Insulting our idol, our brothers, beat him for me. Hearing this, the subordinates immediately rushed to beat the young man to a pulp. Shen Dao Zhang is our role model. You dare to challenge our authority. Hugh, I was wrong. Shen Dao Zhang is someone even a lowly soldier like you can insult. Look, I apologize. Please stop beating. The scene shifts to Chang Sheng's mansion, where outside, demonic energy continues to gather densely in front of his door. This mansion is indeed a sacred place for cultivation. At this moment, with the alternation of yin and yang and the great formation of evil energy, I Fa Lai has reached its peak in just a moment, said Gui Lai, appearing with a terrifying, angry face, with razor-like teeth and a voice resembling the demonic venom. Try again. Even if you can't kill the person in that room, you have to scare him away. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Sheng stepped out of the door, yawning and holding his belt tightly, looking like he was sad about hygiene. When Gui Li saw him, she was startled and sweat poured from her like a stream. She quickly hid behind a big tree in terror, saying, "This is not good. Why did he suddenly come out like that?" Chang Sheng looked around with a dark look in search of a place to go to the bathroom. After a moment, he noticed the big tree in front of him and said, "It's you." She was invisible to Chang Sheng because of her demonic nature, so he didn't see Gui Li right in front of him. Chang Sheng slowly walked towards the tree while taking off his belt, and Gui Li, seeing this, was shocked and her face turned pale. He's found out about me, she thought. Chang Sheng stood in front of Gui Li with his legs wide apart, and he looked at her, at which she covered her nose with her hands and said, "What are you going to do to me?" A moment later, Chang Sheng took off his pants, revealing a huge weapon, and Gui Li, seeing this, panicked and shouted in terror, "Don't, Xian Zhang, I was wrong. I won't do it again. I'm too scared. Hoo-hoo." So Chang Sheng calmly went to Gui Li's head to wash the holy metallic gold water. The water contained all the essence of the earth, and in an instant, Gui Li turned into dust on the holy water. Hearing a strange sound, Chang Sheng jumped and shouted, "Who's there? What's that sound?" Then Chang Sheng calmly tightened his belt and looked down at the muddy water, muttering, "What creature is making noise in the middle of the night? How annoying." After saying nonsense, Chang Sheng turned and walked away, saying, "It's time to go to sleep. In the future, when I'm rich, I will definitely build a bathroom with a toilet inside the room." At night, in a place in Jingyanxian, a mansion was still brightly lit. Inside, the silhouette of a man and woman appeared, lovingly talking. "Noble lady, did you hear anything just now? It sounded like a demon. Maybe Shen Daozhang is combating with Yao Gui. Shen Chang power is strong. Don't worry. Let's continue. I think I see something. I can't do it anymore. You don't want to or can't do it. You are truly useless. Even a small movement scares you." A lonely young man passing by below heard those words and tears flowed. On the other hand, Chang Sheng lay on the bed, holding the little fox in his arms, his mouth constantly spewing nonsense. Hey, so much money. All mine, all mine. The next morning at Chang Sheng's mansion outside, there was a lion dance to celebrate the grand opening of the first Xiao Yashen Bao discount. The people gathered to watch the lively lion dance, cheering and praising. Good. Today, Shen Daozhang really chased away the evil spirits in front of everyone. How is it possible? I didn't expect Shen Daozhang's roast duck shop advertising to be all over the market. That's how Shen Daozhang has gained popularity. If someone else were to do the same, they would have been arrested by Guanfu long ago. Isn't that so? Upon hearing the news, I immediately ran back from the fields. Can't miss out on something like this. Among the crowd, Feng Jiaxian participated, and a young man appeared behind him and said, "Darren, so many people gathering like this will cause trouble. Should Xianwen send soldiers to disperse them?" Upon hearing this, Feng Jiaxian turned and slapped the man's face, saying, "Disperse what? This is Shen Zhang. You just took office. You must have never heard of the great fame of Shen Zhang. Now in this Jing Yang Xian, anyone who doesn't know the capability of Shen Zhang must remember in the future, if you encounter Shen Zhang, that's the true Darren. Today, you can rest assured to stay here with me and observe how Shen Zhang subdues Yao Gui. Yes, Darren, Xian Wan has taken note." On the stage, Chang Sheng waved his hand to greet the people. As soon as the Shen Zhang was spotted, the crowd began to cheer loudly. "It's Shen Zhang, look! Shen Zhang is here. We love you, Shen Zhang. Shen Zhang, don't come to catch Yao Gui again. Come and catch me instead." Now Chang Sheng stood under the spotlight with thousands of people smiling at him, thinking to himself, "I didn't expect the title of fairies to have such an effect, gathering so many people. My Xiao Yashen Bao will be famous overnight. I can already smell the wealth coming my way, ha 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 ha." After contemplating, Chang Sheng began to speak. "Respected elders, today is the grand opening of my roast duck shop, and also the day that we have completely eradicated the Yao Gui in Shai Lai Tang, as everyone knows. The house behind me is Hong Se Jiefu, which has always been rumored to be haunted, and it is said that people from Hong Si have died because of it." Young and old people began to discuss. "Let me tell you, the early years I lived near Hong Se Jiefu. What Shen Zhang said is true. Almost everyone in Shai Lai Tang knows this. Strange things happen at Hong Se's house 5 or 7 times. The most tragic is that no one from Hong Si survived." Chang Sheng reached into his jacket to pull out an iPhone 15 Pro Max. Then he looked at the phone screen and smiled. He said that his beloved phone had helped with everything. He then pressed the smartphone power button, and the startup screen appeared as the phone turned on. However, right after that, the screen displayed a low battery notification. Chang Sheng was happy that the phone was still on and showed excitement for his beloved phone. He turned to the group of people at the door and said he would leave temporarily, but would be back right away. He then hurried into the house. Inside, his 2 sisters, Xiao Bai and Xiao King, boasted that they could not feel the presence of any demons and thought it might be because their spiritual powers were too low. They thought that the demons in Jiefu might be stronger than the demons in Zaichao Haozhai, and he held up his phone to ask the demons to come and make amends. Chang Sheng held up his phone screen in front of him, loudly proclaiming prosperity, liberty, democracy, civilization, harmony, equality, integrity, justice, patriotism, development, understanding, respect, and professionalism. As Chang Sheng finished speaking, the gathered crowd gasped in astonishment, pointing forward and exclaiming, "What's happening over there?" Xian Zhang is summoning thunder to vanquish evil. Despite the fearful outcry of the crowd, Chang Sheng remained calmly smiling. Now the sound emanating from his phone transformed into ghostly wails, demonic cries, and thunderous booms. After allowing the crowd to widen their eyes in awe, Chang Sheng stepped onto the stage and declared, "Everyone, the demons have been subdued by me. The Shi Lai Tang will no longer be troubled by malevolent spirits." Upon hearing this, an elderly villager spoke up, "Xian Jiang, may we witness those Yao Gui?" Chang Sheng, with a reluctantly darkened expression, responded, of course, it's possible. I didn't expect these people to be so difficult to deceive." The villagers eagerly awaited the miraculous sight, their hopeful expressions never fading. Taking a deep breath, Chang Sheng loudly exclaimed, "Hey Siri." Instantly, his phone displayed, "How can I assist you?" The young people erupted into wild cheers. Ugh. Xia Wen, walking beside Feng Xian, also widened his eyes in surprise at the scene, remarking, "Siren indeed. This is the cunning of Xianren. Look at your youthful appearance, yet your methods are like those of Gui Lai. You haven't even seen the scene of Shen Xian Jiang subduing Hai Shan Do Wang and Hu Wang Man Shan." A woman looked at Chang Sheng with admiration. "Thank you, Xian Jiang. From now on, Shi Lai Tang will no longer have Yao Gui." After saying that, she turned to scold her husband, looking at his dejected appearance. Just a bit of movement last night made him unable to function. "If you dare to borrow an excuse in the future, I will divorce you." Chang Sheng looked at the phone screen and smiled. Gui Li has been here for so long. In the bodies of everyone in Shi Lai Tang, there has been some degree of yin shi infection. Although this yin shi will automatically disappear in 1 or 2 years, if we use fire jiang to roast the duck, it can disappear in less than a day. After speaking, Chang Sheng sighed. "But my abilities are limited. I can only roast 10 ducks a day. Fa Lai has been exhausted. Please be understanding." The crowd then rushed to offer their money. "I'll pay 50 silver. I'll pay 10 silver. I'll pay 15 silver. Don't push. I'm falling over now." Xian Wen, walking beside Feng Xian, saw her fall to the ground and used his body to protect her. "Feng Xian, be careful." "Never mind me. Help me avoid 1 duck." The crowd rushed towards Chang Sheng. "Hey, don't push. Everyone line up to get a number. We'll use a draw to buy the ducks." Who cares to touch me? A man, and take my comfort away." That night, somewhere, a boy was playing with a drum in the yard. Then he went to a well and looked down intently, something that made the boy turn his head in amazement. Behind him appeared the large figure of someone that made the boy smile. Suddenly, someone's hand pushed hard on the boy's back. With a slight push, the boy fell completely into the deep well. Hearing the noise, the servants ran in with lanterns, shouting loudly, "Something's not right. The young master has fallen into the well. Quick help, quick help." At the same time, inside the room, Chang Sheng was pushing Xiao Bai up against the wall, asking, "Are you going to do it or not?" Xiao Bai, feeling scared and hesitant, couldn't speak clearly. "Xian Zhang, I. Chang Sheng lifted Xiao Bai's chin with his finger and continued, "I will absolutely not let you down. Okay. After Xiao Bai agreed, Chang Sheng immediately set off fireworks, joyfully shouting, "All right, congratulations to the first manager of Shao Yashen Bao store. Our goal is to expand to Chang'an within a year. In the next 2 years, we will cover the entire country, not counting 3 years." While having a cheerful conversation, suddenly Xiao King stepped in with an anxious look on his face. Xian Zhang, there's someone outside looking for you." Chang Sheng and Xiao Bai, upon hearing this, turned around with a surprised look. Then Chang Sheng left saying, "Don't be surprised, we're also famous people in Jing Yang Xian, so it's not surprising that there are endless people looking for us to ask for charms to ward off evil." Outside the door, a middle-aged man walked in with 2 subordinates. He clasped his hands and greeted with a sad face, "Shen Daozhang, I am Zun Rong. I respectfully request your presence. Please cast a spell, Xian Jiang." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng smiled warmly and replied, "Mr. Zun is courteous. I wonder if you want to ask for a charm or buy a roasted duck here." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zun Rong went straight to the point. "Shen Daozhang, I have returned to Jing Yang Xian not long ago, but I have heard about your ability to suppress evil spirits. My son passed away the other day. This time I came here to invite Shen Daochang to perform a ritual to guide my son's soul to the afterlife." Chang Sheng quickly turned and left, saying, "It's a new task. I can write charms to deceive people, but performing a ritual is not my expertise." Upon hearing this, Mr. Zun Rong immediately turned to signal to his subordinates, "I was wrong. The esteemed status of Shen Daojang will certainly not disrespect you. This is my sincere intention." Chang Sheng glanced over as soon as he heard the sound of money. His subordinate opened the cheap wooden box, but inside there was nothing cheap. It was so valuable that his eyes lit up. "These 200 taels are a deposit. As soon as Xinjiang finishes the ceremony for my son, I, Zun Rong, will personally offer another 500 taels as a token of gratitude." "You're kidding, right?" Are you trying to buy me? Chang Sheng immediately changed his tune. Mr. Zun, you don't need to be so polite. Shen Daozhang and I exterminate demons and monsters for Jing Yang Xian. How can we do it for such material things? It is just out of concern for everyone's safety and the world's peace. People like us who cultivate immortality must help those in need in order to cultivate the heavenly Tao. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Sheng took the wooden box from his subordinate and patted Zun Rong's shoulder. Mr. Zun, you love your son so much. Your visit to me is like a message from the heavens. If I don't help you, it would be defying fate. Hearing this, Zun Rong immediately rode back home. Mr. Zun, don't worry. Prepare everything and tomorrow I will come to help open the altar. Chang Sheng sneaked into his house and opened the wooden box. A beam of light and the scent of money shone in his face. Ha ha, I'm going to be rich. This is easier than robbing a bank, he said as he did a tango dance in the middle of the yard, holding the gold in his hand. With 200 plus 500 taels, I can buy a house in the capital. The scene shifts to the Cheng Huang Temple, where inside Shen Pan Guan Wu sits, cheerfully jotting down notes. Yesterday's exorcism of the Yao Gui at Shi Lai Tang by Shen Xian Zhang has shaken our capital. Shen Cheng Huang, seated on his chair with a nonchalant expression, remarks, No, Cantian Jian is still superior. For example, they consider matters like national destiny, human nature, and the ways of the world. Shen Daozhang may excel in demon slaying, but in this aspect, the adepts of Cantian Jian could also perform. As he finishes speaking, Sai Wufan leans in and whispers softly, Darren, be cautious with your words. If Shen Daozhang were to hear this, remember the Taoist Lai Chunfeng of Cantian Jian has already paid homage to Shen Daozhang as a master. Figures like Shen Daozhang tend to be somewhat proud. If he were to hear, he might come looking for us causing trouble. Just as he finishes, he notices Chang Sheng dancing a chicken dance in front of Shen Cheng Hua. Cheng Huang freezes, lowering his head to the ground, leaving Chang Sheng startled into ceasing his dance. In an awkward moment, Chang Sheng breaks the tension with a confident smile. Hello, everyone. All gather here, huh? Ha 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 ha. It seems the old tales weren't deceiving us. The legendary bandits indeed enjoy hiding in dilapidated temples. After thinking, Chang Sheng walked up and gently bowed and greeted. Excuse me, Da Hu Zi. Oh no, Sai Wufan. Then Chang Sheng ran up to Sai Wufan and whispered, I'm sorry, I wanted to find you for help, but I didn't expect your companions to be here. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Life is not easy, and people like you have to resort to such means to make a living, I can understand. Shen Cheng Huang's group stood behind and saw the two sneaking up. Shen Xian Zhang came suddenly, probably not to investigate our affairs, coming to play with Gui Lei at midnight in the Taoist school. What should we do? Shen Xian Zhang doesn't look like a usual angry person. Upon hearing this, Shen Cheng Huang immediately hid behind the door and appeared somewhat regretful. We should be careful in a moment. Don't anger Shen Xian Zhang. After a while, Shen Cheng Huang came out with a happy and smiling face. Chang Sheng walked up and clasped his hands in salute. I respectfully greet you. Last time we met in a hurry at midnight, I didn't recognize you. It turns out to be Shen Cheng Huang. And the one next to you is Shen Pan Guan Wu and General Gan Liu, right? After saying that, Chang Sheng pretended to be innocent and thoughtful. Indeed, it is a mysterious organization. Everyone has a very professional title. Upon hearing this, Cheng Huan also replied cheerfully, Shen Xian Zhang, last time it was our fault, not knowing why you were coming this time, but I can't sense any movement from this person at all. Perhaps his Fa Lai has surpassed everyone in the Cheng Huang Temple. Chang Sheng stood below and thought about the crowd of Shen Cheng Huang, full of murderous aura, and thought to himself, I'm done for. Have I thrown myself into the mouth of the tiger? Seeing this situation, if I don't shed a little blood today, I won't be able to leave this temple. After thinking, Chang Sheng shed 2 tears and said, This, and you are all talents in the industry. Since I met Sai Wufan, I have admired you. This time I came because I want to promote professional exchanges. After hearing this, Shen Cheng Huang's face turned pale and sweat poured out like a river. Professional exchanges? We only have a little skill. Master Shen Xian Zhang is profound. As long as you don't criticize is good. What professional exchanges? It must not be to cause trouble. What should I do? A while later, after discussing, Shen Cheng Huang read to Chang Sheng to write down. This is the custom of funeral. It's best to use rituals. Lower your hands and recite the incantation. Offer sacrifices to the deceased souls first, and then ask the spiritual guide for permission, speak the request, and step up to the altar to perform the ritual. Earlier, I demonstrated the process to Xian Zhang, Fa Yi, and Zhu Ju have also drawn it for Shen Xian Zhang. Please have the Dao school take a look. Very good, very good. The brothers worked hard. After noting down the whole process, Chang Sheng immediately carried a basket of tools back with a happy expression. On the other hand, Shen Chang Huang's group sat on the ground, sweating and panting like dogs. Shen Chang really orders others, saying what to exchange in the profession. He is really mocking us. He is a person in Cyan Men. Why does he need to teach people like us about performing rituals? Xiao Wufan heard that and glanced at Shen Chang Huang. It's probably because before Cheng Huang Darren, he must have heard our complaints, otherwise why would he have sauced us from early morning until late like this? After hearing Shen Chang Huang's anger and loud scolding, the people below stood looking up in surprise. Then Shen Chang Huang used Fei Lai to fly up into the air and spoke of Shen Dao Chang as a famous person, with no actions today to offend or mock. As the spirit Kim constantly absorbed the power of Shen Chang Huang, he smiled comfortably, explaining that the Fei Lai in his body had become much stronger. Immediately afterward, outside the shrine, spirit pillars appeared piercing the symbol, accompanied by shouts that they had passed through and Shen Dao Zhang was a fairies. Chang Sheng stood outside listening to the crowd screaming, covering his ears and tensing with a tense face, wondering what they were doing and if they were just borrowing their magic instruments. The next morning at Zud Mansion in Jingyang Xian, outside the mansion, the scene of the funeral was grim as Shen Daochang arrived and was invited in. Inside, many people in mourning clothes surrounded a coffin, while a woman burned paper money. Old Zun Rong led Chang Sheng over to set up the altar. He looked around and felt sorry for the loss of the wealthy and the head of the family. While walking, something suddenly made Chang Sheng open his eyes wide, and he stood still when he saw the gruesome scene inside the house. Then Chang Sheng turned to Mr. Zun Rong and said, "Mr. Zun, could you lead us to see that well?" "Okay, follow me." The girl sat burning money unconsciously, throwing gold and silver bills into the fire pot with a dark expression devoid of emotion. Later, Mr. Zun Rong led Chang Sheng to the well, where a black stream of demonic energy rose up. "Mr. Zun, this is for the funeral of his son," Chang Sheng said. After speaking, Chang Sheng stepped forward and looked down into the well. It was late at night. The servants had all gone to rest, and I had just finished dinner and was heading back to my room when I saw Fu Ge sneak out to play. I feel truly guilty towards him and towards his late mother. Our Fu Ge is truly pitiful, having been born with mental disabilities and losing his mother early. I, too, have been neglectful due to my busy business schedule. I have been hoping for 10 years that his condition might suddenly improve. My neglect towards him and towards his late mother is my fault. Upon hearing this, old Zun Rong trembled and burst into tears. When the commoners pulled the child up from the well, the child was still moving, covered in blood and mud with broken limbs, but the child remained obedient and hugged the tambourine I gave him, constantly calling for his father in pain. "It's all my fault, Mr. Zun Rong. Please don't be too saddened." At this point, Chang Sheng bowed his head and closed his eyes tightly. "In short, I will try my best." There was a noise coming from Chang Sheng's equipment bag, and as he reached in to grab a musical instrument, the little fox spirit popped out from inside, surprising him greatly. "When could you crawl into my bag? Wait here obediently, don't go running around." Chang Sheng pulled out a piece of paper from the bag and said to old Zun Rong, "Don't be too heartbroken. The dead cannot be revived. I will read a Jingwen passage for your son in hopes that he can escape the suffering and have a happy life in the next life." The little fox spirit looked up at Chang Sheng with glistening eyes and thought to herself, "How could I have missed the chance to watch Xian Zhang play the instrument from such a close distance?" As she was lost in thought, she glanced over and saw something emerge from the well, the ghost of a beautiful girl with a sorrowful face. The little fox spirit was startled and exclaimed, "What kind of demon is this? Where did this ghost come from, daring to appear in broad daylight?" The ghost floated in front of Chang Sheng and clasped her hands to listen to the scripture. "What's going on? Was the person who jumped into the well the old man's son? Oh my god, he's been possessed by Xian Zhang's supernatural power." The scene shifts to Shilai Tang Shen Jia, where Xiao King is walking in the courtyard when a spirit descends from the sky in front of her. Xiao King, holding 2 ducks in her hands, is startled when she sees the spirit and exclaims, "Ah, who is it?" It turns out that the spirit is Shen Chang Huang, who has ascended. "Young lady, I am Shen Chang Huang. I have some business to see Shen Daochang." Oh, I am late. Shen Daochang has already returned to Jingyang Xian and to help others with their spells. As Xiao King finishes speaking, Chang Huang immediately uses his spirit to disappear and says, "Thank you, young lady. I will not bother you anymore. Goodbye, see you again." Xiao King is left speechless. While Xiao King is angry, Xiao Bai's voice comes from inside the kitchen. "Xiao King, Have you finished handling the ducks? Bring them in here quickly, sister. These people are so rude. If it wasn't for Xianjiang not being at home, I would see if they dare to come and go in Xianfu. At the same time, Shen Chang Huang, holding a book in one hand and divining with the other, realizes turns out that Zun Rong's stupid son has died. Xianjiang must have gone to perform spells at their home. But wait, why did Zun Rong Mansion have a ghost that hasn't reincarnated for over 10 years? Could it be a grudge? That night at Zunjia in Jingyang Xian, a man approaches Chang Sheng and says, Shen Xianjiang, we have arranged the spell formation in front of the spiritual path as you requested. Today, please rest. If you need anything, you can call me anytime. All right, thank you. Wangguan Jia. A while later, Chang Sheng ran around in the Zun Rong Mansion. This Zun Rong Mansion is really different. Even finding the bathroom is tricky. How miserable. While running, something caught Chang Sheng's eye, causing him to open his eyes wide. It turns out he was in front of the spirit path. Odd, in the morning, there seemed to be only one coffin in the spirit path. When did another coffin appear? Could it be that Zunjia also has someone to mourn? I have never heard old Zun Rong say, this will require additional money. After thinking for a while, he forgot that he still needed to go to the bathroom. He couldn't hold it in any longer and went to find a bathroom first. Later, Chang Sheng had finished relieving himself and was wandering around the mansion. At the same time, there was a very beautiful girl with a big heart and a slender figure walking on the same path. When Chang Sheng saw her, he opened his eyes wide and said, hey, there's someone there. Seeing Chang Sheng, the beautiful girl lowered her head, with a shy look in her green eyes and smooth white hair. This young lady is so beautiful. Chang Sheng stepped closer to get a better look at the beautiful girl. A moment later, he extended his hand forward, widened his eyes, and called out, young lady. The beautiful girl heard him and quickly ran away, leaving Chang Sheng with a pale face and shouting loudly, hey, where are you running? I just wanted to ask where the bathroom is. That night, after releasing his sadness, Chang Sheng returned to his room and went to bed. At this time, a dark figure was staring at Chang Sheng's face and calling out, Shen Xianjiang, Shen Xianjiang. Chang Sheng heard the call and woke up, seeing the smiling face of Shen Chang Huang, calling out, Shen Xianjiang. Without hesitation, Chang Sheng sat up and punched Shen Chang Huang in the face. After the punch, Shen Chang Huang's face showed 5 fingerprints, with one cheek swollen and the other deflated. Chang Sheng made Shen Chang Huang kneel down and started to question, why do you barge into someone else's room in the middle of the night? Tell me, what business do you have to find me now? Shen Chang Huang frowned and replied, Shen Xianjiang, in the morning I went to Shi Lai Tang to find you and learn that you went to Jingyang Xian to help others with spells. Then I investigated a bit and found that Lao Zun Rong wasn't quite right, worrying about you, so I came to inform you. After hearing that, Chang Sheng closed his eyes and murmured, what did you say? Can it be true that your family is involved in a murder? This guy is so polite. Does he really want to steal our business? All right, I understand. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back to sleep. Hearing this, Cheng Huang burst out laughing and thought to himself, Shen Xianjiang is so calm. He probably already knows about the ghostly happenings in this house. Looks like I've underestimated him. Later on, I'll disturb Shen Xianjiang's rest. If he needs anything, I and my group can handle this matter for him. When Chang Sheng heard this, he frowned, crossed his arms, and exuded a strong, imposing aura as he murmured, all right, this guy has been beating around the bush with me for half a day just to get me to share a measly meal with him. With that, Chang Sheng kicked Cheng Huang out the door, and with a strong kick, he slammed Cheng Huang's face into the ground, shouting loudly, this is not something you can meddle in. Go back to where you came from. Cheng Huang got up with a frightened, bruised face and said, can I not meddle in this? What does Shen Xianjiang mean by this? Outside Chang Sheng's room, a dark and sinister demonic energy was slowly approaching Shen Cheng Huang. Shen Cheng Huang looked up at the sky and sensed the demonic energy, making an ugly face and secretly thinking, could the grudge at Zunjia be as powerful as Gui Lang at Zichao Haozai and Hong Si Sheifu? Thinking this, Shen Cheng Huang immediately kicked his leg and ran away from there, saying, thank you, Shen Xianjiang, take care. After running for a while, Shen Cheng Huang stood in front of Zunjia and muttered to himself, it's embarrassing. I am the Cheng Huang of a district. Every time I have to bother Shen Xianjiang to exorcise demons for us, it means I am too weak. This time I return, I must make sure that the lazy ones in the temple train with me thoroughly. Just as Cheng Huang finished speaking, 2 streams of light suddenly appeared behind him below the ground. Moments later, a voice echoed, Cheng Huang, what's wrong? Hearing this, Cheng Huang turned his head to see two young men in black and white emerging from the streams of light behind him. The man in black, with a tough-looking face, whispered to the man in white, "Hey, Bai Wu Chang, I'm stuck. Pull me up." Upon hearing this, the man in white used all of his strength to pull the man in black up, causing him to tremble all over. Upon seeing this, Cheng Huang asked, "Bai Wu Chang, hi Wu Chang, why are you here?" "We are here to collect lost souls and evil spirits. Tonight, someone in Zunjia is close to death, so I have come to take them away." Upon hearing this, Shen Chang Huang's face darkened and he clenched his teeth, sweating profusely. If someone dies tonight in Zunjia, Shen Daochang's power will definitely help. I am afraid of potential conflict with these two. After thinking for a moment, Shen Chang Huang looked towards Hai Bai Wu Chang and said, "Gentlemen, it is best for you to leave. There is a master in this temple who practices sorcery." Hai Bai Wu Chang, after hearing that, made a face full of energy, his eyes glowing red, and gave a wicked smile. "Master, how is this higher than our Yan Wangyi?" This person was personally sketched in the Book of Life and Death by Yan Wangyi himself. Cheng Huang Darren, don't worry too much to avoid trouble. Finishing his words, Hai Bai Wu Chang used demonic energy to fly into Zunjie right in front of Shen Cheng Huang, making Cheng Huang surprised. Hey, just say it and go." Shen Cheng Huang, standing behind, looked at the two streams of demonic energy slowly entering the gate of Zunjia, then said angrily, How great is Yan Wangyi?" The commotion outside woke Chang Sheng up. He sat up with a pale face. "What's going on? Who's still doing repairs at midnight?" So Chang Sheng followed the noise out of the room. It seemed like it was in front of the spiritual courtyard. After a while, Chang Sheng came to the front of the spiritual courtyard and coincidentally saw someone walking in confusion. So many people. What are they doing here? Inside the spiritual courtyard, old Zun Rong was standing in front of a coffin, watching his subordinates close the lid silently. Old Zun Rong, with a gray face, whispered to himself, "Fu Guai, this time there are people taking care of you down there. I can only help you until here." Old Zun Rong sobbed, but then gave a strange smile. "Don't worry, soon I will also go down there with you. Even if it's the Underworld, I will protect you. Don't let anyone bully you." Inside the coffin came the mournful cries of the living. Chang Sheng stood outside. Hearing it, he clenched his teeth in anger and his face darkened as he thought to himself, "The crying is coming from inside the coffin. How can there be someone alive in there? Ridiculous." At this moment, after tightly closing the coffin, old Zun Rong ordered his men to bring the two coffins together. Then he decorated the coffins with red flowers and proceeded with the ghost marriage for his son. While performing the ceremony, a loud, low voice echoed from outside the door, "Stop all of this for me." Old Zun Rong heard it and turned to look outside the door. Chang Sheng firmly held his hand and stepped in. His face was dark and angry, with clenched jaws. Seeing Chang Sheng, old Zun Rong stood nervously with a worried expression. Inside the coffin, a loud crying continued. Chang Sheng said nothing and swiftly passed by old Zun Rong, surprising him as he exclaimed, "Shen Xian Zhang, what are you planning to do?" Chang Sheng didn't respond to the old Zun Rong's question, but immediately kicked one of his subordinates on the head, causing him to bleed from the nose. Then Chang Sheng continued with a fatal kick to another, causing the hammer in the latter's hand to fall to the ground. After finishing his blows, Chang Sheng stepped on the chest of another young man. His whole demeanor exuded ferocity, his face grim, as he grumbled, "I told you all to stop earlier, didn't I?" As he finished speaking, someone's hand grasped the hammer on the ground. It turned out to be old Zun Rong, his face twisted with a sinister expression, hammering the final nail firmly in place, saying, "This concerns my son's happiness. It cannot be stopped." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng immediately kicked Zun Rong, sending him crashing into the walls. Zun Rong, dazed, sat up, clutching his head, his face creased with worry. Chang Sheng approached him with a furious expression. Seeing this, Zun Rong shouted, "Shen Xian Zhang, I sought you up to perform a spell for me. You can't just ignore what happened tonight." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng immediately grabbed Zun Rong by the collar, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Seconds later, Chang Sheng pulled Zun Rong to his feet, pointing towards the two coffins and shouting loudly, "Take a good look. The girl locked inside is the preordained fate of Yin and Slaughter. If she pairs with your son's ghost body, the consequences will be as dire as the Hong Se Jiafu." Chang Sheng immediately thought that if that girl died early, she would turn into a demon and suck the vital energy of innocent people to increase her evil power. By that time, not only Zun Jia's family, but also Jing Yang Xian's family would perish. Upon hearing this, Elder Zun Rong's face turned pale and his whole body trembled. "Shen Xian Zhang, are you telling the truth? Will that woman really do that?" but I have already entrusted someone to calculate the timing of the burial in Jingcheng. Why are you looking for someone in Cantianjian? Chang Sheng then confidently said, making his nose extend by 8 inches, not to mention others, even Cantianjian must listen to me. Elder Zunrong's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, truly worthy of Shen Chang. He said so with his mouth, but in his heart he was worshipping the sign word of Cantianjian. I'm borrowing the reputation a little. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. After borrowing the reputation, Chang Sheng began to speak. And now is not the time to be stubborn, otherwise release the person quickly, or else you will all perish when she dies. Upon hearing this, Elder Zunrong hurriedly urged his subordinates, haven't you heard what Shen Chang said? Open the coffin quickly, yes, yes, yes. Chang Sheng stood behind, watching as the subordinates were securing the coffin. He whispered to himself, saving one life is like building 7 towers. Luckily, everything is still within reach. After securing the coffin, it opened, revealing a beautiful girl like the fairies that Chang Sheng had met while searching for the restroom. Shen Chang, what should we do next? He asked. Approaching the coffin, Chang Sheng said, you all go out first, I will handle the next steps. Looking closely at the coffin, Chang Sheng whispered, I have saved a life. Suddenly, tiny footsteps in black and white entered the room. Chang Sheng glanced over and said, not finished yet? Turning back, he saw Hai Bai, Wu Chang, and Shen Chang Huang whispering, this is where we come in. Disguising as Hai Bai, Wu Chang is quite convincing. The tongue even moves, but it's not quite reliable because it's covered in dirt. The black-clothed figure looked at Chang Sheng, whispering he's quite handsome, but nothing else, a so-called nobleman, that's all. Sensing the silence, Shen Chang Huang spoke up. These two are the officials of the Underworld, Hai Bai, Wu Chang. The black-clothed figure solemnly said, Bang Dong Ni's lifespan has ended. We are here to guide her soul back under the orders of Yan Wan Yi. Whether she is a fairy or a nobleman, it cannot be stopped. Chang Sheng listened, then looked straight at Shen Chang Huang. Well done to seek salvation and form a new team with the two of them, right? Don't say that Zun doesn't believe what I say. So, did you specially invite them here to deceive me and hand Bai Dong Ni over, right? I'm afraid that as soon as I leave, she will be buried alive. At this point, Shen Chang Huang said, don't look at me, I didn't offend them. Hu. After thinking, Chang Sheng slammed his hand on the coffin. Then he turned to Hai Bai, Wu Chang, and said, Bang Dong Nai is still alive, but what happens after that, as to her lifespan is up to her, obediently hand her over here. After hearing Hai Bai, Wu Chang's words, Chang Sheng looked up, snorted, and boldly said, what if I don't hand her over? Bai Wu Chang heard this and sighed deeply. It's really not timely. Hai Wu Chang immediately rushed forward. Hai Wu Chang gathered demonic energy in the tips of his fingers and pointed them forward to perform the Wu Chang Zuoming technique. Shen Chang Huang, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, it's over. This is embarrassing. On the other hand, Chang Sheng was fascinated by the scene. This little comedy act isn't bad, and he even brought his own fan. He thought to himself. Hai Wu Chang stared at Chang Sheng and smirked. Just an ordinary person trying to resist Wu Chang Zuoming. You must be dreaming. Chang Sheng and Hai Wu Chang looked at each other with serious faces. Shen Chang Huang stood in the middle silently thinking they might be able to break through the barrier of my Shen Chang Sheng technique. But I'm not certain. Let's see what happens. A while later, Hai Wu Chang was shocked and panicked, thinking to himself, what's going on? Where did my soul go? Where did my formidable soul go? Hai Wu Chang turned to Bai Wu Chang, and after they looked at each other, Bai Wu Chang took out his weapon and said, just an ordinary person, and yet he dares to play games. Give me Bai Dong Ni's soul now. Upon hearing this, Bai Wu Chang quickly pushed Chang Sheng aside and attacked him directly, not wasting any more words. Chang Sheng fell to the ground, his eyes closed, and his brows furrowed in anger. Fatty, you have no martial virtue at all. So Chang Sheng grabbed a stick and shouted loudly, you want to fight, you have to see if I agree or not. Without a word, Chang Sheng immediately struck Bai Wu Chang with a strong punch, causing his tongue to almost fall out of his throat. With just a gentle punch, Bai Wu Chang lay crumpled on the ground, dazed and unconscious. Seeing this, Hai Wu Chang swung his stick and shouted loudly, how dare you attack our brother? Let me fight you. Chang Sheng did not back down, immediately lifting his shovel and shouting loudly, you dare to bully a meek and gentle girl like this. With that, Chang Sheng immediately displayed his technique sideways and a stream of spirit jingguang shot out and knocked Hai Wu Chang into the wall. Hai Wu Chang slumped against the pole, gravely injured. The demonic energy within Hai Wu Chang also leaked out, and his weapon broke in two. Oh, my Kuzang bang! Hoo hoo hoo! Hai Wu Chang sobbed as he held his broken weapon and cried, his eyes filled with confusion. My fuck, Kuzang bang has never been broken before. How will I face Yan Wang Yi now? Chang Sheng walked forward with a shovel in his hand, staring coldly at Hai Wu Chang, making him shudder and stammer, "What do you still want to do?" Just as he was about to hit Hai Wu Chang with the shovel again, Shen Chang Huang rushed in like a gust of wind, shouting loudly, "Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him! Don't hit him anymore!" Shen Chang Huang knelt down and hugged Chang Sheng's legs, shouting, "Don't hit him anymore! It will cause a real tragedy!" Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng turned dark and fierce, his eyes full of hostility. "What, do you want to join in too?" Shen Chang Huang quickly backed away, saying, "Beat them." "Oh, don't beat me." Chang Sheng immediately launched a fierce attack against Hai Bai Wu Chang, grabbing Hai Wu Chang's long tongue and repeatedly stepping on Bai Wu Chang's back. Shen Chang Huang looked on helplessly. Oh my god, so brutal. After a while of fighting, Chang Sheng emerged victorious, turning Hai Bai Wu Chang's long tongues into a cute little bow. "Will you still bully the weak?" The two, with their tongues tied, replied, "We won't do it anymore. We know we were wrong." Chang Sheng swung the shovel into the ground, his eyes turning golden as a satisfied smile spread across his face. "What's still not regretful?" Hai Bai Wu Chang's faces turned pale with fear. "Save us. We'll go. You untie us and we'll take you to Guanfu. Wait for me to find a rope and I'll bring you there," he sobbed. Finishing his words, Chang Sheng hurriedly went to search for a rope. Meanwhile, Shen Chang Huang gently approached Hai Bai Wu Chang and immediately hugged them tightly under his arms. Without hesitation, Shen Chang Huang swiftly ascended, carrying Hai Bai Wu Chang away from the spiritual path. "You two have committed a crime." "Ah, my tongue. Abu," he muttered. After Shen Chang Huang and Hai Bai Wu Chang left, Chang Sheng stood in the middle of the spiritual path, surrounded by scattered golden banknotes. Lao Zhenrong rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Xian what just happened?" he asked anxiously. Chang Sheng narrowed his eyes, smiled calmly, and replied, "It's nothing, just a fight with something that's not human." Upon hearing this, Lao Zhenrong gasped in shock. "Injury? Could it be Bai Dong Nai has turned into a Guai Lai?" Chang Sheng was speechless. "It's not Bai Dong Ni, it's someone else." Old Zhenrong panicked, holding his head and said, "Chang Sheng, please listen to my explanation. Guai Lai is threatening my life. I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Chang Sheng helplessly took a deep breath, then couldn't help but interrupt. "Sir, please calm down." Old Zhenrong was startled, and then Chang Sheng explained the story. "If you didn't want to use Bai Dong Nai to marry a demon, there would be no reason for you to lead Li Li to crave her body." Old Zhenrong admitted his mistake, and Chang Sheng said he would help him conquer Guai Lai. Old Zhenrong confessed, and Chang Sheng smiled sinisterly. Old Zhenrong immediately agreed, and Chang Sheng smiled brightly. The scene switches to the Yan Wang Yi's palace. At this moment, Hai Bai Wu Chang returns and presents to Yan Wang Yi. Dairen, I am so wronged. That person at that time, without asking for the reason, he hit me on the head with a shovel. Look at this, he even broke my key, Kuzang bang that you gave to me. Hoo, he is truly not a good person. Dairen, you have to take charge of us, the two brothers. Yan Wang Yi immediately opens the Book of Death to see Bai Dong Ni's death day. Bai Dong Nai died of suffocation from being locked in the coffin on the 7th of October in the year of Bing Shen. Who appears to be so audacious? He interferes with the fate of souls. Doesn't he think I have authority over hell and the underworld? Yan Wang Yi, furious, swings his hand forward and immediately a stream of demonic energy emits in green color. "Let me investigate this person's life," he says. The demonic energy rises into the air carrying the Book of Death. Then Yan Wang Yi shouts, "Jing Yang Xian, Shen Chang Sheng appear." Shortly after, on the demonic energy, portraits of the young men in the Book of Death are displayed. "It's not this person. None of them are." Dairen, "None of them are." Yan Wang Yi saw the result. His eyes widened in shock. "So we can't track down this person? This is strange in Sanji. Even Fairy's miracle Doctoro Gui is recorded in this book. Unless that person has jumped out of Sanji and is no longer in Wu Hang. Could he really be a powerful divine being capable of escaping Lun Hui Sheng Sai? Most of these figures have unclear backgrounds. I'm afraid someone above is protecting them," he muttered to himself. Above, Yan Wangyi was racking his brain, while below, Hai Bai, Wu Chang kept banging their heads and exclaiming joyfully, "I hope Dai Ren takes charge for us." Yan Wangyi had no choice but to respond casually, "Well, let's put this matter aside for now. Shen Chang Sheng is not in the Book of Life, which is quite strange. We'll make a decision after thorough investigation." Then he suddenly remembered, as for Bai Dong Ni, her lifespan has ended. Yan Wangyi then looked at the Book of Life, which showed significant movement. A moment later, the Book of Life immediately changed Bai Dong Ni's fate, indicating that she would die at 1 a.m. on May 17th in the year Jiehai. Yan Wangyi saw two eyes popping out in amazement and exclaimed, Oh, we've encountered a demon. Things have changed, things have changed. Spectral Punisher and Hai Bag, Wu Chang sitting below heard and asked together. Changed what? Yan Wangyi sitting above remained silent and didn't say anything. Then Yan Wangyi glanced at the official next to him and whispered, "Could it be the Alter Destiny plot? So what should we do?" The official looked at Yan Wangyi's face, smirked, and whispered back, "No change, Dai Ren. You have misunderstood before. Dong Nai will die at 1 o'clock on May 17th in the Jiehai year." After speaking, the official and Yan Wangyi smiled brightly together. That's right. That's right. After discussing, Yan Wangyi slammed the table and said, Bai Dong Ni. Clearly, she still has not reached the end of her life. How can you go and catch her soul? Your working attitude is not serious. You have made a fundamental mistake, so I will deduct half of your salaries for both of you. Hai Bai Wu Chang heard this and opened their eyes in surprise. Really? What did we do wrong? Suddenly, from outside the door, Guiji stepped in and reported, Dai Ren, the Shuang of Zun Fu Gai, is coming, so release him to the earthly realm to visit his relatives. Then Guiji pointed to the beautiful woman next to him, who was Zun Fu Guai, and said, "This is his birth mother, who died 10 years ago without resolving her grievances. She has been wandering in the earthly realm for a long time and should also reincarnate now." Upon hearing this, Yan Wangyi immediately ordered, Hai Bai Wu Chang, you too are responsible for this matter. Don't mess it up. Yes, follow Dai Ren's orders. Back in the earthly realm, Chang Sheng was walking in the Zun Jia courtyard where he heard the voice of Lao Zun Rong saying, "Son, if I, as your father, don't have the ability to take care of you properly, then it's just like that." Chang Sheng unintentionally heard this and opened his eyes wide, muttering to himself, "What's that sound? I'm going to check it out." Inside the room, old Zun Rong was trembling, crying, and sobbing, "My son, don't die. I won't live much longer. I will join you soon." Chang Sheng stood outside the door, secretly eavesdropping. Old Zun Jia couldn't arrange a ghost marriage, so he is begging for forgiveness from his son. Thinking to himself, Chang Sheng's face darkened as he thought, Zun Rong doesn't seem right. His words are full of guilt towards his son. It's almost like he pushed his son down the dry well, causing the child to fall to his death. After contemplating, Chang Sheng walked over to the well and peered down. Indeed, there is a problem. Zun Fugu's death was not accidental, but rather caused by Zun Rong killing his own son. Later, at Feng Xiaoxian's mansion, a loud cry came from the mansion. "Shen Xianzang, you are late." Chang Sheng dragged Feng Xiaoxian running like the wind. "We can't be late. If we wait, Zun Rong, who committed murder, may escape." What is the meaning of Shen Xianzang's words? With the speed of the wind, Feng Xiaoxian's hat wanted to fly off. Zun Rong is known to be kind and generous in Jing Yang Xian. How could he commit murder? Chang Sheng's face darkened and he gritted his teeth and said directly, "I suspect that Zun Fugu's fall into the dry well was not an accident, but rather that he was pushed by Zun Rong." After running like crazy at the speed of Superman, Chang Sheng brought Feng Xiaoxian to the dry well. This bloody handprint can prove that when Zun Fu Gai fell into the well, he grabbed the edge of the well instead of falling directly to the bottom of the well and died. Most likely someone used a brick to hit him, and that's how this handprint was made. Before we didn't pay attention, but Zun Rong had locked a young girl alive in a coffin to organize a ghost marriage for his son. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and stopped it. After that, I felt more and more that Zun Rong was not right, always lamenting in front of Zun Fugu's remains, acting ashamed. I saw it as a father's longing for his son. Until I felt uneasy and went to investigate at the dry well, I was sure that the brick that knocked down Zun Fu Guag was still at the bottom of the well. At the spiritual path, the smell of incense smoke filled the air. Old Zun Rong heard footsteps coming and turned to look. When he saw Chang Sheng walking with Feng Xiaoxian, old Zun Rong curiously asked, "Why is Feng Xiaoxian here so late? Shen Xianzang, what do you mean by this?" Chang Sheng, with fiery anger burning within him, looked at Zun Rong with eyes shining bright and face as dark as coal. In the next moment, Chang Sheng immediately pointed a finger at the face of Zun Rong and shouted loudly, "Zun Rong, why did you allow yourself to kill your own son?" After hearing this, Zun Rong calmly replied, "Shen Chang, what nonsense are you talking about? In front of Feng Jiaxi and Dai Ren, you dare to speak like that?" Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng smirked and went straight to the point. "Zun Rong, whether you speak nonsense or not, you are the one who knows best." Chang Sheng extended his hand in front of him and calmly said, "In front of the thick smoke and the lingering spirit of your son, if you lie, you will be tongue-tied in hell." Chang Sheng lowered his head in contemplation. Previously, this old man talked about gulai and showed extreme fear. But today, when it comes to killing his own son, he is unusually calm, abnormally so. It's strange if he's afraid of demons, then it's better to deceive him with a fake god or demon. At this time, Mr. Zun Rong went to talk to Feng Jiaxian. "I didn't know that Mr. Feng Jiaxian had arrived. I couldn't greet you from a distance. This priest was originally invited by me to perform a ritual for my deceased son. Perhaps he was not satisfied with the amount of money given, so he falsely accused me, and I lost my temper. I see there must be some misunderstanding here." While chatting, Chang Sheng started to gesture with his 2 fingers and loudly shouted, "I would want myself, baby. Please believe me, I'll put you through hell just to know Nuia. Yeah." Next, Chang Sheng continued to gesture with 2 fingers towards the incense and Zun Fugu's remains and recited, "So sure of yourself, baby. Don't get greedy. That shit won't end well." After reciting the words, the candle on the incense suddenly went out. Mr. Zun Rong was extremely surprised to see this. Seeing this, Chang Sheng smiled and whispered, well, the heavens are helping me. Suddenly, there's a gust of wind waiting for me to break this old man's defensive heart." Seeing everything going according to plan, Chang Sheng continued to gesture forward and loudly said, "You foolish child, if your soul has returned, why would you quickly appear?" As soon as the sentence ended, a stream of demonic energy appeared and the soul of Zun Fu Gai emerged from that stream. Holding tightly to the rattle, the boy stepped into the door, causing both Zun Rong and Feng Jiaxian to be stunned. His face was pale, with no hint of blood, and sweat poured down like rain. Zun Fugu's soul passed by Feng Jiaxian, leaving him extremely frightened. Seriously, Zun Fugu's soul has truly appeared. Zun Fugu's soul stepped in front of old Zun Rong, crying and trembling, begging, "Father, Father, I'm in so much pain. Please don't push me down, can you?" Upon seeing this, old Zun Rong raised his hand as if to embrace his son, but Zun Fu Gai retreated. Fu Gai, have you truly come back? It's not right, father." Chang Sheng stood here and looked at the scene in front of him. Then he was amazed and asked himself, "Oh, I just started and already broke through. How is that?" At this moment, Feng Jiaxian turned to give Chang Sheng a like. This enigmatic soul techniques of Shen Chang is really amazing. It really broadens one's vision. So much praise. It's just a psychological trick. In the quiet night, people's hearts are the weakest and the ancients are the most superstitious. Zun Rong kills his son. He's been uneasy every day. Today it's Zun Fugu's Shuang. It's the perfect opportunity to break his guard. After speaking, Chang Sheng stepped forward and grabbed Zun Rong's collar. "Zun Rong, do you have anything else to say? The blood on the edge of the dry well and the stone with blood on the bottom of the well are evidence that your son was murdered." After hearing this, Zun Rong's tears flowed down and his whole body trembled. "Fu Gai, my son, can you come here? I aimed at my mistake to you. I was wrong to your mother and you. I should not have pushed you down the well, and I should not have killed her." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng and Feng Jiaxian were startled, their faces filled with sadness. "What did he say?" "Hook has died," they asked. The doctor revealed that his wife's health is not good and she cannot have children. Her husband confessed that his wife has been sick since giving birth and he wants to help her escape from the pain of illness. The father blamed himself for allowing his wife and child to suffer. On the surface, he didn't let his wife see the child much, but in reality, he only wanted her to get better. In a dream, he heard his wife's resentment towards him for not letting her see the child. At this moment, Zun Rong's wife's spirit appeared and said to Zun Fu Gai, "I was wrong. After I died, you cannot remarry, but must raise Fu Gai. But in the future, when I am no longer here, you will not be able to protect the child. Others will bully him." At that time, old Zun Rong sat on the edge of the well and used a large rock to hit Zun Fu Gu's hand, causing the boy to scream loudly, "Father, Fu Gai's hand hurts so much, father, father." At this point, old Zun Rong cried uncontrollably, tears streaming down and stuttering. That's why, Fu Gai, I did it all to protect you. I did it all to protect you." He knelt in front of Fu Gai, tears streaming down onto the doorstep, and said, "Can you forgive me, son?" As he finished speaking, Chang Sheng rushed over and slapped old Zun Rong hard. "Do you really feel so great saying these words? Are you just trying to move yourself? Whose tears are these really for? Did you ever ask them if they wanted to die before you killed them?" After listening to Chang Sheng, Lao Zunrong turned to look at his wife's soul intensely. Chang Sheng pointed at the old man's face and said loudly, "Your wife knew she was not well, yet still gave birth to a son for you. She knew she didn't have long to live, but had no regrets. What about you? What have you done? And what about Zun Fu Gai, the boy who was only 3 years old? You pushed him into the well. Where were the people who bullied him?" At this point, Chang Sheng kicked Lao Zunrong in the face and shouted loudly, "You deserve to die." Feng Shaixian stood silently as Lao Zunrong fell to the ground. Then, Feng Shaixian looked at the souls of Zun Fu Gai and his mother and sighed, truly pitiful and truly despicable. At that moment, it was almost dawn and the rooster crowed. The two souls walked out the door. Fu Gai and his mother walked with Hai Bai Wu Chang. Bai Wu Chang, it's time, mission accomplished. While the person hasn't noticed us yet, let's go. Hai Wu Chang looked bewildered. Then Hai Bai Wu Chang and the two souls left Zunjia to return to hell and the underworld. Soon after, it was morning. Feng Shaixian ordered his guards to arrest Lao Zunrong and take him to Guanfu for legal action. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Dong Nai ran quickly towards Chang Sheng, shocking old Feng Shaixian, who exclaimed loudly, "Shem Xian Zhang, be careful." Seconds later, Dong Ni's white and round chest collided with Chang Sheng's as she put on an innocent face with a look of desire and pleaded, "Shen Xian Zhang, please take me with you." Chang Sheng, seeing the two spheres pressing against him, blushed and then suddenly realized and pushed her away, saying, You, what are you talking nonsense? Dai Ren, the girl by Dong Ni, was sold to Zun Jia by her family. Now that this has happened, Dong Ni really has nowhere to go back to. Please take her in and I will do anything. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng handed Dong Ni a pristine white handkerchief. Then he sat down and gave her a friendly smile. "If that's the case, come to my place and do some things like boiling water and cooking." Dong Ni, hearing this, teared up and had an extremely cute and blushing face. "Thank you, master. Dong Ni will listen to you." At the same time, at Shen Chang Sheng Temple, where people were coming and going inside the temple, someone sat on a chair smiling happily as the spirits around him were abundant. Dai Ren, Shen Xian Zhang really fought with the Hai Bai Wu Chang of the Underworld. That wasn't a fight. That was bullying. Shen Chang Huang recalled the scene from last night, his face turning pale and sweating like rain. That scene was truly too cruel. As they were talking, a young lady walked in with Nuia. "Prince, be careful." Next, the three men continued to discuss. Bai Wu Chang used the Bai Kui Yixing technique, and the sky suddenly darkened. But Shen Xian Zhang was not afraid. He just gently waved the weapon in his hand and broke through the Fedalai technique that filled the sky. Below, the girl knelt in front of the statue of Shen Cheng Huang, clasping her hands in prayer. Chang Lei asked for the blessings of the mother to live a long life and regain health, also hoping that this time I can meet the fairies and heal my mother's illness. After the prayer, Chang Lil and Nu Jia bowed their heads in front of the statue of Shen Cheng Huang, but strangely, at that moment a beam of light emerged from Chang Li's body, shining directly on Shen Cheng Huang's face, causing him to stare in shock and shout, "Who is this having such sincere filial piety?" Shen Pan Guan Wu, upon hearing this, spoke up, "Your Highness, this is the current king's princess, the Empress Dowager. You just congratulated her mother, the Empress Chang Zun, and unfortunately, the Empress Chang Zun has reached the end of her life, and a small god like us cannot help." At the same time, outside the temple, Feng Shaixian led Chang Sheng and Bai Dong Mi. Chang Sheng looked around and smiled, whispering, "The blonde guy led us to steal our business before. Now Feng Shaixian is here. I can use his light to deal with them, Your Highness. Let me handle them." After thinking, Chang Sheng turned and made a respectful gesture. "Feng Shaixian, please come into the Shen Cheng Huang Temple with me for a trip." "Chang, the heavenly official, what's the matter? I'm just a mortal and can't help much." Chang Sheng chuckled lightly at the response. "It's okay, just taking him to meet someone. Heh, Feng Shaixian is quite superstitious." After speaking, Chang Sheng led Feng Shaixian to run very quickly and mysteriously. He waved his arms forward, shouting loudly, "Shen Cheng Huang, look, who is behind me?" Shen Cheng Huang, sitting above, heard this and was terrified. Shen Xian Zhang brought Bai Dong Ni here to personally demonstrate your cultivation method. Realizing that he couldn't escape, Shen Cheng Huang immediately appeared on the ground. Shen Chang Sheng appeared with Wu Fan and greeted them warmly. Why does Shen Chang have to act like this? Shen Chang is truly wise and great. We have known this for a long time. Yes, yes. Chang Lil and Nuia, seeing the scene before them, widened their eyes and their faces turned pale with shock. This is truly a divine encounter. Prince, it seems we have met living fairies. Chang Sheng, hearing Shen Chang Huang's words, laughed brightly. It's good to know. From now on, don't make the same mistake again, understand? A bunch of deceivers are truly here. Even if there are many of you, if you meet Guanfu, won't you all have to become obedient? Who told you to dare to interfere with my business? Shen Chang Huang thought about Chang Sheng's words. It seems that we underestimated the ghost marriage customs and upset Shen Chang. This is to remind us not to be negligent. Yes, yes, we swear to the heavens that we will not repeat it in the future. Heh, it's good to know. Beside them, Prince Chang Lil and Nuia looked at Chang Sheng's group with sparkling eyes. Prince, this person is really strong. Just a casual word can make Shen Chang Huang show up. But the most frightening thing is that he is wholeheartedly advising Shen Chang Huang, and Shen Chang Huang dares not argue. Nuia whispered to Chang Le. Before she could finish, Chang Le, who was kneeling, stood up and rushed forward with a face full of admiration and tears in her eyes, kneeling in front of Chang Sheng, calling out, Qian Chang. Chang Le hugged Chang Sheng's thigh, crying, which also surprised her brother. Please save our mother's life. Fang Xian heard this and immediately remembered Chang Sheng's words in front of the shrine and realized with a sense of bitterness. This is the intention of Shen Chang. Shen Chang wants me to meet the most beloved Changla prince. At this moment, Changla tightly held Chang Sheng's clothes and tears flowed from his eyes. Shen Chang knew how she is suffering from a serious illness. The Phoenix has invited miracle Dr. Zun Sai Mo to come and treat her. But despite years of treatment, it has not been effective. I beg you to come with me to Chang'an to save Mu Ho's life. No matter what the conditions are, the Phoenix will agree. After hearing this, Chang Sheng said softly in Changla's ear, Shen Chang, apart from Chang Zun and Huan Ho, who can save Bai Dong Ni like you? There is no one else who can save her. Oh, so that's how it is. On the surface, it seemed that way, but in his heart, he was furious. Are you for real? Chang Zun Huang Hao has asthma. I'm just an engineering student without a special medicine. How can I cure her? If even miracle Dr. Zun Sai Mo can't heal her, how could I have a chance to cure her? Changla waited for Chang Sheng's response, but when he didn't answer, she clasped her hands and cried out in urgent tears. Little girl knows that disturbing the tranquility of CM Sang is not proper, but Changla really wants to save Mu Ho at all costs. Pleased Dao Zhang, show mercy. After hearing these words, Chang Sheng's face turned ashen and he sighed deeply. I also want to show mercy, but I am not a doctor. If I cannot cure him, he will surely die. But if I don't go, it will not be allowed. If Changla Prince returns and tells her father, I might be beheaded by Huang Di directly. What should I do? Is this the only outcome to die? Guanfu is superstitious, but right now, I think the only way to survive is to continue on the Chang Huang path. After pondering, Chang Sheng spread his arms wide, clenched his fists, and said, it's not that I am unwilling to help. It's truly because the fate of Chang Zun Huang Hao and this act of defying the heavens are only partly in my grasp. Upon hearing this, Changla's eyes widened in happiness. Even if it's only partly, there is still hope. Changla thanks for the fairy's mercy. Wu Fan and Shen Chang Huang, upon hearing this, had green faces and looked surprised. The Book of Life and Death already has a day of death, and Shen Chang dares to say that he is partly certain about defying the heavens and changing the earth. It's truly frightening. Truly frightening. Having finished packing, the three of them set off from Jingyang Xian back to Chang'an, with a fairly long journey ahead of them. They spoke with confidence, but their hearts were in pain. The system only has about 140 hours left. This trip to Chang'an could take a while. We need to earn a lot. Shen Chang, you could rest assured and go to Chang'an to heal the Empress. I will protect your mansion very well. A few days later, Prince Chang Lil and Chang Sheng's horses arrived in Chang'an at Mingdimen after a long journey. Chang Lil suggested, Shen Zhang has had a difficult journey. Please rest at the inn for a day. I will go to inform Fu Huang, and tomorrow morning I will lead you into the palace to heal Mu Hao. Chang Lei stood up and took Chang Sheng's hand. Shen Zhang, we can't delay. Let's start back to Chang'an, not in a hurry. Let's go back to our old home and Shi Lai Tang to get some necessary items first, that it will not be too late. Chang Sheng reluctantly smiled. I will follow the prince's arrangements, but in his heart, he was angry. Hugo Hulu, if it weren't for fear of your father's wrath, I wouldn't be bothered to come to Chang'an to heal the Empress. After finishing speaking, the Prince Changla's horse team left. Chang Sheng carried a wandering basket throughout the streets and said, Chang'an is truly prosperous. Today I have some free time to wander around, especially to taste the goat soup at an inn in Mingdemen. On the table, there was a bowl of delicious food filled with fish and plenty of greens, which made the stomach growl. At that moment, Chang Sheng sat in the inn, holding a duck leg, and quietly said, although this duck leg is a bit cold from sitting for a day, luckily, it's not spoiled. At the same time, an old man walked in and said, excuse me, may I share your table? There's no more space in this inn. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng quickly pulled a bowl of food towards him and asked the old man to sit. The old man placed a box on the table, gently sat down on the chair, smiled, and said, thank you, young man. I am Ruan Cheng, a doctor. Right after that, a waiter brought a bowl of food to the table and said, sir, your goat meat is here. Old Ruan Cheng opened the wooden box on the table. It was a box full of fresh vegetables, emitting a strong, pleasant smell. The smell of green vegetables wafted into Chang Sheng's nose, making him amazed. Do you need celery? This is a rare item. The old man noticed Chang Sheng staring at his box of green vegetables and smiled. Sour celery is the best I make in Chang'an. It seems even people from other regions cannot resist craving for it. Seconds later, a fragrance from something invaded the old man's nose like a hand caressing his face. What smells so good? Upon closer inspection, the fragrance was coming from the duck leg that Chang Sheng was holding, the duck leg that Xiao Bai had cooked. It's a duck leg. Why does it smell so good? Chang Sheng looked over and saw that old Ruan Cheng was drooling heavily. It seems there are people in Chang'an who have never experienced anything like this. Seeing this, Chang Sheng immediately spoke up. Hey, can I trade my duck leg for your sour celery? Upon hearing this, old Ruan Cheng immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. The old man sat across from him, looking at Chang Sheng's satisfied face while eating celery, and murmured, using such delicious duck leg to exchange for sour celery, where else can you find it? This young man is truly knave. After speaking, old Ruan Cheng also put the duck thigh in front of everyone, with its pleasant smell. From the scent of the duck thigh and majestic presence of a bright golden dragon, Jingguang appeared surrounding old Ruan Cheng. He sniffed and was startled. This is dragon spirit. Without thinking much, old Ruan Cheng immediately put the duck thigh up and took a big bite. Then he seemed to get lost in the floating fairies with a flushed face. This flavor, oh my god, I feel full of energy throughout my body. Chang Sheng sat across from him, seeing old Ruan Cheng trembling and making strange sounds, thought to himself, isn't it true that people in Guanfu are all sick or something? So he immediately stood up, carried the basket on his shoulder, and ran out of the restaurant with a thought in his head. According to the standard procedure, wait until he wakes up, I will hug my thigh and say thank you, Better run first and think later. A moment later, when old Ruan Cheng woke up, Chang Sheng had already disappeared. He frowned and muttered, using the excuse of exchanging celery for a temple, giving Ruan Cheng a chance, turning around and leaving, without accepting anything. Turns out to be a true compassion. On the second day in the city of Chang'an, Chang Lei took Chang Sheng to the palace and announced to his father, Fu Huang, this immortal is the noble person that I mentioned. Huang Di responded, Shen Xianjiang, I have heard of your legend. Thank you, Shen Xianjiang, for not hesitating to help cure my empress. If successful, I will surely reward you. You look so young. It seems like the rejuvenation and restoration return to simplicity and authenticity as rumored. Chang Sheng humbly replied, you are too kind, sir. Later, at the Empress's palace, Chang Sheng entered the inner chambers. At this time, Huang Di was sitting next to the Empress and gently said, Huang Hao, I have brought the noble person to examine you. Huang Hao hesitantly opened her eyes and said, yes, yes, bring him in. Upon seeing Chang Sheng, Huang Hao thought to herself that he looked normal and probably wasn't sent by Huang Di to cure her, but rather deceived by someone else. Huang Di stood up with open arms and said, Shen Xianzhang Sin Moi. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng raised his hands and shook his head. No need. At this moment, Chang Sheng felt fear in his heart and whispered to himself, even Zun Sai Mo can't cure my asthma. What can I do? I'm sorry. Huang Di, Huang Hao, I can only continue to deceive you. After thinking for a moment, Chang Sheng raised two fingers and said confidently, in the destiny, it's truly difficult to save. I have a method, but it only has a 50% success rate. If successful, Huang Hu will be cured immediately, and there will be no more illness or disaster in the future. But if it fails, upon hearing this, Huang Hao sat up, and then Huang Di and Huang Hu interrupted Chang Sheng. What if it fails? Chang Sheng calmly closed his eyes and said, if it fails, I won't make it past June 21 this year. Upon hearing this, Huang Hao secretly thought, I've been dreaming of the judge of the dead saying that I will die on June 21. How can this Daozeng not see anything? Unless it's really fairies. Looking calm on the outside, Chang Sheng was actually worried in his heart. Haha. Thankfully, my compulsory years of schooling weren't in vain. I know when you will die, if it's really difficult to find a way to live. Huang Hao thought about it and then turned to speak to Huang Di. Ah, Huang Sheng, please let Shen Chang Sheng treat me. I am willing to give it a try. Chang Sheng, upon hearing this, continued to walk back and forth, pointing his finger to the sky. My method is also very simple. Just have someone take a pear and add a bowl of water, wait for me to personally boil it into a bowl of Lai Ji, cool enough, then let Huang Hao drink it. After hearing this, Huang Di immediately turned to give orders to a man named Tai Jian. Go quickly and get the items that Shen Chang Sheng wants to bring here. Yes, Huang Sheng. As Tai Jian stepped out of the door, 4 people appeared walking in. The 4 individuals outside the main door were Chang Zun, Wu Ji, Zun Sai Mo, Yuan Tian Kuang, and Old Ruin Cheng. The 4 of them spoke in unison. Huang Sheng, don't harm our younger sister. Huang Sheng, please think carefully. Huang Dai heard this and stepped out in front of the door, pointing forward and shouting loudly, those who enter the imperial palace of Huang Hao are looking to rebel. Chang Sheng stood inside and, upon hearing this, smiled and whispered to himself, ah, they're arguing. Keep arguing, just when I want to find a way back to Shi Lai Tang to sell roasted duck. Outside the door, Huang Di was extremely angry with the official's actions. Behind him, the imposing figure of a dazzling golden dragon appeared, surrounded by fierce lightning. The 4 officials immediately bowed in reverence upon seeing this scene, saying, we dare not, we dare not. It means that after I die will you dare? Please, Huang Sheng, calm down. At the same time, Huang Di made a gesture to Tai Jian, and Tai Jian quickly went to Chang Sheng's location, saying, Shen Chang Sheng, please come with me to Yushan Fang to prepare divine medicine for Huang Hao. Please guide me. I'm sorry to bother you. Chang Sheng was confused at this moment and thought to himself, is it true? Not believing in miracle Dr. Zun Sai Mo, but believing in someone like me, Lai Shimin of Emperor, Taizong of Tang, the wise ruler in the legend? As Chang Sheng was thinking, miracle Dr. Zun Sai Mo suddenly knelt down and strongly called out, Huang Sheng. Then he raised his head and said, that person has an unknown background. He is a fraud. Do not believe his lies that harm Huang Hao, Huang Sheng. This kind of foreign evil speech, deceiving people, cannot be tolerated and should not be trusted. Huang Di, after hearing this, became angry and pointed forward, shouting, what you mean to say that if I believe Shen Chang Sheng's words, I am the debauched king? Upon hearing this, Lao Ruan Cheng stepped forward and respectfully said, Your Majesty, please consider this carefully. Huang Di's face turned purple with displeasure as he replied, Ruan Cheng, family matters do not need your management. Tianzai has no personal affairs. Tianzi's matters are state affairs. Huang Hao is the Empress Dowager of a country. Matters concerning the life and death of the Empress Dowager cannot be overlooked. I apologize, but the deity cannot be ignored. I do not know where that person comes from, their background, their age, or their qualifications. Your Majesty should not simply believe in the words of Prince Changlo without any investigation. This is not what a virtuous king should do. As he finished speaking, someone's footsteps approached and called out, Ruan Cheng, it turns out that you are Prince Changle. The person came forward confidently and said, I have seen everything with my own eyes. How could it be fake? Upon hearing this, Lao Ruan Cheng immediately pulled Changle towards him and looked at her sternly, questioning Changle, if you truly want to save your mother, being deceived by others is normal. There are many tricks used by deceivers. At the same time, Lao Yuan Tian Kuang also stepped forward and respectfully said, Your Majesty, I have consulted countless divinations. The Empress Dowager's fate has been determined by the heavens. Even if fairies descend to the mortal world, it would still be impossible. Huang Di's face immediately became serious after listening, and he questioned, Miracle Dr. Zun Sai Mo, you are a miracle doctor. For years, the Empress has followed your medical advice for meals. Have there been any good changes? Yuan Tian Kuang, you are in charge of Kantian Jian, issuing laws and regulations, exorcising and vanquishing demons. Now you say it's a difficult fate to defy. Have you done anything unnecessary so far? And just sat there talking. While he was speaking, suddenly a loud shout rang out, Miracle Cure is here. The 4 officials were startled and turned to look, and Huang Sheng and Chang Le Prince smiled. Except for Zun Sai Mo and Chang Zun Wu Ji, Yuan Tian Kuang and Ruan Cheng had extremely surprised and shocked expressions. Chang Sheng happily entered with Tai Jian and said, Your Majesty, My Lai Ji has finished cooking. I see you all Dai Ren are worried. Why not find someone to try the poison first? After that, Chang Sheng made an arrogant face and whispered, after all, it's just Lai Ji. Nothing will happen no matter how he drinks it. If there's not enough, I'll cook another pot. Old Zun Sai Mo immediately turned around and exclaimed, Huang Shang, it's impossible. Pears have a cold nature. Even if cooked into Lai Ji, it can eliminate the cold nature, but it's useless for the queen's illness. Huang Di, upon hearing this, became furious and angrily exclaimed, Zun Sai Mo. At the same time, Chang Sheng stepped forward, clasped his hands in a gentle gesture, and said, the miracle doctor speaks the truth. I am only a minor practitioner of magic. I only know a little and fundamentally cannot compare to the advanced medical skills of the miracle doctor. If not, Huang Shang should still listen to the miracle doctor. Old Zun Sai Mo, upon hearing this, became so angry that his whole body trembled, and he could not speak, only cursing in his heart, I have saved people for many years, and he is now mocking me, helpless before the illness. How could this be? How could this be? Old Ruan Chang, standing nearby, was also surprised to see Chang Sheng and murmured, and yet the mysterious Dao Zhang encountered at the market before, hidden in the duck's thigh, contains the dragon's spirit, so your Lai Ji must be just as miraculous. After thinking, Ruan Cheng spoke up, Huang Shang, I object. Lao Chang Zun Wu Ji and Lao Zun and Sai Mo, standing beside him, were deeply expecting and thinking to themselves, truly a knowledgeable person in the imperial court, even the true dragon emperor, must point out mistakes. Ruan Chang Dai Ren really is knowledgeable. Surprisingly, seconds later, Ruan Chang narrowed his eyes and said loudly, Sheng Xianjiang cultivation method is extraordinary. I have tasted it before, so I object to the trial. I believe this Lai Ji can directly be given to Huang Hao to drink. Lao Zun, Sai Mo, and Lao Chang Zun Wu Ji were shocked, and Chang Sheng looked at Ruan Chang with a forced smile. So you are Ruan Chang, trying to turn against your benefactor. Are you trying to force me to die? Huang Hao has asthma. Would a bowl of Lai Ji from me cure it? At the same time, Yuan Ti and Kuang stepped forward and knelt in front of Huang Di, asking, Huang Shang, does Yuan Ti and Kuang want to question you like those two? Lao Zun Sai Mo, standing by, had some belief in Yuan Ti and Kuang. Yuan Ti and Kuang, although mysterious every day, the crucial moment still depends on you, unlike that old Ruan Chang who is fundamentally untrustworthy. Old Yuan Ti and Kuang immediately reported, Huang Shang misunderstood. I agree with Ruan Chang. The gods have seen the practice of Shen Xianjiang. The two elders standing behind heard, and their faces turned pale. Even Yan Wang Yi, who controls the Underworld, can't even grasp it firmly. Shen Xianjiang's cultivation is truly profound. Seeing everyone discussing endlessly, Chang Lei stepped forward and said, Father, we can't delay any longer. Let me read it to Mother. After speaking, Chang Lei immediately took a spoonful of Lai Ji and swallowed it down, feeling a burst of energy in his body, closing his eyes tightly. Old Chang Zun immediately turned to Chang Sheng and shouted, There's a problem. Catch this scammer for me. I told you. How could Lai Ji deceive Huang Di like that? Could it be that Shen Chang Sheng will be killed here today? Chang Li fell to the ground, making a happy face, and next to him appeared the pressure of a Fang Huang golden light. Oh my god, after drinking this Lai Chi, I feel a spirit overflowing in my body, making it impossible to control. After finishing speaking, Chang Lei stood up and danced a ballet in front of the two elders Ruan Chang and Yuan Tian Kuang. Yuan Tian Kuang, is there anything else that should be added to this Lai Ji of Shen Xianjiang? I feel that the condition of Prince Chang Lei is not quite right, and I am not a miracle doctor. I am not sure. After a moment of joy, Chang Lei woke up and opened his eyes wide and humbly stepped forward to Huang Di, saying, Father, truly it is because Lai Ji is so delicious that I have been disrespectful. I believe this Lai Ji can save my mother's life. Chang Sheng, upon hearing this, was astonished. Prince, you think too much. This is just a normal bowl of Lai Ji that I put too much sugar in. After that, Huang Di took the bowl of Lai Ji into the imperial palace of Huang Hao. Huang Hao, this is the miracle cure personally cooked by Shen Xianjiang. Please drink it quickly. Queen Huang took the bowl from Lai Ji and drank it without hesitation. As soon as she finished drinking, she seemed to enter the world of fairies. Flowers bloomed 4 seasons, her spirit bright and cheerful, her cheeks rosy, and her skin youthful. Queen Huang immediately entered the cage. Huang Di spoke softly. Huang sang, This miracle cure contains the spirit of Shen Xianjiang, truly extraordinary. It can make me comfortable both physically and mentally, so I seem to be really healthy now. Lao Zun Sai Mo, Lao Chang Zun Wu Ji, and Chang Sheng listened in bewilderment, not understanding anything. Lao Zun Saimo didn't believe it and immediately flew to check Queen Huang. It's impossible. How can it be? After checking her pulse for a second, Lao Zun Saimo's eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise, "Healthy? Truly healthy." Lao Ruanchang and Lao Tian Kuang stepped forward, showing their admiration. No wonder its Shen Xian Zhang, a supremely advanced cultivation method, leaves no trace. Shen Xian Zhang can truly do anything. He is truly an extraordinary master. Wait, what's going on? Sun Saimo couldn't cure the fainting, but my bowl of Lai Ji can. What devilry is this? At this moment, Lao Zun Saimo began to believe and looked towards Chang Sheng, thinking, this person looks so young but is a master at using medicine and can revive Huang Hao from the dead. After thinking, Lao Zun Saimo knelt down, hugged Chang Sheng's feet, and cried out loud, saying, Shen Xian Zhang, please save me. On the night Huang Hao recovered, Huang Da held a feast to honor Shen Chang Sheng, Yuan Tian Kuang, and others. Inside the palace, there was lively dancing and singing in front of Huang Di and the officials. Today, thanks to the miracle cure of Shen Xian Zhang, Huang Hao has recovered. We are very happy. Everyone please enjoy. Just as he finished speaking, Crown Prince Lei Jikang stood up and said, Father, on this occasion, I suggest amnesty for prisoners so that everyone can be happy. Lao Rulan Chang and Chang Sheng raised their hands to their faces and shouted, it's impossible. Huang Di was very surprised. Why does Shen Xian Zhang oppose this? Can you explain to me? Chang Sheng immediately stood up, clasped his hands, and bowed respectfully. Huang sang, the laws of Datang are already weak. Most of the prisoners have committed many crimes. Easy amnesty may cause harm to the victims, contrary to your intentions, Huang sang. After speaking, Chang Sheng's face was petrified as he thought to himself, it was lucky. I should still be humbled to avoid revealing the secret later on. Crown Prince Lei Jikang heard this and felt a deep anger, scolding silently in his heart. Why is he always opposing me like this? After a moment of thought, Crown Prince Lei Jikang stepped forward and said, Father, I was foolish and made a mistake, so I want to offer Shen Xian Zhang a cup to apologize and learn from him. Okay, let's go. Crown Prince Lei Jikang was given permission, but his face was filled with aggression, his sharp eyes staring ahead. He then took a cup of tea and walked over to Chang Sheng's table, greeting him with a smile and saying, Please have a cup, Shen Xian Zhang. Then he leaned in close to Chang Sheng's ear and whispered, Shen Xian Zhang, if you don't want to see an unpleasant sight, then stop getting involved in unnecessary matters and speak less or else. Chang Sheng interrupted Crown Prince and said with a smirk, I wonder if the Crown Prince's illness has been cured. It's really worth pitying. Crown Prince Lei Jikang was furious and speechless. Chang Sheng quickly grabbed the Crown Prince's hand and gently helped him up, saying, Crown Prince, please be careful. He leaned in and whispered in the Crown Prince's ear, leaving him speechless. I advise the Crown Prince to be careful with his words, as we shouldn't encroach on each other's territory. Listening to that, the Crown Prince left. Chang Sheng smiled and whispered, Cake, you dare to threaten me. Leggy threaten your family to death, ha ha ha. The Crown Prince left, but he muttered angrily to himself, No, it can't be. How does he know about me keeping a man? So annoying. After thinking, the Crown Prince turned to look at Chang Sheng, who was calmly enjoying his drink, feeling furious. This person knows too much. I have to figure out how to silence him. After drinking 3 cups of tea, Huang Di continued to drink as if he was never drunk. Now Huang Di was visibly drunk, closing his eyes and speaking unconsciously. Shen Xian Zhang, I ask you, how can you be ageless like you? How do you maintain eternal youth? Chang Sheng, who was already drunk, raised his head to the ceiling and exhaled a lot of white bubbles, then stood up and slammed his hands on the table. His face flushed and exclaimed, Eternal youth, huh? Draining his words, Chang Sheng hesitantly left his position, then straightened up and opened his mouth to smile innocently, muttering, I know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay. Need you to stay. Hey, oh. Then Chang Sheng immediately stood in the middle of the palace to do morning exercise, 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8, with every move exuding a bright spirit golden light. After the exercise, Chang Sheng continued to practice martial arts with an abundance of surrounding spirit, 2 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6, 7 to 8. Yuan Tian Kuang and Chang Zun Wuji sat below and sighed. Each move seems ordinary, but exudes so much spirit. The moves are not messy, and they all fit with humanistic philosophy. No wonder Shen Xian Zhang can write those words. Turns out he has reached this level long ago. Chang Sheng danced martial arts for a while, and the surrounding spirit created a bagua formation under his feet. Then Chang Sheng transformed into a small fish swimming in the waters, swaying in the greenish-blue water. Later, the water surged up to cover Chang Sheng's shoulders as he continued to dance, astonishing Huang Di and Huang Hao. The pure water splashed onto Huang Di, making him startle. This level of cultivation method has never been heard of before. After finishing swimming, Chang Sheng continued to perform a taekwondo martial arts posture. Immediately in front of him, a powerful spirit appeared along with dazzling lines of golden light. From another angle, we could see Chang Sheng standing inside a shining golden light sphere. The light was so bright that Huang Hao and Huang Dai had to use their clothes to cover their eyes. Shen Chang Sheng is truly amazing. After that, Chang Sheng walked straight up the hill, raised his hands to the sky, and laughed like a madman. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. After laughing, he fell to the ground, causing his sister Nuia to stare in shock. Oh, Shen Chang Sheng. Huang Di, seeing this, was surprised. Yuan and Kwang, what's wrong with Shen Chang Sheng? Old Yuan and Kwang then approached and bowed. From what I can see, Shen Chang Sheng may be drunk. Nuia helped Chang Sheng up and slapped a pair of big round balls straight into his face. He mumbled, I'm drunk, I'm really drunk. Seeing that scene, old Tian Kwang stepped forward and whispered to Huang Di. Huang sang, the divine has seen this cultivation method, supreme truth. Later heaven 8 trigrams, 5 element cycle, it truly has the effect of longevity. This level of cultivation method is not easy to pass on to others. Shen Chang Sheng must have deliberately pretended to be drunk to pass on this cultivation method to us. So in your opinion, how should we reward him? Hearing that, old Ruan Cheng stepped forward and spoke up. Huang sang, I believe that a secluded master like this has never followed any rules or constraints, so at that time, you should let Shen Chang Sheng decide for himself. Ruan Cheng is absolutely right. Listening to the opinions of the officials, Huang Dai had no choice but to agree. So tonight, Shen Chang Sheng will spend the night at my house. After the meeting tomorrow, I will meet with Shen Chang Sheng to discuss the reward. I will obey. That night, 2 servants carried Chang Sheng back to the estate to rest. Lying on the stretcher, Chang Sheng, although asleep, still had a smiling mouth and breathed out 3 sons. Can't drink anymore, drink more will. Sleep. Heh. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Sheng made a big action to spew, causing the 2 servants to jump in surprise. The next day, Chang Sheng wandered the streets of Chang'an and unexpectedly met Huang Di, which had happened when he was still in Chowting. Huang Di gave Chang Sheng a box of gold and said that if he did not want to be an official in Chowting, he did not need to keep the gold and hoped he would accept this intention. Chang Sheng confidently smiled when he heard about the gold, but to his surprise, his pockets suddenly filled with gold. Huang Di and old Ruan Cheng were surprised and excited, asking if it was a magical immortality spell. Chang Sheng was embarrassed and said it was just a little trick, although he was actually very angry with the system he had purchased a few days before. His anger towards the system was immense when he realized the system had just sold in a box of gold at a very cheap price and with unknown origins. Chang Sheng looked at the broken system and felt like smashing it to pieces in anger, thinking, you think you'll get a reward for this? You'll be getting nothing but crap from me. Give me back my gold. Chang Sheng remembered sadly, the path to making money is really tough. While feeling gloomy, suddenly someone next to him called out, Master Zhang, this is the first fish I caught today. I offer it to you as promised. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng immediately turned to look, and what he saw was a fortune teller's booth on the street. For 100 coins, I can tell your future, your fortune, and your destiny, said the fortune teller. Sitting below was an old man with white hair and a beard, holding a fan in his hand. He was Gu Xiaoji. Chang Sheng was shocked and thought to himself, how could a bustling place like Chang'an turn into this? What has become of my fellow professionals? After thinking, Chang Sheng took out a small gold coin from his pocket and looked at it closely. It's better to ask, when can I turn back time? After saying that, Chang Sheng stepped forward and placed the gold coin firmly on the table. He looked at the old man sternly and said, Da Shi, cast a divination. Calculate my fate. Old Gu Shouji calmly handed 3 coins to Chang Sheng after listening, saying, Master, please. Chang Sheng took the coins and smiled, thinking to himself, this old teacher looks mysterious, but I wonder if it's really true. Can I toss these coins freely? Without hesitation, Chang Sheng immediately tossed the 3 coins onto the table, and they landed standing upright. Astonished, Chang Sheng exclaimed, holy shit, what kind of luck is this? I won't let my colleagues think I'm destroying the shop. After pondering, Chang Sheng looked around the street with fear, thinking, I hope no one will attack me. Which direction should I run? Old Gu Shouji stared at the coins on the table, his face petrified as he exclaimed, what is this? At that moment, a burst of Babwa golden light spirit appeared on his desk, showing countless omens. This was the first time he had seen an omen like this, and he regarded Chang Sheng as a divine being from a certain direction. After pondering, old Gu Shouji closed his eyes and chanted a mantra with his fingers, immediately emitting a green spirit. Seconds later, the old man's eyes poured out two streams of history. The eyes of old Gu Shouji was the image of a mighty emperor with an endless spirit throughout his body. After looking at the old man, he opened his eyes wide, his mouth gaping in front of that golden light. He could no longer stand it, but leaned back in a panic in his soul. Chang Sheng saw this, and his shocked face said in a whisper, "This is not right. This is not a proper reading of the fortune. Is it preparing to beg, or does he want to create an immortal? Is Chang'an's water so deep?" Immediately after, old Hu Shouji got up and knelt down. He returns the gold to Chang Sheng. The senior has escaped from the Sanji. He is not in the Wuxing. The fate of this level is no longer something we can see clearly. Today, Shoji has done wrong, still hoping for the senior to get the money back. Chang Sheng heard this and remained silent, now reaching out with both hands to take the gold. Then, Chang Sheng left with a knave expression on his face, saying in his heart, "Oh, still doesn't know how to save money. No wonder he still dresses so shabbily." Someone's foot kicked straight into the table, causing a glass of water to spill. A roughly dressed young man clenched his teeth, raised his fist forward, and said, "Old man, I told you that you're a deceitful person. I see you're nothing but a con artist. Come on, let me see if tomorrow will be sunny or rainy. If it's sunny, what time will the sun rise? If it's rainy, how long will it rain?" Chang Sheng heard the shouting and turned to look. This attitude seemed to be causing trouble. Tomorrow there will be clouds at 5 o'clock, thunder at 6 o'clock, rain at 7 o'clock, heavy rain at 8 o'clock, and the water level will be 3 cubic meters, he said. The young man, upon hearing this, smirked. "All right, if tomorrow doesn't match what you said, I will destroy your store." Chang Sheng stood beside them, his face darkened as he breathed heavily. Lao Hu Shouji, upon seeing Chang Sheng staring at the young man, thought to himself, Xian Zhang must have immediately recognized this person. Considering the consequences, he feels sympathetic and helpless, and breathes heavily on their behalf. After looking, Chang Sheng turned his face elsewhere and sighed deeply. This person doesn't know how to be a decent human being. Speaking such precise details, isn't he giving people a reason to destroy the store? Later, outside the city gate, people came and went busy. Chang Le Prince walked with a cute boy to the street, waving his hand happily. "Shen Xian Zhang, over here." Hearing the call, Chang Sheng immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Meeting Chang Le Prince, Xian Zhang doesn't need much ceremony. Chang Le Prince pointed to the cute boy and said, "This is my brother, Lai King, 9 years old this year. My father told us to wait here to see Shen Xian Zhang off." After hearing this, Lai King joined his hands in a gesture of respect, and after meeting Shen Xian Zhang, Chang Le Prince prepared a perfect horse carriage for Chang Sheng, which surprised him too. "Thank you, Prince, for your generosity." A few days later, Chang Sheng returned to Shi Lai Tang Shen Zi in Jing Yang Xian, and as he approached the door, he knocked, knock, knock. Hearing the call, the door opened, and Bai Dong Ne stepped out with a bright and cheerful face, her eyes wide open, shouting loudly, "Shen Xian Zhang." Seconds later, Bai Dong Ne blushed and closed her eyes innocently, saying, "You're finally back. Bai Dong Ne was afraid you wouldn't come back." So it was Bai Dong Ne's little sister and the little fox who wrapped around Chang Sheng, making Prince Chang also stunned. That let's go inside and talk. That night, Shen Chang Sheng returned. The girls and prepared a wine party to welcome Chang Sheng back. Chang Sheng took a glass of wine with an excited look on his face. "Tham Chang Sheng is back from Chang'an in the future. I will definitely lead you to develop quickly so you can see a different world. You will be shocked by the technology from 2,000 years later." Sisters Xiao Bai, Xiao King, and the little fox, upon hearing this, all thought the same thing. Xian Zhang is talking about taking us to ascend to fairyland together in the future. After thinking, the two sisters, Shuang Long, stood up and raised their glasses. "Shen Xian Zhang, we sisters are willing to dance to thank Xian Zhang. Ha 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 ha." Okay. Prince Changla replied, raising his hands and smiling brightly. "Xian Zhang, I have brought the pipa. I can accompany with some music." So the prince played the role of a pipa musician, plucking the strings with graceful melodies and a mesmerizing face that made everyone intoxicated with joy. Then dancer Xiao Bai began graceful and elegant dances. Xian Zhang watched how we dance, and finally Xiao King danced a new and fresh melody, showing off her smooth back and plump and moist lips. Xian Zhang, look at Xiao King too. Below, Chang Sheng had someone pouring wine into his mouth, and there were people dancing and singing in front of him, which was really enjoyable. "Ha ha ha ha, Beautiful, beautiful babe. Shen Chang, have another drink." At this moment, the little fox jumped onto the table and sniffed a few drops of wine on the table. "This is the elixir of life brewed by Xian Zhang." The little fox licked it, and its eyes widened, as his body was completely restless due to some kind of power. "The spirit is really strong. This flavor is really intoxicating." Lai King sat enjoying the chicken drumsticks, and his mouth watered and his eyes sparkled. "The sisters are so beautiful." After the dance, the two sisters, Xiao Bai and Xiao King, stood close to each other, displaying a sensual posture, showing off their figures and their chests. Hee hee. How does Jian Zhang feel about that? At the same time, Shen Chang Huang and Wu Fan stood on the mountain wall, watching Chang Sheng's Shen Zi with admiration. Shen Chang Huang and Wu Fan saw that scene and admired it, saying, "Mystical Fox and Shuang Long. Those two women have great fate. They can stay with such a high-ranking person like Shen Zhang. Really admirable." After a night of drinking with a few girls, the morning had come. Chang Sheng lay sprawled out on the bed, snoring loudly, with his entire body uncovered except for his pants. Suddenly, Chang Sheng turned over and buried his face into something, muttering, "Oh, so fragrant." Unconsciously, he groped around, causing Bai Dong Ni, who was lying next to him, to moan and groan. Still not satisfied, Chang Sheng continued to touch, causing Bai Dong Ni to scream and wake him up. Then Chang Sheng sat up and saw the scene before him, and his eyes bulged as he thought to himself, "Ah, why is Bai Dong Ni on my bed?" Chang Sheng lay back down, his mind spinning as he muttered, "What happened last night?" After speaking, he turned to another side, biting his finger and shedding tears. What to do? What to do? Did I lose control because of being drunk last night? Bai Dong Ni sat behind, still in panic, then called out, "Shen Zhang." Chang Sheng heard and jumped, touching his body full of sweat and pretending to yawn to deceive Bai Dong Ni. Bai Dong Ni laughed, got up, and put on clothes. After dressing, Bai Dong Ni quickly walked towards the door, stepped out of the room, and closed the door tightly. As Bai Dong Ni left, Chang Sheng immediately got up and checked his shorts, then looked in shock. "What is this? What is this? Could it be that it happened last night?" Stay calm, stay calm. A 21st century youth like me should never encounter something like this. The worst would be getting married. Chang Sheng came up with a great idea and immediately searched on Google. "My boyfriend slept with someone else on the same bed. He said it was after we got drunk. What should I do?" If a man is really drunk, he can't function, both theoretically and in practice. So it's nothing, right? Right. Last night I got drunk like that. Basically did nothing. I'm safe. Later, Bai Dong Ni went to the well to fetch water, laughing to herself, "Shen Zhang, you really were something last night. Hey." In the courtyard is the battlefield of the sisters, Xiao Bai, Xiao King, and the little fox. After drinking, they found a place to sleep right there and spoke happily. They said, "Xian Zhang, GG belongs to us." At this time, Prince Chang Lil and Lai King stepped out to greet Chang Sheng. Their father wants Lai King to be his disciple, and they do not know what his intentions are. After hearing this, Chang Sheng was amazed and thought to himself, Lai King, Dao Gao Tong, become my apprentice." Before he could answer, Lai King knelt down and bowed to Chang Sheng, asking to be accepted as his pupil. Afterwards, Chang Sheng sent Prince Chang Lim back to the capital of Chang'an, finally finding peace after a few hard days. At the Huanggang capital, outside the palace, there appeared the intimidation of a large Shui Lam. "Lai Shimin, come out to me. I want you to pay for your life." The next morning at the Shenzi of Chang Sheng, in front of us are 3 secret books: the soap-making formula, the steamed wine formula, the fragrant grilled meat recipe, and the countdown display on the system is 16/12/33/23. Are you willing to receive the reward? Chang Sheng stared at the 3 secret books on the board, furrowing his eyebrows. He had received many people give him these 3 things before, this time receiving 648. You can't trick me, can you? After speaking, Chang Sheng pressed the shortcut key on the system board to confirm receiving the reward. Seconds later, in front of Chang Sheng was a huge giant gift box. Chang Sheng saw it, his cheeks turned red, his nose smoked, and the reward of 648 was indeed different. But there's also a box. Let me see if there's anything good inside. Before he could open it, suddenly the gift box emitted a dazzling golden light, making Chang Sheng retreat backwards. He used his hand to shield his eyes from the light with a hopeful expression on his face. "Ah, what is this?" The Golden Light guidebook with 3,000 livestock raising questions published. When Chang Sheng saw it, he threw the guidebook down to the ground and appeared to be angry, shouting, "Why is this demon thing again?" Still feeling bitter, Chang Sheng heard a noise outside the door, hurriedly put away the guidebook, and asked, Who is it? It was Lai King. The boy asked. Sefu, apprentice wants to know what to do today. Chang Sheng smirked and thought, duck roast shop can make money. Lai King is just the right manpower. The system coincidentally gives guidance on raising pigs. After thinking, Chang Sheng opened the door and solemnly asked Lai King, in order for Da Tang's people to be able to afford to eat meat, are you willing to work hard? If Seifu has a way for everyone to eat meat, don't say it's hard work. Lai King's life will also be dedicated to Seifu. Chang Sheng handed the guidebook to Lai King and asked, if you raise a herd of pigs according to the method in this book, and one day everyone in Da Tang can naturally have meat, can you endure it? Lai King took the secret book and answered, apprentice can handle it. While the two guru disciples were talking, Bai Dong Nai rushed in from outside the gate, breathing heavily and loudly said, Shen Xian Zhang, there is an old man outside who claims to be Yuan Tian Kuang and says he has something to talk to you about. Outside the gate, old Tian Kuang knelt down on the ground, tears streaming down his face and crying loudly, Shen Xian Zhang, save me. As he was crying, a voice called out, old Yuan Tian Kuang. Chang Sheng stepped out, sweating and with eyes closed tightly, and said, get up and speak. This, Shen Xian Zhang. This matter is not convenient to tell others. It's not that this old man has some strange illness and wants me to cure it. A moment later, Chang Sheng helped old Tian Kuang stand up and turned to Bai Dong Ni and Lai King. Lai King, follow the instructions in the book I gave you. Go with Bai Dong Nai to buy a few pigs to try raising. Yes, Shen Xian Zhang. Yes, Saifo. After Bai Dong Ni and Lai King left, Chang Sheng whispered to old Tian Kuang, it's all right, they have left now. So what's the matter? Are you sick and unable to meet anyone? No, it's not me. It's Kuang Sang, old Tian Kuang replied. Hearing this, Chang Sheng widened his eyes in shock and said, so after curing Huang Hao, now it's Huang Sang? It's not like this. The imperial doctor said that Huang Di is suffering from epilepsy and always says, don't come here, don't come to see me. When Huang Di was sick, he urged me, Yuan Tian Kuang, my life is in danger. Only Shen Xian Zhang can save me. I will definitely invite Shen Xian Zhang. After examining, I found that there is a glyxium possessed, but with my virtue, I'm not enough to remove it. If I ignore it, it will be too late for Huang Sang. Shen Xian Zhang, I beg you to save Huang Sang. Chang Sheng closed his eyes tightly, rubbing his chin with his hand and said, wait, let me think. Chang Sheng immediately thought of the image of himself being beheaded, his face pale and sweating. From the description of the old man, it seems that Huang Di's illness is a delusional persecution. I don't know how to treat this. If I can't cure Huang Di's illness, I might be beheaded. If his illness is really delusional persecution, then I will be a scapegoat at that time. I'm still young. I don't want to die in such confusion. While pondering, old Tian Kuang shouted loudly, Shen Xian Zhang, Huang Sang knows I want to come to find you, so he has high hopes for you. Chang Sheng heard and his face turned purple, secretly cursing, truly, my teammate is as stupid as a pig. Now if I go, I might be killed, but if I don't go, I might as well be dead. I really appreciate it, the opportunity to make a merit like this, and he thinks of finding me first. Shen Xian Zhang doesn't need politeness. Shen Xian Zhang, Huang Sang is in danger. Please come immediately, he said, cutting off. Old Tian Kuang immediately dragged Chang Sheng away, making him surprised. So, what about Lai King? Aren't you taking him back too? Huang Sang said, Lai King is still young, so he doesn't want him to see Huang Sang's current appearance. Old Tian Kuang explained. After that, old Tian Kuang led Chang Sheng to 2 horses. Shen Xian Zhang must know how to ride a horse. I'll bring one for you from the inn. Chang Sheng stared at the horse and thought, I'm already tired from riding a horse for over 100 miles. Do I really need to ride a horse to Chang'an? Do we really have to ride a horse to Chang'an? Listening to old Tian Kuang, he thought, could it be that Shen Xian Zhang initially wanted to sword ride on the wind to Chang'an, but because of my company, he reluctantly chose to ride a horse? He is indeed Shen Xian Zhang, still hoping that he will ride a horse there. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng closed his eyes tightly and let out a long sigh. It's a good thing that I learned to ride a horse in college, not too nervous. But I have to say, I'm not very good at riding horses. The speed might not be fast. As he finished speaking, suddenly barking was heard from a distance. Old Tian Kuang and Chang Sheng turned to see the adorable little fox. You didn't take me with you to Chang'an last time, so this time I must come with you. Chang Sheng hugged the little fox and smiled brightly. So, do you want to go with me to the city of Chang'an? The little fox, embraced in his arms, blushed and said, yes, 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 that's it. It's so comfortable. Chang Sheng gently patted the head of the little fox and said, all right, I will take you with me. After that, Lao Tian-Kwang and Chang Sheng both sat on the horse and began their journey to the city of Chang'an. Yuan Tian-Kwang lead the way quickly. Before they left, Chang Sheng instructed the little fox, after we arrive in Chang'an, don't go licking anyone's boots, got it? As the Shimxian Zhang, you are the most powerful mystical fox in my Shen Kao. You are not anyone's pet. The scene shifted to Huanggang, where Lao Tian-Kwang and Chang Sheng had arrived in Chang'an. Lao Tian-Kwang grabbed Chang Sheng's hand and quickly led him into the imperial palace. Hurry, let's go meet the emperor. As they were walking, something suddenly made Lao Tian-Kwang and Chang Sheng stop and look ahead. There were two generals guarding the entrance of the imperial palace with a sword and a steel whip. One using a sword, the other using a steel whip. They must be Lai Zhigong and Qin Kang, truly powerful and formidable. Tian-Kwang, could you please help me bring the Wen Guan Sai Bao over here? Chang Sheng then placed a physical black stone on the paper. He took out a pen from somewhere and looked closely at the tip, saying, dead people become ghosts. Ghosts die into shadows. Ghosts are afraid of shadows, just like people are afraid of ghosts. It's no wonder that Shimxian Zhang, I didn't expect the paper blocking stone to be so extraordinary. It's a stone used to mend the sky that Nuia Niang left behind. As he was still in a daze, old Tian-Kwang clasped his hands and said, I request Shimxian Zhang to display the cultivation method to subdue the Guixian and rescue Huang Sang. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng muttered, Dan, he brought me here and now he wants me to go in by myself. You want someone to take the hit for you, don't you? I have been educated in anti-swindling propaganda since I was young. Don't expect me to go in alone. If Huang Di really died, we'll share the same fate together. Yuan Tian-Kwang, please come into the I still need your help. Yes, I will follow you. As Chang Sheng stepped inside, the two generals turned and whispered, the young man who just walked in seems to have no courage. There really is no other way for now. Upon entering the room, Chang Sheng saw Huang Di in a state of complete spiritual collapse surrounded by thick demonic energy. It seemed to be a mental issue. Let's try the most common modern treatment method first. Chang Sheng dipped his pen in the ink, then used it to draw squiggles on the paper. Immediately, a strange black and white energy rose up. When the characters appeared, bad guys stepped back. The black and white energy flew towards Huang Di and continuously absorbed in his energy center. The energy surrounded Guixian in front of Huang Di's energy center. Huang Di was in great pain and seemed to be losing consciousness. Lao Tian-Kwang, who was standing behind, was amazed by what he saw and whispered, Master, the cultivation method, Shen Chang Sheng, is truly profound. Even Guixian is no match for him. Inside Huang Di's chest, Guixian was in great pain from the powerful spirit created by Chang Sheng. Guixian roared out, Why? Why can't my divine power be used and instead be confined by the characters? This is unfair. I am unjustly dying. Chang Sheng smiled at his achievement. Heh. Indeed, dealing with superstitious people requires the most effective healing spell, which is the power of words. After Guixian and Huang Di's body died, Huang Di suddenly woke up and opened his eyes wide. Shimxian Zhang, you have finally arrived. Previously, Ruan Cheng had greeted Pan Guan Inferno. I assure you, I will be safe. Thanks to you, I was able to avoid going to Inferno. Chang Sheng, upon hearing this, smiled and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Huang Sang, rest assured, everything is under my control. Lai Shimin is still not cured and he has started talking nonsense again. This is a sign of delirium. At the same time, in the Yan Wangyi's palace, Yan Wangyi paced back and forth in the grand hall, holding his head in worry. Pan Guan was entrusted by Ruan Cheng to go fetch Lai Shimin. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? As he worried, the book of life and death suddenly moved. Yan Wangyi turned to look at it, his eyes wide and mouth agape. What is happening again? Yan Wangyi approached the book of life and death, his face turning pale and devoid of any color. He exclaimed loudly, wasn't it predestined for Lai Shimin to die in the 11th year of Zheng Guan? Why has it changed to the 33rd year of Zheng Guan? Yan Wangyi was so angry that he slammed his hand down on the table. Then Yan Wangyi waved his hand forward, gritting his teeth and glaring with two red eyes. I can't stay still anymore, ox-headed and horse-faced. Hi-bye, Wu Chang come out. As soon as they heard the summoning of Yan Wangyi, ox-headed and horse-faced and high-bye, Wu Chang immediately appeared in the blink of an eye. Then they knelt down and saluted. We greet Yan Wangyi. Yan Wangyi stood in front of Hai-Bai, Wu Chang, and ox-headed and horse-faced, shouting loudly, Lai Shimin has willfully changed his fate. You immediately go to Chang'an and bring his soul back to me. Back in the earthly realm, inside the imperial palace, an old man walked in and respectfully clasped his hands. Shen Chang Sheng, although you have imprisoned Gaixian, why not eradicate Gaixian completely? Of course, it is because it needs to be treated with words. Nonsense, is it really like you said to Lai Shi Min about the demon? Do you understand science? Chang Sheng turned his head and smiled gently, replying, "It has been suppressed by me for the time being, so it's okay. On the contrary, I have to ask Huang Sang what has happened recently." Huang Di, after listening, covered his head, his face darkening. He said, "After the master left, I met someone in a dream who called himself Jinghe Long Wang. He told me that, because of a bet with a Gushou Ji, I secretly changed the time and amount of rain in order to win. Now the heavens want Ruin Cheng to kill me. Please save my life. After this is resolved, I will help Cheng and have favorable weather for 1,000 years. I agreed with Long Wang's request, so I invited Ruin Cheng to play chess in the Huanggang all day until he fell asleep. Then Long Wang appeared as a Guaishen to demand my life, saying that I did not keep my promise. Chang Sheng, upon hearing this, looked shocked and said, 'Are you for real? This is not a story from Journey to the West. According to my observation, there are many martial arts masters in Tang, and the supernatural world is very familiar. The only immortal being that wants to threaten Huang Di intentionally created this situation.' Huang Di, in pain, closed his eyes tightly and said, 'Although I did not know about this, to let Ruin Cheng kill Long Wang in a dream, Long Wang has violated the law and deserves to die. What have I done wrong?' Chang Sheng then stepped forward and patted Huang Di on the shoulder. 'This is not your fault, Huang Sang. These people from Tang are too superstitious. Maybe if we speak directly, they still won't believe us. We have to take the path of Da Shi.' At the same time, outside the door, 4 streams of demonic energy flew straight into Huang Di's residence. The 4 streams of demonic energy landed, and ox-headed and horse-faced and high-bai Wu Chang appeared one after another. Horse-faced immediately blew a soul-entrapping demonic energy, causing the 2 generals to freeze in place. 'Let's go today, we'll bring back the soul of Lai Shi Min, and if we do well, we will be rewarded by our superiors.' As they entered the palace, ox-headed and horse-faced and high-bai Wu Chang stood still for a few seconds. Chang Sheng heard the noise and turned to look, whispering to himself, 'Indeed, some people want to come and bind Huang Di, and they even cosplay like this. Do they think others are fools?' Seeing Chang Sheng, high-bai Wu Chang became angry and glaring at him, ground his teeth and said, 'It's him.' Without hesitation, high-bai Wu Chang immediately used his troops to attack the powerful demonic energy towards Chang Sheng. 'You there, come out and face me, where, and you all too.' Chang Sheng held the physical black stone in his hand, his whole body exuding abundant spirit, smiling to himself. 'If it were another master, I might be a little afraid, but your lack of professional skills only brings me joy.' Without hesitation, Chang Sheng tightly held the physical black stone in his hand and dashed straight towards Hai Wu Chang. However, this time Hai Wu Chang was smarter and dodged Chang Sheng's attack, smirking triumphantly. 'You're just relying on Yao Fa to suppress my magic, but if you only rely on that bit of martial arts, you're still not a match for me.' Chang Sheng stared ahead, retracting the physical black stone, and said in a challenging tone, 'Still dare to dodge?' Hearing this, Hai Wu Chang glared and sneered, 'Heh, only masters of Yao Fa really don't know martial arts, watch me.' Without warning, Hai Wu Chang widened his eyes as he was struck with a life-threatening blow from Chang Sheng's position. He used the physical black stone to attack directly into Hai Wu Chang's chest, sending him flying far away. A single decisive blow caused Hai Wu Chang to completely collapse at the feet of Chang Sheng. Hai Wu Chang laughed mockingly as he stepped on Chang Sheng's foot. 'Do you still want to talk nonsense? You want to play singles or group matches? I'm always ready, just make it clear this guy is a lesson for you. When facing a large group like this, you have to figure out how to suppress them.' Ox-headed, seeing Chang Sheng's actions, secretly thought to himself, 'This guy looks elegant and refined, but his cultivation seems nothing special, and he doesn't seem to have any fluctuating falai on him.' After thinking, Ox-headed forcefully slammed the nail into the ground, then stared forward and spoke, 'Inferno, get to work. You are out of line. Today is the day of your death, Lai Shi Min. The dragon on you will also face punishment, so no matter what, you cannot continue to stay in the earthly realm.' After hearing this, Chang Sheng fell into silent contemplation, truly arrogant. The outsider has already been drugged and unconscious. Ox-headed approached and said, 'Follow me quickly.' Huang Di, upon hearing this, was extremely frightened. 'Guards, protect me. Don't waste any more energy. Those who can come have already fallen asleep. Before me, you can only obediently follow this path.' After finishing speaking, Ox-Headed glanced over and said, "As for you, Shen Chang Sheng, you have been trained physically but have repeatedly obstructed the actions of Inferno, committing the offense of obstruction. Therefore, you will also come with us on a journey." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng did not feel scared but gripped the physical black stone tightly in his hand and also had beams of dazzling golden light. "Is there anything else? Do you think I will obediently follow you? Never. Watch me." Facing Chang Sheng's attack, Ox-Headed emitted 2 beams of light from its eyes, focusing on the physical black stone, and said to itself, just the tactics of a normal person, just need to embrace the dark. A second later, as the physical black stone was about to hit its face, Ox-Headed realized, "Oh, why can't my Fulai activate? Not good, not good. Can't dodge." As a result, Ox-Headed was struck on the head and spun around several times. Ox-Headed fell to the ground and looked at Chang Sheng in astonishment. Why? Clearly I wanted to avoid it, but couldn't. What kind of Yofa is this? Before he could stabilize his formation, Chang Sheng continued to hold the physical black stone and rushed forward, glaring and gritting his teeth. "It seems that your head is still quite tough, quite promising." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng immediately rushed forward and continuously punched Ox-Headed in the face. "You are not qualified, you trash, useless person, surrender." After being beaten for a while, Ox-Headed turned into a milk cow head. "What's going on? My cultivation has become weaker." According to him, could it be that the great deity is speaking out at will? After thinking, Ox-Headed fainted in a state of confusion, foaming at the mouth. At the same time, the little fox angrily rushed forward, barking at Bai Wu Chang and the horse-faced man. Seeing this, Chang Sheng turned to the old Tian Kuang. "Tian Kuang, look, you are not even as good as the little fox. You see, when I fight, you don't even know how to lend a hand." "Ah, Shen Chang Sheng, I have nowhere to put my hand in." At this moment, the little fox erupted with power, and behind the little fox appeared an imposing image of a 9-tailed fox. Bai Wu Chang and the horse-faced man, sweating profusely, looked at the scene in front of them. "Horse-faced, is that what I think it is? A 9-tailed fox, mystical fox, we can't match them." While still hesitating, suddenly physical black stone flew straight towards them. Watch this. With one shot, it hit Horse-faced directly in the face, causing Horse-faced to fall backwards. At this point, Horse-faced was in a state of confusion. "Who am I? Where am I? What have I done wrong? I haven't touched anyone." After that, Chang Sheng stepped forward to pick up the physical black stone. He flicked it in the palm of his hand with a smirk. "Ha ha ha ha. Now it's just you left. Come at me and fight." Upon hearing this, Bai Wu Chang raised his trembling hand and exclaimed, "I dare you. I'll play with you until the end. Ha 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 ha." Bai Wu Chang quickly rushed towards Chang Sheng like a gust of wind, but it seemed that Chang Sheng remained confident and stood still without flinching. "There's no need to move much. Just when the enemy comes at me, I just need to use physical blackstone to counterattack gently and still make the opponent shed tears." In just a few short seconds, Chang Sheng had defeated Hai Bai, Wu Chang, and Ox-Headed and Horse-faced. Then he sat down and hugged the little fox. "Heh, it's done." So Chang Sheng flipped the little fox over and played with it, making the little fox feel a great sense of joy and happiness. "Good little fox, you even know how to help me." The old man with a white beard turned around and sweated, saying, "Shemsi and Zhang, Ox-Headed and Horse-faced, this is Guan Cha of Inferno. Hai Bai, Wu Chang is also the emissary pulling souls for Inferno. It might not be good for us to provoke them. Even though Inferno's strength is normal, they are still fairies, and behind them, there are many fairies with even higher strength. Can't really afford to offend them." Hearing Yuan Tian Kuang's words, Chang Sheng thought to himself, according to Yuan Tian Kuang, the underground organization called Inferno seems to be very powerful. They dared to enter the Huanggong to kidnap Huang Di. Their strength is truly not to be underestimated, but since we've already offended Inferno, we can only rely on Huang Di. When I gain his trust, I can get rid of Inferno once again. At that time, no matter what Inferno or the mortal world says, I will have the upper hand. It's better to use diplomatic means to cure Huang Di, otherwise everything will be in vain. Thinking about it, Chang Sheng walked up to Huang Di, clasping his hands and bowing respectfully. "Huang Sang, the evil people of Inferno have paid their debts, but I still need to know the details of the glyxian in your body. Whether I can get it or not, of course I can." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Di's whole body emitted faint purple evil energy mingling with white pure energy. Then it seemed like a certain power arose in Huang Di's body, causing him pain as he screamed, "Aha!" In the blink of an eye, behind Huang Di, his own soul appeared, with 2 sharp dragon horns on its head, eyes glaring with resentment, and its mouth constantly uttering grievances. Unjust, I am unjust, I died unjustly. Chang Sheng stood opposite, startled, calling out loudly, Huang Sang, Huang Sang. Chang Sheng looked towards ox-headed and horse-faced, thinking to himself, I can't talk to the second personality of Huang Di. It seems that to solve the problem, I need to find its source. To completely resolve his mental illness, I need to make use of these fake gods and demons first. So Chang Sheng turned and slapped ox-headed hard, and a moment later, he also slapped horse-faced equally. After ox-headed and horse-faced were beaten, they were bewildered. Wait, what did we do wrong? Come on. Chang Sheng crossed his arms, his face darkening, and spoke sternly. You two, I want to ask you a few questions now. Think carefully before answering, or else I don't know what might happen. Do you hear me? After hearing this, ox-headed and horse-faced nodded vigorously, be lost for words, not daring to argue. We hear you loud and clear, Xian Ren. Go ahead and ask. After hearing this, Chang Sheng unexpectedly slapped horse-faced hard. I am a Xian Zhang. Where did this Xian Ren come from? Horse-faced glared angrily, gritting his teeth. I may be killed, but I will not endure humiliation. After hearing this, Ox-Headed immediately turned and used his horns to strike Horse-Faced in the face, then turned to say, Shen Xian Zhang, there's no Xian Ren. You're right. After that, Ox-Headed glanced at Horse-Faced and said softly, the position in front of us might be a grandmaster. At the very least, it must be one of the 8 immortals transformation. You understand. Horseface listened and sweat poured down, saying, no mistake, reasonable and appropriate, with such a lofty manner. Chang Sheng folded his hands behind his back and closed his eyes tightly, pacing back and forth. Did Jing He Long Wai and cause trouble for Xuan Wu King to avoid harm to his people? Is that not wrong? Upon hearing Chang Sheng's question, the spirit behind Huang Di shouted loudly, I am not wrong. Next, Chang Sheng took out the physical black stone and tossed it in his hand, asking about Xuan Wu King. Is it not wrong to want a good life and to divine for everyone? When Ox-Headed saw the physical black stone, his eyes bulged and he shuddered. Not wrong at all. As he finished speaking, Huang Di inside also frowned and said, indeed, not wrong. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Huang Sang, out of kindness, promised to save Long Wang, but in the end, due to not knowing magic, couldn't figure out the problem and let Ruan Cheng kill the dragon in a dream. Is there anything wrong? Huang Sang is dedicated and wholehearted. Of course not wrong, Huang Di replied. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng stepped forward, his face darkening. So, are you still here causing trouble for Huang Sang, trying to take Huang Sang's soul away? After hearing that, Ox-Headed and Horse-Faced looked thunderstruck. Their faces turned pale and sweat poured like a stream. In unison, they replied, we were wrong. We were just following orders. Chang Sheng glanced at their pale faces, his eyes filled with hostility. Oh, watch out for me. Ox-Headed and Horse-Faced behind them were helpless and worried. How are we going to explain to Yan Wang Yi when we return? Explain what? Once the 4 of us return to the Underworld, we'll have to continue. At this moment, the lingering soul behind Huang Di spoke. Shen Xian Zhang, I know this time it's undoubtedly death, but my heart is full of sorrow. Chang Sheng lowered his head and sighed. In the end, if your name is in the death note, it's hard to escape from the inferno, hard to defy fate. Horseface turned and said, Ox-Headed, I remember this person has changed the death note twice recently. Shut up. What if Xian Ren can hear our telepathy? Don't harm us. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Sheng turned to reveal a sinister smile. You guys are right, aren't you? The 2 Ox-Headed and Horse-Faced of Inferno. Ox-Headed and Horse-Faced were startled to hear this, their mouths gaping astonishment. Holy shit. We've been heard, Xian Ren must have heard too. So why don't you shut up and leave us alone? Chang Sheng turned to look at Huang Di and pondered. At present, as long as we can persuade this Long Wang to give up his restraints and voluntarily disappear, Lai Shimin's situation will surely improve by 70%. Long Wang, everything is determined by fate. In your past life, you accumulated a lot of virtue, so your next life won't be so bad. Don't linger and create more bad karma for yourself. The lingering soul behind Huang Di softened and smiled slightly. I understand now. Thank you, Shen Xian Zhang, for your guidance. After speaking, the soul transformed into the mystical energy of a green dragon, leaving Huang Di's body and returning to the earth and sky. With the task completed, Chang Sheng also turned and left. We must hurry. Don't be late. It seems like the aura is already settled, right? At the same time, old Tian Kuang approached and whispered in his ear. Shen Xian Zhang, the soul on Huang Sang's body has been removed, But how should we handle the 4 members of Inferno? A fur listening to old Tian Quang, Chang Sheng gritted his teeth, his face turning pale as he thought to himself, is Tian Quang a fool? How can people like us take on the task of judging criminals like this and risk getting beheaded? After thinking this, Chang Sheng turned to old Tian Quang and said, this crime is one of the 10 crimes in the laws of Tang, but what exactly is it? Huang Sang is the king of a country. Of course it is Huang Sang who judges the crime. Huang Di, sitting on the bed, laughed out loud. Shen Chang first said this is one of the 10 crimes, then said to leave it to me for judgment. This is to give me prestige and the opportunity to restore the prestige for Inferno. Thank you, Shen Chang. I know what to do now. Ox-headed and horse-faced stood dumbfounded after hearing this for 5 seconds. Ox-headed, is Shen Chang preparing to use us as sacrifices for Lai Shimen to offer to the gods? Shut up, I don't want to be beaten by Shen Chang again. Old Tian Quang stepped forward to support Huang Di as he stood up and walked towards Chang Sheng, solemnly saying, Shen Chang saved Huang Hao and then saved me. For the next few days, stay in Huanggong as I prepare a feast to express our gratitude to Shen Chang. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng thought to himself, what is this Huang Di? How does one become Huang Di? It seems like if you know what you want, you can get it, and everything is arranged by Huang Sang. Shortly after, Prince Chang Lo walked up to him with a smile and said, Shen Zhang, a party will be held tonight, and our father wants Chang Lo to take a stroll in Huanggong with Shen Zhang. Chang Sheng, holding the little fox in his hand, replied, I am Prince Chang Lei Shen Zhang. Ahead is Jin Wu. The items inside are extremely majestic. I'll take you to see. After that, Prince Chang Lei led Chang Sheng to the animal park in the palace, where there were lordly beasts such as the black northern bear and prehistoric eagles. Suddenly, the little fox unexpectedly jumped out of Chang Sheng's arms with an angry and fierce expression, causing him to call out loudly, little fox, little fox. However, the little fox's speed made it impossible for Chang Sheng to catch up. The little fox leaped onto each roof and then disappeared completely. Chang Sheng panicked and looked around, but still couldn't see the little fox anywhere, murmuring to himself, oh no, the little fox is running wild like this. If it bites any of Huang Gaifai's pets, then we're both doomed. Suddenly behind him, Crown Prince Lai Jikang spoke up, Where? This isn't Shen Zhang, wonder-working cure, is it? After speaking, the Crown Prince made a gesture of respect. It's just that Jikang was too worried about Mother, so he spoke a bit recklessly. I hope Shen Zhang can forgive. Hearing this, Chang Sheng had a gesture with his hand. The attitude is still quite sincere, but unfortunately, the Crown Prince is determined to rebel, so I should stay away, a whole person like me, in the wild mountains. The Crown Prince doesn't need to care. I still need to quickly find the little fox, even if it doesn't bite anyone's pet, but it's still not good if it gets bitten by another pet. Just as he was about to leave, Tai Jian, who was walking beside the Crown Prince, suddenly chased after him, shouting loudly, You there, stop right there. Crown Prince Lai Jikang stood behind, smirking contemptuously, thinking to himself, Hey, it's just the right time to teach this lousy Daoshi a lesson. Chang Sheng turned back, crossed his arms, and stared intently at Tai Jian and asked in a mocking tone, You dare to curse at me? You dare to curse at me? Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng used his little finger to pick his ear and smirked provocatively. So it turns out that you're the one cursing at me, huh? Tai Jian, upon hearing this, became furious and immediately summoned the soldiers to point their swords at Chang Sheng. Where is the security? Capture this counter who dares to disrespect the royal authority and intrude into the Huangdong Palace. Chang Sheng, still calm, smiled and said, Crown Prince, it seems that Tai Jian can also represent the royal authority. A security officer, upon hearing this, widened his eyes and shouted loudly, How dare you? Quickly kneel down. At the same time, Prince Chang Li approached with a displeased expression. All of you back down. Shen Zhang is a reward recipient of the Huang Sang and does not need to bow down. Do you all want to die? Upon hearing this, the security officers knelt down at Chang Sheng's feet, pleading for forgiveness. Please forgive us. Chang Sheng's face darkened, his eyes fixed ahead, and he smirked slyly. Crown Prince, I don't need to bow to the Huang Sang, but I have to kneel before you. Does the Crown Prince want to replace the Huang Sang? Crown Prince Lai Jikang, after hearing this, couldn't stand still. He closed his eyes tightly and couldn't open them, stuttering. Shen Zhang, don't play like this. How can I? Finishing his words, the Crown Prince turned and kicked Tai Jian, making his mouth burst and bleed. Careless talk, go down and take 80 sticks by yourself. If one stick is missing, you can hang yourself. Chang Sheng then stepped forward and patted the crown prince on the shoulder. You're so funny, crown prince. There's no need for that. This is just his words. It's not related to you. And you don't have to take 80 sticks. Isn't that killing someone? It's just that I encountered some obstacles in my cultivation recently, and I wanted to ask the crown prince for help. After hearing this, the crown prince let out a sarcastic smile and thought to himself, it seems that this person is no different from those ordinary people, all for the sake of fame and gain. Shen Chang Sheng saved my mother, and I should repay that. Shen Chang Sheng just keeps talking. Chang Sheng immediately turned to kick Tai Jian in the face, deforming his appearance and causing blood to gush from his mouth. Here, this is it. The crown prince, seeing this, was furious but couldn't do anything, nor say anything in front of Chang Sheng's disgusting face. At the same time, the little fox who had gone to fight martial arts had returned, and she rushed to hug Chang Sheng, her body full of injuries. The monster in Huanggang has been defeated by me. Quickly praise me. Your dog is fighting with me again, right? Woof, woof, woof. Chang Sheng held the little fox in his arms and turned to Changla. Prince, this little fox fought with the pets in the palace, is it? Before he could finish, Chang Li interrupted, Shen Chang Sheng, don't worry, nothing will happen. After Chang Sheng left, Tai Jian grabbed Crown Prince Li Jikang's clothes and cried for help. Just as he finished speaking, Crown Prince drew a sharp sword and stabbed Tai Jian in the back, blood gushing out. Now Crown Prince was like a cold-blooded killer, not hesitating to kill. He bit his lip, his face turned pale with anger. You, a disciple of Shen Chang Sheng, today you laughed at me. Wait for me to ascend the throne. The first person I will kill will be your Dao Shi. The scene shifted to Yuan Zi of Wai Gai Fi, who was inside the room hugging her injured black cat with anger. Who dares to harm my black cat? Reveal yourself to me. During the evening banquet inside the grand hall, a lively dance and singing performance took place in front of Huang Di and Huang He and the surrounding officials. Holding a teacup, Huang Dai had a very cheerful face. This time I almost went to Inferno. Luckily, thanks to Shen Chang Sheng, go against heaven's will and alter one's destiny, extending my lifespan by several decades. Shen Chang Sheng's cultivation method is profound. Even demons and gods have to respect it. I raise my cup to you. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng took the wine cup and happily responded, I dare not. Your highness's fate is determined by heaven. Your virtue is respected by all. Even without me, your highness can still meet good fortune. The crown prince, sitting opposite upon hearing those words, had a face as dark as coal. Thinking to himself, still, turns out it's all just flattery. The officials below, upon hearing this, were surprised and impressed. It turns out that Huang Sang is really wise and martially skilled. Huang Di, with a divine complexion full of energy, laughed out loud, ha 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 ha, good. To receive these words from Shen Chang Sheng, I have no regrets even if I die. Let's all have a drink. After drinking all evening until now, it was already 3 in the morning, but the lights were still on. At this moment, Chang Sheng staggered over to Ruin Cheng and said, Sir, anywhere is fine, just too concerned about reputation. Be careful after death, what to do after death. Huang Sang, sitting above, pondered upon hearing these words. Shen Chang Sheng is using drunkenness to reveal the will of heaven to us. After thinking, Huang Sang looked at Chang Sheng and spoke, Shen Chang Sheng, although you do not currently discriminate against the world, you always feel inadequate. I wonder if Shen Chang Sheng has any suggestions. After hearing this, Chang Sheng turned to a disappointed face with a bewildered smile. Lai Shi Min, I give you a few words. You have to work to eat. Don't expect to eat if you don't work. After saying that, Chang Sheng drank all wine and fell to the ground, snoring loudly, surprising even Huang Di. Early the next morning in the city of Chang'an, the little fox spirit curled up on Chang Sheng's face, sound asleep and breathing out indescribable sounds. Suddenly, Chang Sheng woke up, his face pale, and exclaimed, No, holy shit. What did I say yesterday? Chang Sheng sat up, holding his aching head, and the little fox spirit also put its head down on the floor, saying, You reap what you sow. The Huang Di now holds the world in his hands. Thinking quickly, Chang Sheng grabbed the little fox spirit and put it on his shoulders, running away with its legs around his neck, muttering, No, not okay. I have to run. As soon as he stepped out the door, Chang Sheng ran into Prince Chang Lei, who had been waiting for him. Shen Chang Sheng, are you awake now? He asked. Chang Sheng, with a dark and shocked expression, stood frozen for 5 seconds before saying, It's over. I'm blocked. Now Chang Sheng was extremely frightened, with wide white eyes and trembling all over, his face too grotesque to describe, saying, Ah, what do I do? Will they send me to the celestial prison next? And then Chang Sheng dared not look Prince Chang lay in the face and quickly turned away, muttering to himself, "Stay calm, must stay calm. Shen Chang Sheng, you are on the path of asceticism. Just saved Huang Di's life, so we won't do anything to you. Shen Xianjiang is suffering. Let me send someone to make some soup to relieve the headache or prepare breakfast." Hearing this, Chang Sheng changed the subject. I suddenly sense that something is about to happen in Jingyang Xian. I cannot stay in Chang'an for long. I need to find a reason to leave Chang'an first, and then consider Lai Shimin's reaction. Just as he finished speaking, a loud voice echoed. "Huang Sang has arrived. Shen Daijiang has received Chang Sheng manner. It seems I am indeed very lucky." Inside the palace, Huang Di was speaking to the beautiful concubine. "I congratulate Huang Sang on receiving the protection of Xian Ren." Huang Sang laughed delightedly. "Ha ha ha ha." A horse's hoof stomped on the ground, and Chang Sheng appeared with a cheerful spirit. Not only did he not pursue my fierce words, but he also gave me Chang Sheng manor to build outside the city of Chang'an. It seems I have gained the favor of Lai Shimin. After speaking, Chang Sheng mounted the horse and set off on his way back. After traveling many miles, Chang Sheng finally arrived at the boundary of Jingyang Xian. At this moment, it seemed that there were strands of evil energy chasing behind Chang Sheng's horse carriage. At the Yangxing Inn, Thu Ren, solemn and elegant, expressed her desire to buy a house in this district. "Sir, can you help me find a quiet place with a good environment?" she asked. In the inn, a man holding a book said to the girl in front of him, "Near Shen Xianjiang's house, there is an empty house, a bit expensive to rent, 200 taels of silver per month, but it is the safest and best placed in the district." After listening, the girl smiled and replied, "I should listen to the gentleman. Whoever Shen Xianjiang is, his reputation is truly surprising. This place is 100 times better than my previous training location. This lady is Bai Fu Ren, Bai Gui Jing, who emerged 1,000 years ago." The man, hearing about Chang Sheng, praised him coolly. They talk endlessly about Shen Xianjiang, but he is definitely very skilled. The scene shifts to Chang Sheng's mansion, outside of which someone's scream echoed. "Dahua, don't run. Your my brothers have all bathed and cleaned. If you don't bathe, you will be hated." It turns out that Lai King is holding a toothbrush, chasing after the wildly squealing pig. "Dahua, stand still. I, as the crown prince, order you not to run." While running, Dahua accidentally ran into Bai Dong Nai, who was stepping out of the courtyard, causing her to stagger and fall. Luckily, when she fell, she hit something and murmured, "Feels familiar." When Dong Nai looked up, she was overjoyed to see that it was Chang Sheng. "Shen Xianjiang, you're back. You're back." In the cool evening at Chang Sheng's mansion, Dong Ni and Chang Sheng sit facing each other in a cozy room. Dong Ni gently calls out, "Brother, Shen Xianjiang, something Shen Xianjiang. I recently found a cultivation manual for dual cultivation, but I'm afraid there might be problems using it, so I need you to teach me once." Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng's face turned red, muttering to himself, "Why did I agree to let Bai Dong Nai sleep with me, instead of letting Lai King sleep alone? Oh dear, who could resist such excitement? A cultivation manual for dual cultivation? Show it to me and I'll give you some instructions." Meanwhile, at Bai Guijing's mansion, she was sitting cross-legged, cultivating evil energy under the bright full moon, thinking to herself, "This place is truly my blessing. One night of cultivation here equals 6 months of hard work in the mountains." She raised 2 fingers in front of her and chanted, "Bai Gu Yin Feng, Dai Dao Gong Chang, Huo Klai Ru Gu, Ran Hun Dang Wo Qi, unleash." As she performed the technique, she transformed into a skeleton, and something wrapped in an aura of evil appeared in front of her. She exclaimed, "Soon, soon, I will possess the ancient illumination grand divine ability." Before she finished speaking, Dong Mai let out a loud groan, causing Bai Gui Jing to lose focus and the ancient illumination to disappear immediately. Enraged, she gritted her teeth and glared towards Chang Sheng's mansion, muttering threateningly, "Whoever you are, I will kill you, you vile creature." So Bai Gu Jing made up her mind to cultivate once again. She clasped her hands together to create a memory. Immediately, a surge of dark energy flowed out of her body and gathered around the great divine skill. The great task is about to be completed. No mistakes can occur. Great divine skill, stop. Just as it was about to be completed, Dong Nai shouted, "Tianjiang, Lord, Lord, that's not right." And so the great divine skill dissipated once again. Bai Guijing gritted her teeth in anger, revealing 2 long, sharp fangs. She ruffled her hair, her eyes emitting a red glow with 2 streams of dark energy, her entire body flesh, but her hands only white bones. Indeed, the unrighteous Taoist. So Bai Yui Jing sat despondently on the wall of the house, chin resting in her hand. For the great divine skill, I will endure. Beside her, Pai Dong Ni continued to cry out in pain. Ah, Xian Zhang, it hurts so much. 2 hours later, Bai Yu Jing sat in the middle of the courtyard, murmuring to herself, finally, it's quiet. They must be asleep. Bai Yu Jing continued to turn into a dry skeleton and continued to cultivate great divine skill. Now is the time to stop. Eventually, Bai Yu Jing finally succeeded in her cultivation. The great divine skill had successfully stopped forming. Ha 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 ha. From now on, I am the undefeated champion both in heaven and on earth. Just as he hadn't finished speaking, Bai Dong Ni continued to groan loudly. So the grand divine ability disappears immediately. Bai Yu Jing's face darkened and tears fell. Ruining my cultivation, ruining my 100-year career, how despicable of Dao Shi. In a fit of anger, Bai Yu Jing transformed into a sinister face and shouted loudly, today, I will take your soul in your dreams, soul summoning technique. After fighting for 500 rounds, Chang Sheng and Bai Dong Nai lay on the bed, while Bai Yu Jing's evil energy slowly attacked them. Bai Yu Jing rushed towards Chang Sheng, thinking to himself, indeed, Dao Shi has no cultivation, and there is no protection in the room. With that thought, Bai Yu Jing smiled wickedly and used his technique. If a Dao Shi is so arrogant, then like you die in your dreams. Then Bai Yu Jing pointed his finger at Chang Sheng's head, and the evil energy surged in front of him. As Bai Yu Jing entered Chang Sheng's dream, he saw him enjoying a luxurious life with beautiful girls, where Bai Yu Jing was also present. The younger sister walked back to Chang Sheng with a blush on her face. Gongzi, Nuia is tired. Shall we go upstairs to rest? She asked. Ha ha, okay. I was dreaming of a beautiful girl and suddenly she turned into a skeleton with rosy cheeks, Chang Sheng said with a pale face silent. Seconds later, he used a move to knock the skeleton into the air, saying, all right, Yao Gui from your family dares to deceive me. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. With that, Chang Sheng waved his hand and displayed magic, and a bright light appeared. Dexea Tian Long, Borfo, Dizeng Pusa, Bor Bolomi. Then Chang Sheng sent that spirit Jingguang towards Bai Yu Jing, turning it into a golden dragon carrying Bai Yu Jing out of the mansion, to which Bai Yu Jing shouted, I will definitely come back. Inside the room, Dong Nai heard the strange noise and woke up drowsily. She gently covered Chang Sheng with a blanket, and they both embraced each other and fell into a happy and peaceful sleep. On the contrary, after returning, Bai Yu Jing's skull box was broken, and the evil energy continuously poured out, depleting his strength and turning into a dry bone set. Sitting in silence, staring at the ground angrily, Bai Yu Jing said, Dao Shi destroyed my necromantic bone magic. It's despicable. Tonight, either someone dies or I die. You just wait for me. Earlier, I instantly fell into a dream at your strongest age. Now I will enter your childhood dream to see how hungry you are. When he was young, Chang Sheng used to sit in the temple to read scriptures. He looked very cute, holding a scripture of the happy face. In the book in Chang Sheng's hand, there was an image of Sun Wukong defeating Bai Yu Jing with the Ru Yi golden cudgel. Then Bai Yu Jing turned into a cute form, standing in front of Chang Sheng and said, Shen Chang Sheng. Seeing that, Chang Sheng immediately summoned the Ru Yi golden cudgel. Without hesitation, Chang Sheng swung the cudgel forward, shouting loudly, showing his large teeth, Yangwei, take a hit from Venerable Sun's cudgel. Chang Sheng's Ru Yi golden cudgel immediately extended and pierced through Bai Yu Jing. After one strike, Bai Yu Jing was severely injured, silently thinking, good, very good, you can break my soul trapping once. I don't believe you can survive through my 3 onaromancy. A moment later, suddenly from outside the door, an elderly couple walked in calling out, Sao Rui Xiao Rui The elderly couple trembled as they closed their eyes tightly and mumbled about why Xiao Rui still hadn't returned home. Chang Sheng carried Ru Yi golden cudgel on his shoulder and turned to look in confusion when he heard the call. Suddenly, the elderly couple burst into tears, begging Dao Shi, you returned my daughter's life. Chang Sheng found it strange and immediately used the fiery golden eyes to look through the world. After looking, Chang Sheng's face turned pale as he stared intently at the elderly couple and sternly said, Ha! Dare to come and deceive your son Jiajia. Finishing his words, Chang Sheng continued to summon Ru Yi golden cudgel without hesitation and raised the cudgel to strike a deadly blow, saying, This is a blow from Venerable Sun. The elderly couple's hand disappeared in a flash of blinding light. Moments later, Bai Yu Jing transformed into a demonic energy and flew away. Chang Sheng raised his hand in irritation and taunted, Heh. Are you going to transform into your husband next? If you're not afraid of death, then come on. After a carefree stroll in Chang Sheng's childhood dreams, Gu Jing returned in a half-broken skull, with a surge of dark energy pouring out more and more. Holding his head and shedding tears, Gu Jing said that Shen Daoxi's cultivation was profound, and he couldn't stay here for long. He needed to quickly recover and leave tomorrow. The next day quickly arrived. Chang Sheng stood in front of Bai Guijing's mansion doing exercises. When Bai Guijing opened the door and saw him, she was startled. Bai Guijing looked at Chang Sheng's blushing face and thought to herself why he was here, wondering if he wanted to kill her. When Chang Sheng smiled and greeted her, Bai Guijing ran into the house and closed the door tightly, leaving Chang Sheng extremely surprised. Inside the house, Bai Guijing was sweating like rain and wondered why she didn't look like she wanted to kill him, but still blocked the door from letting him in. Still in shock, Chang Sheng approached the door and knocked. "My lady, I don't stay at home much. I need your help to take care of Bai Dongni and the others. I will be grateful." Bai Guijing, inside, whispered in fear. "What does he mean by this? Is he trying to lock me up here to look after his house?" "No, the 3 knocks earlier had a different purpose. Those 3 knocks were at 3 in the morning. He said thank you. Does he want me to go look for him at 3 in the middle of the night?" That evening, Chang Sheng stood in front of the chatting room with Bai Dongni. Dong Ne, with a seductive and cute face, blushed and said, "Shen Xian Zhang, Dong Ne still has many places to understand. I need your guidance for dual cultivation." Chang Sheng, with a gloomy face and pale cheeks, said, "Dong Ne, tonight I have to see how to cultivate in the courtyard. You should rest first." Hearing this, Dong Ne moved forward and pressed her round chest against Chang Sheng's face, causing him to blush. But Dong Ne thinks the night sky is cloudy. Chang Sheng left with a haggard face, his eyes despondent and unable to smile. "I am the inheritor of Marx-Lenin ideology and the victor on the battlefield of the university entrance exam. I have been determined to remain single for 30 years, and now I may waste my youth on a woman." Dong Ne thought to herself, "I may have been too hasty, but if I hadn't, I truly fear that Shen Xian Zhang would leave me behind one day." Chang Sheng, determined not to dual cultivate anymore, turned and left, leaving his younger sister Dong Ni extremely disappointed. "You don't understand anything about cultivation, just rest." At that moment, a little fox ran up from behind and looked at Chang Sheng with admiration and longing for his beauty. "Oh my, why is Shen Xian Zhang so alluring? I really want to do that with him." As soon as she finished thinking, the little fox immediately imagined a scene of Chang Sheng tenderly hugging her and smiling affectionately at her. So she jumped up and giggled. Chang Sheng at this point looked up at the sky with a lifeless expression. "Anywhere you are, I am near. Anywhere you go, I'll be there. Anytime you whisper my name, you'll see." Chang Sheng stood in the middle of the courtyard, murmuring to himself. At the same time, Bai Guijing from the neighboring house was also standing in front of something in the courtyard. It turned out that he was looking in a mirror to see if he was a beautiful girl or not. "This is my most graceful outfit. I wonder if it can pass the discerning eye of Shen Xian Zhang." After speaking, Bai Guijing tightly clenched his hand on his chest, frowning. "No, this Shen Xian Zhang doesn't look like those people. He looks more like a useless wanderer." So Bai Guijing decided to change into a sexy cherry blossom outfit to show off all the necessary things. Shen Xian Zhang. After that, Bai Guijing stood above, staring at Chang Sheng and thinking to himself, "Even if it's just a toy, I'll take it. Just please let me live, Shen Xian Zhang." Lost in thought, his younger sister suddenly fell from above and hit her face on the ground right next to Chang Sheng. "Ouch, ouch, it hurts." Chang Sheng heard the noise and jerked his head to look with wide eyes and open mouth. "Who's there?" When Chang Sheng saw his sister Bai Guijing, his face turned pale and sweat broke out, thinking to himself, "Is this a joke from the Tang Dynasty? Even the animal clothes still climb over the wall to my house and still shameless." After saying that, Chang Sheng pointed the stick at Bai Guijing's face and exclaimed, "Speak quickly, in the middle of the night. Why are you not asleep and climbing over the wall to come here?" Bai Guijing, upon hearing this, was bewildered. "Oh, it's not this morning that someone knocked on my door 3 times, isn't it? At 3 o'clock I came to see you, didn't I?" Chang Sheng, upon hearing this, subconsciously wanted to smash the table in anger. "You came to see me at 3 in the morning. Are you Sun Wukong? Do you consider me as old ancestor Bodhisattva? Do you think this is Journey to the West?" Chang Sheng glanced down at Bai Guijing. "It seems that this morning I really did knock on her door 3 times. I won't make her misunderstand. Shen Xian Zhang, Su So should not provoke you. It's Su Su's fault. Whether it is inside or outside, every night Su Su is willing. She hopes Shen Chang will blame and punish her. Chang Sheng's face turned pale, and there was no trace of blood in his eyes and mouth gaping open when he heard it. What is going on? The misunderstanding is too big. Bai Fu Ren will not intentionally disguise herself as his girlfriend. This woman has long coveted her beauty. I have to be careful and handle it. I can't let her misunderstand too much. So Chang Sheng quickly supported Bai Gu Jing and said in a low voice, Fu Ren misunderstood. This morning, I knocked on the door just to say hello to the neighbors. In the future, let's help each other with no other intention. Bai Gu Jing frowned thoughtfully. This is a warning not to think too much. Chang Sheng smiled, understood. So Chang Sheng happily put on a coat for Bai Gu Jing and said, the yin energy is heavy at night. Fu Ren should still go to bed early. Having my coat, even if you pretend to be my girlfriend, you can temporarily handle it, right? When Bai Gu Jing put on Chang Sheng's coat, it seemed like there was a burst of power in her body and a strong spiritual energy constantly wrapped around her. He gave me too much pure spirit. Chang Sheng saw Bai Gu Jing twisting in front of him with a dark and gloomy face and asked, does Fu Ren want me to send you home, right, babe? Chang Sheng was angry at the situation of deceiving someone near their home like that. Chang Sheng took Bai Gu Jing home and muttered a few words. The little fox stood behind and thought about the charm of Shen Chang. After taking Bai Gu Jing home, Chang Sheng fought 500 rounds with her. Bai Gu Jing begged and pleaded with Shen Chang. The next morning, Chang Sheng saw a familiar figure standing in the gym with a tired and dejected face after a night of hard work and disappointment. It turns out to be Bai Gu Jing. She stepped forward to the ceremony with a flushed face full of energy. Su Su came to greet the master. Last night was hard for the master. Chang Sheng, after listening, bowed his head in silent meditation and could not speak a word. Then Chang Sheng looked up at the sky in a daze and thought to himself, no, I have to do something. I can't be infatuated here. I will die. After thinking, Chang Sheng turned to the house and shouted loudly, Lai King quickly called Xiao Bai and Xiao King here. Sefu wants to do something big. There is a scroll on the table. You guys see, this is the new project we will do. Shao Yashen Bao. Chang Sheng and the girls stood around a table, staring at the map in front of them. Shao Yashen Bao. Chang Sheng, after hearing it, answered with a spirit full of energy. Yes, build Shao Yashen Bao and expand the production of roast duck. Use this as a lever to stimulate the local economy and promote the prosperity of the regional economy. Dong Ni, Lai King, Bai Gu Jing, and Shuang Long, after hearing those words, their minds were in turmoil and their spirits were in panic, holding their heads and moaning in unison. Shen Chang, please don't mention it anymore. Chang Sheng, seeing this, turned pale and broke out in a cold sweat. Seriously, no one understands anything. The girls and Lai King nodded vigorously after hearing that. Yes, 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 yes. Chang Sheng immediately put out his hand in front of him, squinting and smiling triumphantly. In that case, forget it. Listen to me, Xiao Bai. Go find someone trustworthy. They will be our roast duck, and then she will instruct them on how to roast the duck. Xiao Bai stood in front of a group of people, holding her hand up and speaking. Everyone listen to me. You must follow his last wishes. Hold on to Shen Zhang's thigh. Everything according to Shen Zhang, as Tian Li goes there. The people immediately repeated those words. Everything according to Shen Zhang, as Tian Li goes there. Next is Bai Su Su. She hired some strong men and invited them to help build our Shao Yashen Bao. She pays the wages herself. There is still silver in the roast duck shop. Shen Zhang is clearly testing his strength. Just an ordinary person, with a wave of his hand, can control the whole bunch. Next is Bai Dong Ni's turn. Prepare the food. Don't let the workers go hungry. Dong Ni then carried out the task, setting out steamed buns on the table and cheerfully shouting, big steamed buns here, big steamed buns here, for the tall and strong men and the middle-aged laborers working hard to build Shao Yashen Bao for Chang Sheng. At the same time, Chang Sheng sat next to Lai King, asking the boy to place his handprint on a piece of paper. Finally, my obedient apprentice, you must sign this contract with the master on behalf of the royal family, so that we can receive 3 parts of the income from Shao Yashen Bao. Master, why is that? Chang Sheng patted Lai King's head and replied, silly child, only with a full national treasury can national policies be implemented to ensure the prosperity and safety of the country and for many people to live well, not just Shao Yashen Bao. In the future, when you run your own pork business, the royal family will also receive 3 parts of the profit. Lai King's face lit up with excitement, exclaiming, so that's how it is. No wonder sometimes Ru and Cheng's suggestions are good, but the master always delays. It must be because he is always worried about the empty national treasury. Chang Sheng saw Lai King's excited face darken and whispered, "It's best to be truthful. If not, we will tell the truth that you were given money by Lai Shimin deliberately because of your paternal grandfather. Then you will surely collapse and lose your reputation." As soon as he finished speaking, someone's foot kicked over the water basin. A man dressed in luxury walked with a group of young men and shouted, "Stop everything for me. Who allowed you to build houses here? Stop for me quickly." This man was Hu Lai, the son of Lai Ting and Shi Lai Tang. In the face of Hu Lai's words, the young men working for Chang Sheng ignored him and continued to work. Hu Lai was furious and immediately ordered the young men to attack with sticks. "This is unacceptable. How dare you not listen to me, brothers? Make these muddy-footed guys know whose territory this is." As soon as he finished speaking, someone's hand was dirtied. "Stop, stop!" The group of young men turned to see something that made them wide-eyed, sweating, pale, and fearful. As soon as they saw him, the group of young men were afraid and called out in fear, Shen Chang Sheng, what?" Chang Sheng was angry, glaring ahead with knitted brows. Seeing this, Hu Lai, also angry, shouted loudly, "He is a fake Dao Shi, fake god, fake demon. What are you all afraid of?" A young man turned to speak. "Boss, you just came back, so you don't know this Dao Shi is not a fake god or demon. There are Yao Gui at Shi Lai Tang, and even at Zai Chao Hao Chai in the county, everyone knows about him. This Dao Shi has such courage." Chang Sheng, still angry, radiated with energy that guide. "This Dao Shi is not a place for reckless behavior. Be careful of attracting trouble. It seems that the safety environment in Dai Tang needs improvement. I need to talk to Feng Jiaxian." Hu Lai clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "He even knows my name is Hu Lai. Does he predict the future?" Bai Su Su stepped forward with a soft smile. "Shen Zhang, this person is so impudent. Should Su Su handle him?" Chang Sheng saw the young men leering at Bai Su Su and immediately turned to say, "Don't cause any more trouble. You're not putting yourself at risk, are you?" When Hu Lai saw Bai Su Su, he even a twisted face and said, "Fairies, really? Since when did Jing Yang Xian start appearing as a sexy beauty like this? Shen Zhang, isn't it? Having a beauty like this by your side to serve me for a night? I won't just cause trouble. I'll even give you money. How about that?" Chang Sheng, hearing this, quickly walked over and whispered, "You see, it would be better if you didn't appear. Just appearing has ruined things. Truly a joy with a fatal beauty. It looks like a fight can't be avoided 1 against 4. The chances of winning are too low. If Lai Chun Feng were here, it would be better. You could fight." As soon as anyone was mentioned, that person immediately appeared. Behind Chang Sheng, Chun Feng held a sword tightly in his hand and jumped over Chang Sheng's head, shouting loudly, "You shameless person." Chun Feng, furious, rushed forward and kicked the young man, breaking his jaw. "How dare you act so defiantly in front of my Sifu?" he exclaimed. Chun Feng knocked the young man down to the ground, and then he stepped on his chest with his sharp sword in front of him as a warning. When the young man saw Chun Feng, he was terrified. "Please spare my life, spare my life." Hu Lai, standing next to him, was pale with fear. "You shouldn't come here, my father is Lai Ting. If you come here, I will have you taken to the authorities, and you will spend the rest of your life in jail." As he finished speaking, someone stepped forward behind Hu Lai and spoke up. "Just because you are Lai Ting's son, you dare to bully my young man." It turned out to be Feng Jiaxian, who angrily pointed his finger forward and shouted loudly, "Today, I not only want to arrest you, but also your father for failing to discipline his son." Hu Lai turned to look and was shocked, his face pale, and he exclaimed, Feng Jiaxian." Chang Sheng squinted his eyes and raised his hands behind him, saying, "I told you not to act recklessly. It will bring trouble upon yourself." Later, the young men were arrested. Chun Feng stepped forward and bowed in front of Chang Sheng, saying, "Seifu, I'm late. Please punish me for disturbing Seifu's peaceful life. It's okay. Luckily, you arrived on time. Please stand up and go ha 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 ha. My labor and my old man are home now." After speaking, Chang Sheng turned to look at Feng Jiaxian and asked, "I wonder why Feng Jiaxian is here. Shen Zhang, 8,000 kilometers chaining is urgent." Huang Sang said that he had completed Chang Sheng Manor and asked when you would be willing to come and see it. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng appeared serious and replied, very well. Wait for me to finish my work here and then I will head to Chang'an to see that Chang Sheng Manor." Despite the serious expression, he was happy in his heart. "Ha ha ha ha. Good things keep coming indeed. I am the good luck of Dao Tang." At this point, Feng Jiaxian curiously turned and asked, "Shen Zhang, what about the work here? Do I have to keep it secret? In half a month, Feng Jiaxian will know." A few days later, at the construction site of Shaoliashen Bao, in front of the roast duck shop, there were red banners with golden characters jingling, emanating abundant spirit, spreading to the whole body of the young people standing in front of the shop. After absorbing the spirit, the young people's faces turned red with excitement. Just as the princess said, endless enjoyment, yes, just standing for a moment, I feel like I have gained 6 months of cultivation. While enjoying themselves, suddenly an old man with white hair appeared behind a group of young people and spoke up. What an ignorant bunch. The old man, with a disappointed look in his eyes, a sly smile on his lips, and blushing cheeks, looked straight ahead and said, in these characters, one can attain enlightenment, my friends. Chang Sheng, Bai Su Su, and Bai Dong Ne stood behind, watching the young people and the old man absorbing the spirit from the words they had written, and they were very pleased, as they said. To see everyone value our written expressions in this way gives us assurance. Upon hearing this, Bai Su Su spoke up, the characters of the Xian Ren written by Shen Chang Ren himself. I can only understand 3 parts. They are fortunate to be able to see that. Dong Nai hesitantly spoke up, just as long as Shen Xian Zhang is happy. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng turned to pat Dong Ni's head and said, Dong Nai, you don't need to always rely on me for everything. You should have your own thoughts and interests. Upon hearing these sweet words, Bai Su Su secretly harbored jealousy and thought to herself, annoying being beaten by this little person once. I forgot that Shen Xian Zhang is always heartbroken for the weaker ones. After that, Bai Su Su raised 2 fingers to recite the evil energy concentration into the heads of the 2 fingers. Dong Ni, you are just an ordinary person. Tai Gang Huang Huang, Tai Yin Shang Shang. Su, you Pai Nang. Bai Hu Ta Shen Ju activate. However, the magic that Bai Su Su activated turned out to be ineffective. She angrily sweated with a purple face. Why is it like that? At the same time, Chang Sheng suddenly turned to see the scene in front of him, frowned and said in an uncomfortable tone. Then he hit Bai Su Su's hand and said, Bai Su Su, don't always think about these supernatural things. We should take step by step. Do you understand? After listening, Bai Su Su's face became gentle and she quietly thought, so that's it, Shen Xian Ren doesn't like me using magic. Are these words telling me to live like an ordinary person? Su Su knows now. Chang Sheng sees Bai Su Su's expression and becomes a bit regretful. Actually, did I speak too harshly? Bai Su Su looks at Chang Sheng and thinks to herself, the opportunity has come, the Shen Xian Zhang has moved with compassion. So she said, Shen Xian Ren, please punish me. Chang Sheng listened and then raised both his hands in front of him, shouting loudly, stop, stop. Come with me to the construction site to confirm the safety of the production before. The women of the prosperous Dao Tang cannot bear this. All are blushing. So Su Su and Dong Ni clung to Chang Sheng and went together. Su Su, go with Shen Xian Zhang to inspect the construction site, and in the evening wait for him to punish you. Shen Xian Zhang, Dong Ni's cultivation manual for dual cultivation also needs your guidance. So the 2 sisters are now rivals. The crazy Su Su is really shameless, daring to compete with me for Shen Xian Zhang, and Mistress Dong Nai is truly shameless. Half a month later, Chang Sheng sat inside his duck shop and began laughing happily. Shaoliashen Bao has officially been open for 7 to 8 days at the current speed in less than a year. Dong Ne, you will be able to live with me in your own penthouse in Chang'an City. Dong Ne, upon hearing this, was delighted and blushed cutely. Shen Xian Zhang, as long as I have you, Dong Ne can be anywhere. Haha. Dong Nai is still the most obedient. At the same time, outside the room, Xiao Bai heard Chang Sheng's words. She smiled and thought to herself, Dong Nai Mai Mai is obedient. Xiao Bai can also try to be like that, confident that she can do it. Stop thinking. Xiao Bai opened the door and called out, Shen Xian Zhang, I'm here to report. Unintentionally, Xiao Bai caught sight of the intimate scene between Chang Sheng and Bai Dong Ni. Chang Sheng and Bai Dong Ni, upon hearing her, startled and turned to look, Xiao Bai GG. Dong Ne, embarrassed, quickly ran out the door. Xiao Bai GG. Talk to the Xian Zhang first, don't come in to cook rice. Chang Sheng awkwardly bit his finger and spoke, Xiao Bai, why have you come to find me? Shen Xian Zhang, Xiao Bai is here to report something lovely. Ha, what is it? Xiao Bai, blushing and sweating, said, No, I'm not here to report something lovely, no. At that moment, Xiao Bai thought to herself, what are you saying? Didn't you already guess the relationship between Dong Ni and the Xian Zhang long ago? Seeing Xiao Bai's embarrassment, Chang Sheng grinned and sighed. Are you here to report about the duck roast branch yesterday? Xiao Bai immediately bowed his head and handed the book to Chang Sheng, saying, Yes. Please let Shen Chang take a look. Chang Sheng sat watching the book and smirked to himself. So if Xiao Bai also has intentions towards me difficult to handle, being handsome is also a burden. While watching, he suddenly saw something that made Chang Sheng widen his eyes. In the book, it was recorded that the purchase amount was 1,300 taels. Curious, Chang Sheng asked, why has this purchase amount increased threefold? Xiao Bai explained, the duck seller said there weren't enough ducks, so they temporarily increased the price by 30%. After hearing this, Chang Sheng smirked and said mockingly, ha, ha, ha. They must think I'm rich now, so they see me as a good prey. Confused, Xiao Bai asked, what do you mean by prey? Chang Sheng narrowed his eyes, extended his hand forward, and said, Xiao Bai, go invite those merchants to come and talk. Just tell them in 5 seconds that I want a very large quantity of ducks, and the price can increase by 50%, so they can bring as many as they want. Shocked, Xiao Bai's eyes widened and mouth agape. Chang Sheng sat with crossed arms and continued, when you leave, call Lai Chunfeng. I have a task for him. I understand it now, Shen Chang. After finishing speaking, Chang Sheng lowered his head and thought to himself, ha ha ha. If you want to mess with my fortune, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Xiao Bai, seeing this, was afraid, what should I do? What should I do? Grandmaster Dao's laughter is terrifying. At Chang Sheng's roast duck restaurant inside the ruin, Chang Sheng sat around a dining table with the merchants. Come on, for our future prosperity, let's all raise our glasses. Chang Sheng held a wine cup in his hand, his face red, scratching his head, speaking up. Ha, ha. No need for humility. Shen Chang Sheng sells roast ducks. It's unique in Datang. Oh, without the ducks, I wouldn't be able to make the roast duck. So this wine cup I raise to you all is the continuous supply of ducks that has helped me in my career. Thank you all. As Chang Sheng finished speaking, a merchant in a green robe raised his glass and said, come on, Shen Chang, I raise a glass to you. Not sure if it's because of this epidemic. Before he could finish speaking, Chang Sheng lifted the whole bottle of wine and poured it into his mouth. No, it's because I didn't consider it carefully. I didn't expect that mobilizing so many ducks would have such a big impact on everyone, so I will punish myself a bottle. After finishing a bottle of wine, Chang Sheng was drunk. His eyes were barely staying open. He muttered, don't worry, this business deal I will definitely. Not finished yet, Chang Sheng collapsed on the dining table and fell asleep in front of the businessmen. The businessmen were shocked to see this scene. They asked, Shen Chang, when will we settle this trade? I brought thousands of ducks, and it's the money we use to support our families. We need water to raise the ducks, and bringing so many ducks here is a big problem. What should we do? Chang Sheng smirked and laughed sinisterly. On the second day, Chang Sheng stood on a mountain with the businessmen and asked when they would settle the trade. On the third day, Chang Sheng took the businessmen to the market to show that their ducks were being sold everywhere. On the fourth day, the businessmen wondered if Chang Sheng regretted the deal and didn't want to settle it, and they agreed that they couldn't continue with the expenses of the ducks. Xiao Bai replied, rest assured, our Sifu is a fun-loving and alcoholic person. He will come to trade when he remembers. After Xiao Bai finished speaking, he smiled and thought to himself, Shen Chang is really impressive. These ordinary people are all so arrogant, yet they still show respect to me at times. By the seventh day, the merchants couldn't take it anymore and stood in front of Chang Sheng's house shouting, Shen Chang, you are shameless. Oh, debts, pay for the blood money you owe us. Just as they finished speaking, a bodyguard appeared from behind and spoke up, dare to cause trouble in front of Shen Chang's house. Do you not want to live anymore? Come with me at Guanfu. That's right. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. That's right. Shouting like this in front of Shen Chang's house, I'm afraid it'll lose all his immortal energy. Let's take them away quickly. The stout old merchant who had been tied up couldn't bear it and turned to shout loudly, we are just asking for a normal debt, not causing trouble. You should catch Shen Chang Sheng. The bodyguard shouted, shut up. How dare you call Shen Chang by his name directly? Do you want to die? The scene then shifts to the prison, where the three old merchants sit in the cell talking to each other. What should we do? Shen Chang Sheng has a significant background in Jing Yang Xian. None of us have a strong backing, but now we are locked up in the prison. What's going on outside? Before they could finish, suddenly a subordinate rushed in and exclaimed, sir, it's bad news. Our assets and our house have all been sealed by Guanfu. They say our actions over the past 7 days are suspicious, and they suspect us of disrupting the market, hoarding and speculating. What is happening? The stout old merchant was stunned and stood still for 5 seconds. What should we do now? With these charges, it is going to be difficult for anyone to protect us, even those behind us. A while later at the port near the beach, there was a large boat. At this time, Chang Sheng, Feng Jiaxian, and the merchants were standing on the shore talking to each other. I'm really sorry about the fact that because of me being a wandering adventurer, you might go to prison. The merchants replied, No, it's fine. Feng Jiaxian stepped forward, lowered his voice, and said to the stout old merchant, Next time you come to do business, just tell me. I will sell at the normal price to help you keep your assets. A stout old merchant replied in fear, Of course. Farewell, see you again. So the merchants got on the boat to go home. Chang Sheng and Feng Jiaxian stood behind watching the shadow of the boat and said, Shen Xian Zhang, this time I helped you lower the price. I'm afraid they won't come next time. In Jinyang County, Chun Feng stood in front of the crowd and announced that Shen Xian Zhang had invited a gentleman from Chang'an to come and teach the villagers how to raise ducks to improve their lives. He also gave a box of ducklings to the villagers to try raising. Meanwhile, Xiao Bai was negotiating with an elderly woman about buying fully grown ducks raised by the villagers. The villagers set up a shrine for Chang Sheng and criticized Chun Feng's statement about Shen Xian Zhang being not only proficient in spiritual cultivation, but also in business. Upon hearing the positive feedback from the villagers and seeing the scene of people caring for the ducks, Chang Sheng said that he would know the answer when he returned to Chang'an. The mouth says so, but in Feng Jiaxian's heart, sweat pours like rain, his face pale and muttering to himself, What do I do now? I completely don't understand. Will Lai Chun Feng not be disappointed in me? After observing, Chun Feng turned to Feng Jiaxian and said, The matters in Jingyang Xian are all in Feng Jiaxian's hands now. Arrange this properly, and we should also follow Sifu back to Chang Sheng Manor. Feng Jiaxian gently replied, Lai Chun Feng, rest assured, I will do my best. The scene shifts to Chang Sheng Manor outside of Chang'an in the courtyard. Chang Sheng and his three younger sisters, the little fox spirit, and the young apprentice Lai Ting are exercising together in the morning. Lai Ting is stretching, Bai Dong Nai is working on her chest muscles, Xiao King is doing waist exercises, and the little fox spirit is standing still with one hand on her head and the other raised high, sweating like water. Chang Sheng exercises happily, with a cheerful spirit, thinking to himself, having his own large house with beautiful women by his side, this is the success of a person's life. Early the next morning at Chang Sheng Manor, Chang Sheng stepped out of his room, moving his hands and smiling brightly. A day starting in the fresh morning air is truly not deceiving. Suddenly, from outside the door, Elder Swan Wu King rushed in and knelt before Chang Sheng, startling him. Elder Swan Wu King clasped his hands and eagerly said, Apprentice Swan Wu King, please let Shen Xian Zhang accept me as his apprentice. Chang Sheng quickly went to help Elder Swan Wu King up. Please get up. Why would someone like you bow to me as your Sifu? Previously, my disciple Lai Chun Feng returned to Chang'an, and I overheard you both mentioning Shen Xian Zhang's technique, which I found fascinating. I ended up stealing it and can only become Shen Xian Zhang's apprentice. If you do not accept, Swan Wu King can only commit suicide for Shen Xian Zhang to see my sincerity. Chang Sheng's face paled and sweat dripped from his forehead as he heard this. But Lai Chun Feng is also my apprentice. What will happen when you two meet? Just as he finished speaking, the sword was drawn, and Lao Xuan Wu King pressed the sword against his neck, staring intently and saying, Shen Xian Zhang doesn't need to handle this if you don't want to accept me. I will leave and find a peaceful place. Chang Sheng hurriedly replied, Wait, I accept you. Upon hearing this, Lao Xuan Wu King immediately threw the sword and bowed his head in front of Chang Sheng. After bowing his head, Lao Xuan Wu King looked up with a joyful smile. Apprentice Swan Wu King, I pay my respects to Sifu. At that moment, Lai Chun Feng returned and happened to see Lao Xuan Wu King, then spoke, What's going on? Chun Feng approached gently and asked, Why are you here? Lao Xuan Wu King remained silent upon hearing this, then got up and said, Wu King pays his respects to Elder Marshal Brother. Chun Feng immediately knelt down upon hearing this. Chun Feng pays his respects to Gong Shi. Chang Sheng stood behind and felt helpless. Well, everyone has their own way. It's really chaotic. In front of Chang Sheng's Yunfu, the crowd was bustling when suddenly someone's foot hurriedly ran in. It was a man. He ran in front of Chang Sheng and Lao Xuan Wu King, shouting frantically, Save me, save me, save me. After hearing that, old Xuan Wu King immediately said to the young man, Please throw the coins. The young man in black continuously held his neck, closing and opening his eyes wide, saying, What? I see that you are a fraud. Last night I came home, and today, as soon as I went out, I felt breathless and exhausted. Surely I encountered something dirty last night, and you say I'm fine. Then the coins fell down and formed a hexagram. Old Swan Wu King looked at it. His face turned pale, and he said, Young man, according to this hexagram, you are not in danger of your life. After speaking, the young man turned to the door and continued to shout, "Everyone don't worship, don't worship. This is a fraud, no spiritual experience." Old Swan Wu King, upon hearing this, angrily opened his eyes and said loudly, "Don't talk nonsense, rely on the hexagram, you were never possessed." Chang Sheng stepped in to stop the situation. "All right, Wu King, just let me handle this." Upon hearing this, old Wu King sighed, "Wu King is foolish, causing trouble for Sedfu." The young man in black hurriedly put some coins in the wooden cabinet, tightly holding his neck, his whole body shaking and his face wrinkled. "Master Xian, please have mercy." Chang Sheng stepped forward with a serious expression, sneering and saying, "This is simple." He then walked up and circled around the young man, causing him to be bewildered and confused. "You? What are you looking at? You deceitful bunch," not allowing others to speak. After hearing this, Chang Sheng asked calmly, "Do you want to live or die?" The young man's face turned dark and fearful. "In the midst of so many people, you still want to mouth off like this?" After examining the young man for a while, Chang Sheng stood up and said, "Isn't it the one who speaks that is possessed by evil? I asked if you want to live or die. If you want to live, take off your clothes. Here, what's this?" Chang Sheng advanced with a dark and powerful expression, glaring and speaking sharply. "You don't laugh, or are you looking for someone to save you? Or are you here to cause trouble?" The young man immediately took off his clothes to reveal a sturdy body. "All right, I'll take them off. Let's see what you have to say now." Chang Sheng immediately waved the fan in his hand. Seeing this, Chang Sheng smiled and said, "Heh, is it good now?" As he finished speaking, the young man stared in amazement, looking closely at his hands and exclaiming, "Wow, it really is good." Then Chang Sheng chuckled and continued, "Want to know what's going on? Go knock your head 3 times with Tam Tan Lao Jia." Upon hearing this, the young man in black immediately pressed his head forcefully to the ground, causing Chang Sheng to be surprised, thinking how can he hit his head so hard without any injury? He had practiced the impenetrable head skill after all. After knocking his head, the young man stood up and asked, "Xian Zhang, I knocked my head. I took off my clothes. Please tell me what to do next." Chang Sheng replied, "Put your clothes back on, but don't wear the shirt." Hearing this, the young man turned to look at Swan Wu King curiously, asking, "Excuse me, is there something evil about this clothing?" Wu King also asked in confusion, "This clothing has no evil energy or fa lai, so what could it be?" Chang Sheng heard this and sat down, pointing his finger forward and chuckling. "Hey, don't move a muscle and start talking about mysterious phenomena, can you? What a bunch of narrow-minded people. When you go back, find a tailor to loosen your clothes, they're too tight." The crowd, astonished, didn't understand what Chang Sheng was saying. The young man, after receiving the instructions, quickly grabbed his coat and ran off. "Thank you for your help. See you again." Soon, it was late afternoon at Chang Sheng Manor. Master Swan Wu King stood in front of Chang Sheng, bowing in respect. "Sifu, it's not early anymore. Your apprentice will leave now." Chang Sheng then took Swan Wu King's hand and advised him, "On the way back, you must be careful. If someone calls after dark, you must leave quickly and not respond." Swan Wu King, visibly worried, asked, "Why is that?" Chang Sheng raised his finger to signal that he couldn't say anything at the moment. After old man Wu King left, Chang Sheng lowered his head and sighed. "Today, I read fortunes for so many people. It's difficult to avoid making mistakes. I can't tell him that I'm afraid someone will frame him in the evening for a fight." At this point, old Swan Wu King walked home, and the security guards immediately bowed in respect. "Greetings, Swan Wu King Dairen." Surprisingly, a hint of green Yaxi appeared behind old Wu King, grinning mockingly. "Ha ha, ha ha, ha." Old Wu King heard it and instinctively turned his head to look. When he looked up, he saw the green Yaxi spreading a wide area in the air and speaking. "Swan Wu King, I heard that you are very accurate in fortune-telling. Shall we see if you will die in my hands tonight or not?" Old Wu King heard it and immediately became angry, unleashing his ultimate thunder. Shandy and Jingguang shone brightly from his hand. "Wherever Yao Gui is rampant in Chang'an, I will send my attack." Hearing that, old Swan Wu King didn't ask anything else and turned to leave. So the apprentice apologizes and retreats. When the old Swan Wu King displayed his skills towards the green color Yaxi, it immediately dodged and mocked. "Ultimate thunder, I'm afraid, heh." Seconds later, a monstrous head of Yaxi emerged from the stream, its mouth wide open staring at Wu King, constantly teasing, "Dao Zhang spared, oh forgot, heh." Old Swan Wu King, furious, raised both hands to create a seal, from which a bright light shone, accompanied by fierce Shandian. Golden light shines brightly, blessing the true person. Immediately, a stream of spirit Jingguang descended, creating a protective sphere to prevent the invasion of Yaxi. Wu King glared forward. You are nothing but that. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-colored Yaxi began to invade the protective sphere of the old man. The power of Yaxi countered and immediately caused Swan Wu King to cough up blood. Seeing this, the Yaxi stream immediately laughed on the ground. From that Yaxi stream emerged a ghostly woman with black eyes, immediately mocking. Wu King Dao Zhang Changan, spare me, spare yourself. Don't fight me, wahaha. Ji Guy. Ji Guy flagged towards old Wu King. Didn't expect Wu King Dao Chang to be as cowardly as me. So scared, wahaha. Old Wu King, who had been teased just now, frowned in anger and said, today, even if we die together, I will never let you cause trouble for the Tang Dynasty. Old Wu King immediately stood up and sprayed blood towards Jie Guai, reducing his strength and turning him back into a Yaxi stream. He continued to use Yaxi to surround Old Wu King's boundary, laughing useless. Old Wu King did not give up and immediately used Fa Lai, Thunderous Power, Spear of Manipulation, Proud Golden Eagle, and Cosmic Energy Manipulation. It turned out that his Saifu had predicted this, which is why he had reminded himself. Now the veins on old Swan Wu King's face bulged, and he thought to himself, unfortunately, my power is not enough to comprehend, so I have met this disaster. After thinking, he gritted his teeth and continued to use Fa Lai. It never rains, but it pours, still water run deep, invoking the wrath of heaven. Habit cures habit, summing. At that moment, Wu King sadly thought to himself, Seifu, apprentice can only repay your great kindness in the next life. While standing between life and death, Bai Susu suddenly shouted, Wu King Dao Chang, please stop. Bai Susu gritted her teeth uncomfortably. Let me handle this demon, don't harm yourself. Old Swan Wu King looked extremely surprised. Bai Fu Ren, why did Sifu call you? If not, do you think I will pay attention to an old man like you? As soon as Bai Su saw the Yaxi, she immediately retorted, Bai Su, how beautiful you become day by day. Su replied, Ji Guai, you're poking at something you shouldn't be poking at. Ji Guai, after hearing this, smirked and said, Bai Su, I remember you used to have the appearance of a scholar, but tonight, After listening to Bai Su, Ji Guai felt angry and retorted that she was lying. Bai Su appeared dangerous, believing that Jai Gu always intended to use evil energy to invade her body. Bai Su immediately summoned 9 sons of Yin and then ordered a series of stone statues to appear and absorb the green Yaxi string. Ji Gui was attacked by something and immediately fled, promising to seek revenge for disrupting her Fa Lai. Bai Su was angry when Ji Gui fled and tried to advise her. Wu King asked if they should let Ji Gui go, but Bai Su didn't care and just wanted to take Ji Gui to safety. After that, Wu King appeared despondent and said that he was useless. At the same time, at Chang Sheng Manor, Chang Sheng was standing outside the window with a displeased expression, murmuring to himself, it seems like there are mice outside. I'll let Bai Su go out and see. Why is she taking so long to come back? The next morning, Chang Sheng stepped out of the room in high spirits and stretched himself to exercise. The plan for a year starts from spring. The plan for a day starts from the morning. Suddenly, old Wu King appeared out of nowhere, kneeling down and bowing his head under Chang Sheng's feet. Thank you for saving me, Saifu. Then he raised his head with a happy smile. Last night, Apprentice was attacked. If it wasn't for Saifu's guidance, I would have been killed. Chang Sheng immediately imagined the image of him being beaten up with a bat and a bag over his head and thought to himself, it seems that the fortune-telling was wrong and led to him being ambushed. After thinking, Chang Sheng immediately helped old Wu King stand up. Get up, it's all small things. Be careful today, you'll be fine. He looked at Chang Sheng, sweating in fear, whispering, I still need to be careful today, unless I'm in danger. Chang Sheng turned away, reminding, I said today, you shouldn't tell fortunes for others. Just sit still and listen to me. Old Wu King immediately agreed, and Chang Sheng thought to himself, the first day of fortune-telling was ambushed. If he tells fortunes for another day, someone will break into Chang Sheng Manor. The scene changes to a dense forest, and in the sky appears a stream of demonic energy flying around. The stream of demonic energy lands right beside a jar in the forest. It is none other than Ji Gui. She transforms into a human form with a smiling face and calls out, Come, 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 this is the treasure that those guys gave me, and now you all can move freely under the sun. After speaking, she immediately throws 2 strings into the water jar in front of her. The water in the jar wraps around the strings. A moment later, a demon's head emerges from inside the jar, slowly transforming into a fully human form, still plump. This is the demon in the jar, Gui Pang. Ha ha, Ji Gui, your new master is indeed generous. This is truly good. Tell me, who should we kill? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared from behind and said, It doesn't matter who, just kill. First, the plump demon appears, then the skinny one, called the drowning demon Yan Seinen. Ji steps forward and licks the long tongue on the body of the drowning demon. Indeed, you understand me best, Yan Mai. This time we must kill the 1,000-year-old Bai Gujiang and her new owner behind her. The three demons gathered together and chatted, laughing and causing a ruckus in the forest. They're still challenging us, but I like it, mwahaha. At the same time, at Chang Sheng Manor, many people were coming in and out. Guai Peng stood among the crowd, pointing forward with a frowning face and shouting loudly, Bai Gujing, along with your new master, come out and face your death. The crowd started gossiping when they heard this. Oh my, someone is causing trouble for Shen Chang Sheng. Do you see that? These three people don't look human at all. They must be demons, but one of them has a tender look in their eyes. They seem quite beautiful. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the other men immediately recoiled as if they were afraid of catching COVID. Chang Sheng and the babes from the manor stepped out and shouted loudly, who dares to come to our Chang Sheng manor and cause trouble? Do you not know the laws that cannot be violated? This is the house that Huang Di rewarded. Do you believe that if you cause trouble, Huang Di will wipe out all of your followers? Upon hearing this, Chun Feng immediately turned to transmit his voice to Master Wu King. Have you heard Saifu? Yet he can compare himself to the heavens. No wonder that infernal official dared only to be angry, but not to speak to Saifu. Turns out Saifu's status is even more terrifying than I imagined. Demon Guai Panji swung his baseball bat forward, shouting loudly, we're looking for you and Bai Gu Jiang. What does it have to do with others? If you don't want to die too miserably, obediently accept a beating from us, dying a little more comfortably. Behind them, Ji Gai raised two fingers in determination, while Yaxi's entire body exuded fierceness. This person dares to compare himself to the heavens. It seems he must leave himself a way to survive. After a while of displaying their magical arts, Ji Gai realized, what's going on? How come my ghostly demonic domain can't be deployed? Quite surprising. At the same time, Bai Su Su stepped forward gently, saying, Master, leave this trivial matter to us to handle. Shuang Long, standing behind, also spoke in unison. Hope Shen Xianjiang permits. Upon hearing this, Chang Sheng had no choice but to immediately agree. Go ahead, be safe. It seems to be Su Su's past matter, so she doesn't want to get involved. Bai Su Su and Xiao Bai slowly walked towards the crowd of Jie Guai. Before they could make a move, Ji Gu's people crazily rushed forward, using Yaxi to attack. Seeing this, Bai Su Su's group immediately counterattacked with sticks. Chang Sheng sat in the middle watching the drama of the girls, but suddenly some force made the girls stand still. Chang Sheng was extremely surprised. What's going on? At this moment, Bai Su Su glared forward, then she rushed to grab Ji Gai, shouting loudly, Die for me. Janky panicked and shouted, Hey, what are you going to do to me? Then Xiao King quickly caught the skinny demon and said, Die under my hand. Why? Why isn't my magic effective? At the same time, an arrow came and knocked the baseball bat out of Xiao Bai's hand. Xiao Bai then used the arrow to stab the fat demon in the stomach, shouting loudly, Yao Gui, die under my arrow. Just when they were about to kill, Chang Sheng suddenly spoke, Capture them alive. So Xiao Bai immediately turned over the situation, raised the arrow, and hit the head of the fat demon, killing it instantly. After a fight without breaking a sweat, they finally captured the demons. Shemsi and Zhang, we'd have subdued several Yao Gui. How should we handle them? After listening to Chang Sheng, he raised his hand high and said, It's all Su Su's doing. I'm tired. I'm going to rest now. Chang Sheng looked up at the blue sky and whispered to himself, Everyone has a past they don't want others to know. After tying up the three strange demons together, Bai Su Su turned to Wu King and said, Wu King Dao Zhang, these three Yao Gui are all demons. We have used the Fa Lai to subdue them. Please take them back to Cantian Jian for interrogation. Wu King replied, Yes, apprentice will obey orders. After a while, the three demons were put into a seal pouch on Wu King's waist. Annoying. Let us go, they said. Old Wu King rode his horse fast, muttering to himself, We need to quickly bring these three Yao Gui to Cantian Jian. After a while, he finally arrived at the gate of Cantian Jian. We're here, he said. Suddenly, a stream of yellow energy attacked a tree branch, then flew towards a shadow cat, attacking towards old Wu King, causing him to widen his eyes and exclaim, Not good, there's another sneak attack. However, the cat demon did not attack old Wu King, but instead whispered to the horse's head, Xuan Wu King, it's been a while, hasn't it? She then took the seal pouch from old Wu King's waist, and the three crazy demons were released. Wahaha, Wu King Gao Zhang, you didn't think I'd still have a backup, did you? So the three demons floated in midair, staring at old Wu King and said in a harsh tone, Interfere with us, and you will pay the price. All of you together, we will kill him. Old Wu King immediately felt uneasy and used his vital eye to create Shandian in the palm of his hand to counterattack the demons, saying, Sifu, you truly have the foresight of a god. Today is indeed dangerous. However, Shadowcat had been waiting for the right moment and used demonic energy to attack Old Wu King from behind. Shadowcat struck with all his might directly at the head of Old Wu King, causing him to grit his teeth and say, This time, I really can't escape. Seeing this, Ji Gui also rushed forward and eagerly said, Dairen, hand him over to me. I want to kill him. But then Shadowcat intervened. Stop. Shadowcat glared at Ji Gui and said in a stern voice, I spare his life because he still has a use. Ji Gui immediately cowered and said, Yes, of course. Shadowcat frowned and asked in annoyance, Ji Gui, how did the task I gave you 3 days ago go? Ji Gui remembered and hesitantly replied, Ji Gui, as long as you successfully spread the plague, I promise to give you 2,000 strong soldiers in the army as material for your cultivation. Ji Gui recalled and then fearfully stuttered this. He immediately kneeled at the feet of the leader of the cats and said, Dairen, please give me some more time. I promise to complete the task. After that, the cat's head immediately took Wu King away, leaving behind 2 strands of purple dreamy mist. At this moment, next to the skinny ghost, a wandering soul appeared and muttered, Who is she? Truly unfortunate. Hey. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Upon hearing this, the cat's head raised a finger as a signal that I'll give you 1 more day. If not, you will not be safe with me. That night, Ji Gui wandered in the forest, saying to himself, Boring. It seems that tonight I have to take action. Dairen in the palace cannot wait any longer. In the middle of the night in Chang'an, Ji Gui went around all places in Chang'an to spread rumors, first at the house of a scholar studying. What you don't know can't hurt you. Too many cooks spoil the broth. The next house is the room of a couple looking for descendants. The scholar next door is too noisy, reading books late at night while his wife is calm, so we change our posture. Next is the house of a mother and son sleeping peacefully. Very quickly the next morning outside the city, everyone is trembling, holding their stomachs, holding their hips, constantly groaning. It's coming. A young man holding his stomach, sweating, his legs trembling. Restroom, I need to go to the restroom. The careless young man ran with his head down. At the same time, Chang Sheng also came out of the alley. Hey, move aside. That young man rushed and bumped into Chang Sheng. So the young man couldn't stand it and shit lumpy out. When it comes to this part, it's not my fault if anyone is eating. After dispelling his sorrow, the young man had a satisfied expression and exclaimed, Now there's no need anymore. Then he collapsed to the ground. Chang Sheng, seeing this, quickly walked over and asked, Hey, are you okay? Afterwards, Chang Sheng looked around in astonishment and thought to himself, Strange, why is everyone in Chang'an acting like this today? As he glanced behind him, he saw another young man relieving himself right there, taking off your pants to urinate in public. How unsanitary. Chang Sheng immediately closed his eyes and disregarded the unnecessary incident, thinking, I should still go find Zun Sai Mo to discuss trading medicinal herbs. At the same time, Ji Gui sat on the roof and observed below, bursting into a satisfied smile. It seems the infectious disease we released last night was very successful. Before long, all of Chang'an will be filled with the disease. Just as he was rejoicing, a loud voice suddenly interrupted, causing Ji Gui to stop smiling. If your body isn't feeling well, come here. Miracle Doctor is here to examine you. Miracle Dr. Zun Sai Mo is here to address the strange illnesses in Chang'an and provide treatment for everyone. The crowd of people heard this and hurried over, gathering with extreme joy on their faces. Let's all go there. This is great. There's a miracle doctor here. Surely there is a cure for the illness. A young man sat at the table right in front of Elder Zun Sai Mo and urgently said, Miracle Doctor, I have been vomiting and having diarrhea from last night until now, and I'm about to faint. Elder Zun Sai Mo turned to look at the pale faces of the people and muttered to himself, The appearance of these people and their symptoms. This illness is very similar to a pandemic. I need to take a closer look. So Elder Zun Sai Mo immediately took the young man's pulse, and as he did, his whole body trembled and his face darkened. Strange, is this really just a pandemic? I was just taking the pulse. Why do I feel a chill throughout my body? I feel a strange energy entering my body. Seeing Elder Sai Mo not saying anything, the young man hurriedly asked, Miracle Doctor, what illness do I have? Is there a cure? Elder Zun Sai Mo was at a loss for words, and the people behind him became anxious. Oh no, even the Miracle Doctor is at a loss. We might be doomed. I don't want to die. Who can save us? Who? As the crowd was feeling despondent, Chang Sheng appeared with a confident smile and waved to Elder Zun Saimo. So you are here. A while later, on the table full of steaming bowls of medicine, old Zun Saimo opened his arms wide and pointed straight to the bowls on the small table, saying, "Everyone, this is the medicine soup I cooked. Each person try a bowl." The crowd of people rushed forward to grab like zombies, and Chang Sheng stood in the midst of the crowd as if invisible, saying, "I want a bowl. I'm first. I'll take it first." After this group of people, another group came up to fight for the medicine. The people didn't think much before picking up the bowl of medicine and drinking it up. But then suddenly their eyes rolled back. They fell to the ground with white eyes and blood gushing from their mouths. Chang Sheng, seeing this, startled and scared, looked around and then yelled, "What the hell? What's going on?" Old Zun Saimo, seeing the scene before him, thought helplessly to himself, "Not good. This epidemic is indeed not simple. Normal medicine soup cannot cure it. It makes the condition worse." Chang Sheng angrily ran up to question old Zun Saimo, "Zun Miracle Doctor, do they have a grudge against you? How could the poisonous soup kill them?" Shen Chang misunderstood. "Last night, the epidemic spread to Chang'an. They were infected with the epidemic, so they fell down." Chang Sheng, hearing this, was startled and horrified, his eyes wide and his mouth gaping in shock. "Epidemic?" While talking, Heedle suddenly entered. "Zun Miracle Doctor, there's a big problem. Why are you so scared? The thing is, this morning, all the officials in the court got sick. Huang Di asked me to urgently call you." Chang Sheng and old Zun Saimo were surprised to hear this. "What is it? Very strange. Even the officials in the palace got infected. This epidemic is really scary." Chang Sheng furrowed his brows and rubbed his chin and thought, "I'm preparing to expand my herbal medicine business now that the epidemic is spreading. Selling medicine seems like a good opportunity, but it seems like there is no cure for the epidemic. If I'm not careful, I might also get infected. This is not an easy task. We should still proceed cautiously." Without much thought, old Zun Saimo immediately took Chang Sheng's hand and said, "Shen Zhang, there's danger in the palace. Let's go." After speaking, old Zun Saimo quickly pulled Chang Sheng and ran towards Huanggong at the speed of the flash. "Why go? I haven't agreed yet." Upon returning to Huanggong, they encountered a road full of corpses emitting a foul smell. Lao Zun Saimo saw the scene and said, "It's over. The epidemic has spread more than expected. Huanggong is in chaos." Chang Sheng pitched his nose and said with a grimace, "Disgusting. I only want to trade, don't want to die. I can't. I have to find a place to bathe and disinfect in case I get infected for real." Chang Sheng then looked over and saw a curtain on the side. That seems to be a bath. He waved to Lao Zun Saimo and said, "Zun Miracle Doctor, I'll do something, you go ahead." Lao Zun Saimo watched as Chang Sheng rushed into the room and thought to himself, "Isn't that the Imperial Kitchen? What does Shen Zhang want to do? Oh, right, the Imperial Kitchen has medical equipment. Could it be that Shen Zhang wants to make medicine to cure the epidemic? If Shen Zhang personally intervenes, then this epidemic can be resolved." A faint sound of footsteps, none other than Chang Sheng's. He looked at the food on the table in front of him and was astonished. "So it's a kitchen. I went to the wrong place." While planning to leave, Chang Sheng accidentally saw a hot water basin next to him, so he paused. Chang Sheng then stepped forward and gazed attentively at the hot water, a bright smile blooming on his face. "Forget it, there's nobody here anyway, so I'll just use it for now." At the same time in the palace, Huang Di paced back and forth in a state of anxiety, alongside two officials continuously coughing up blood. Why hasn't Zun Saimo arrived yet? Just as they finished speaking, a call rang out, "Huang Sang, the deity has arrived." Hearing this, Huang Di turned his head and broke into a satisfied smile. But then he furrowed his brow and questioned Zun Saimo. "Zun Saimo, the final person has arrived. Do you know about the epidemic?" "I must inform you. I already know. This epidemic is not simple, so I suspect it is related to demonic creatures. Do you have a solution? Speak frankly, there is no need to hold back." After hearing this, Huang Di's face became serious. "It's bad. It's bad. The epidemic has caused chaos within the Huanggong. If it continues like this, it will surely spread throughout the country. Huang Sang, do not fear. Even though I don't have a way, Shen Zhang does." Upon hearing this, Huang Di's eyes widened. "Shen Zhang, how so?" After Zun and Saimo finished listening, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and said that Shen Zhang had entered Huanggong to prepare medicine for the epidemic. He just needed to send someone to the Imperial Kitchen to get it. Huang Di immediately called for a servant to go to the Imperial Kitchen to get Shen Zhang's medicine. The servant nodded and went to the Imperial Kitchen. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Kitchen, Chang Sheng was relaxing in the hot water and feeling very comfortable. Suddenly, a servant peered in from outside and said that they had come to get the medicine soup. Chang Sheng saw the servant's younger sister, and both of them felt embarrassed. Chang Sheng shouted, asking if the person didn't knock on the door before coming in. The servant, feeling ashamed, replied that they were only here to get the medicine soup. After listening, Chang Sheng opened his eyes wide and asked, "Where is the medicine? Where is the medicine?" The servant girl also looked around in confusion and muttered, "Right, where is the medicine?" After looking for a while, the servant girl looked straight into Chang Sheng's bathwater. Chang Sheng saw the servant girl staring at him with a pale face, and he thought to himself, "The only liquid here is bathwater. Could it be that Shen Chang Sheng used his body as a medicinal ingredient to make a special medicine?" After thinking, the servant girl took a bowl and scooped some bathwater from Chang Sheng's bath, silently thinking, Shen Chang is indeed a miracle doctor as rumored. Even his medicine preparation is not normal. Chang Sheng blushed and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you know there should be a distance between men and women?" Half an hour later, the servant brought a bowl of water to Huang Sang and said, "Huang Di, the medicine soup is ready." After hearing this, Huang Di reached out his hands to receive it and had a satisfied smile on his face. He said, "That's great. Quickly bring the medicine soup up." Zhan Sai Mo then took the bowl of medicine from the little servant and said, "Bring the medicine soup to me. I will give it to the officials to drink." Chang Sheng stood next to them, and with a dark expression, he thought to himself, "What medicine soup? It's just bathwater. No one will believe me if I say it. There's nothing to say. Remember not to blame me if someone dies after drinking it." A high-ranking official took Chang Sheng's bowl of bathwater and drank it all. After that, he felt like he had entered fairyland. His face turned red, and he danced and jumped around saying, "Ah, this refreshing feeling is really great. I feel so embarrassed."